Conference Committee report on House File number 3438, an act relating to consumer protection. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, and the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 3438, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 2 of the 3 members on the part of the House and 2 of the 3 members on the part of the Senate. Greenman moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 3438 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the author, Representative Greenman, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really glad to be here to present the final version of our bill to ban junk fees by requiring that businesses in Minnesota use upfront, all-in, inclusive pricing that customers will actually know what they're paying for when they pay it for. We've talked a lot about this bill, so I will just mainly focus on the provisions that we adopted. We came back with a great bill that is mostly what we passed off the House floor a couple of weeks ago. It is a bill that will deal with this issue that hurts consumers, that hurts businesses, and distorts Minnesota's markets for goods and services. The Conference Committee report largely reflects what we passed off the House floor. I'll talk about a few of the places that we made accommodations. We had good discussions between the House and the Senate. One place we accepted Senate accommodations are for specific industries that have price regulation deeply embedded in Minnesota law, both the auto dealers and industry or businesses regulated by the PUC. We worked really hard. There's a few industries that are regulated by the federal government where the feds have already acted on this issue on junk fees. In broadband and cable and satellite, the federal government in the last couple of months has regulated. And so what we said is if you comply with the rule, the federal rule, you'll be in compliance with Minnesota law. Real estate, and this was, I will say, a special shout out to our bipartisan real estate caucus, Representative O'Driscoll, Representative Hewitt, and Representative Dodseth, and Representative Riemann. I had a good conversation about how we could accommodate this. And what the bill ends up saying is for settlement costs, for all those administrative costs that real estate agents have, that's excluded from the bill. But when it comes to realtors' commissions and fees, things that we have seen in the news and in litigation are a real concern. Those will be covered by this all-in pricing. And then the last thing is that there's a unique situation with businesses that are at the airport. They're regulated by the MAC, and they can only raise their prices, street prices plus 10%. So we're giving them an extra 5 months to respond to the changing of street prices. Call them what you want. These junk fees are just another example of anti-competitive practices that raise costs and squeeze all of us. This bill bans that practice. I guarantee you will hear about this from your consumers, from your constituents. It is the bill that I have heard most about, and I look forward to passing this bill so I don't have to receive everybody's texts with their receipts and bills that have added junk fees. So with that, members, I would ask to adopt the conference report.
Further discussion on the Conference Committee report. All right, there being no further discussion, all those in favor? Representative Dodseth, the member from Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just address the bill itself. I sat on the conference committee. I think we worked through some important issues that were there. However, I am concerned of some unforeseen consequences. We still got a long ways to go on this bill. I think we've gone a long ways, but it's not quite ready for a vote today. And I would just ask that we have to look at the full scope of the unforeseen consequences of what we passed today. And I just ask for a no vote. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that there was some positive change made on this bill. During conference committee, I do have lingering questions about this. Would Representative Greenman yield?
She will yield.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Schultz.
Speaker. And Representative Greenman, when I'm looking at line 2.14, I'm looking at the shipping section to this bill. And when I'm looking at it, I see that it reads, a person may charge a reasonable postage or shipping fee that is actually incurred by a consumer who has purchased a good that requires shipping. Could you kind of outline for the body and for the Minnesotans at home your intent around this language and exactly where we think this might kind of land within the realm of shipping?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Schultz. And this language actually came into the bill pretty early in the conversation because of this question of if you see a price, let's say online, and it tells you how much it costs all in, but then there's shipping that maybe the shipping costs more because it's heavier, maybe the shipping costs more because of the amount of products you're purchasing. What this says is you can leave out of that all-in upfront pricing the actual cost that it's going to cost to ship the product to the consumer, and I think that's pretty clear. I think if you've seen, there's sometimes you've seen on online, and it may cost you $10 for shipping a small product that doesn't seem in line with what it actually costs to ship the good.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman. This is important for so many industries, small businesses to large businesses, and most specifically to the consumers. And really important because, as you know, in many different marketplaces, you might be buying many different items. You may be buying things that are very, very large. So specifically, postage becomes, maybe a little bit more well-defined. But I guess the concern is, does reasonable relate to postage, or does reasonable also apply to the shipping fee? And I mean that because for any business, that's an employee or multiple employees that maybe have to be working to help present or prepare the shipping of a given item. And so would Representative Greenman yield again?
She will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, does the reasonable language included in line 2.14, does that apply to the employees and the people who would be involved in preparing an item for shipping, assuming it was purchased online?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it does not. It says postage or shipping fee. As other parts of the process, whether it's preparing the good in this case, or making the meal or whatever it is, labor is a critical part of that business and should be baked into the price. So what this is the shipping and postage fee that it costs to actually send the good.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, unfortunately, that was not what I was hoping to hear. And I actually think it should be exceedingly concerning to all of the members of this body. And I'll talk about why. So Representative Greenman and to the members of the body, when I look at that, it's indistinguishable on a given item, or if an individual buyer of goods, especially online, if they purchase multiple items, it is very difficult, actually exceedingly impossible, to define the cost of preparing that shipping. There are numerous circumstances in trucking and in large spheres of the economy where it's going to take a different amount of money to prepare someone's total cost. And so, Representative Greenman, a point that I want to raise for you in this conversation is there are literally circumstances where it might be more cost-effective for the consumer and for the business to combine the shipping of several items. And the result of your language in this bill is going to be additional cost passed on to the consumer. Because if a business entity, if a business that is selling a number of goods, large goods, things that would be shipped on a semi, by truck, if those things each have to have, on the sale of their item, if they each have to have a dollar value associated with each individual item, there is no ability through this language in this bill to have cost savings because you will have to have defined in the sale of that bill what the cost of shipping that item is. And so the concern here is that's actually going to be more cumbersome for private industry, for private business. And Representative Greenman, you and I have had good conversations about this bill in general. I don't think that this was necessarily your intent, except for what you just said. And that's what's giving me pause. And especially since this is a conference committee report, I think that this is very, very important. Now, I'm going to use a specific example. So let's just say that you're purchasing farm equipment. And you're purchasing farm equipment, you're buying them one by one from an online dealer. They might even be making farm equipment custom to your farm. It might have the specifications for a disc, for a tractor, and for another wagon. And those might be 3 specific things. That dealer, based upon the language of your bill, would have to ascertain a specific amount of money that would be the cost for the shipping of that item, individual item. But that farmer who's buying the farm machinery is trying to buy 3, right? They're trying to buy the 3 things, the tractor, the disc, and the wagon. And when you bring those 3 things together and the staffing that it would take to ship those on one trailer, on one semi, the result might be a cost savings to the consumer. However, the consumer on the front side will have seen the notification from the dealer saying the cost to ship your item is going to be $1,000 per item. When in reality, if joining those things together, the cost may only be $1,500 for all 3 items, meaning the consumer may have an additional fee of $1,500 for 3 pieces of equipment that are being sold to one individual consumer. So that's my concern with the way that your language reads, Representative Greenman. And I'm sensing that you may not agree with my opinion of the way that the language reads and your interpretation. And so, Representative Greenman, given the circumstance and the example that I gave to you, I'd just like to ask if that is that the definition that you are defining with this language in 2.14, or is it something else that maybe the body hasn't understood yet? If she would yield to that question, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Schultz. And I think you're making it more complicated than it needs to be. What this says is the underlying provision says you have to tell people what you're charging them, all the mandatory fees. What this language says is that if a business wants to exclude from that mandatory fee the reasonable cost of postage or shipping, they can do that, and they can charge it separately. If you send 3 pieces of farm equipment, 3 tractors, and you want to bundle them together and it's cheaper to ship, one, you have to tell them the cost of those 3 tractors, and then the reasonable postage or shipping fees, you should also know. When we talk about sort of labor, when you use that last example of what it takes to package the product and all of that stuff, that is the cost of doing business. That is not an additional individual fee like we're talking about here. What the bill does, and the whole point, is that when you are pricing your goods, a consumer should be able to expect that when you tell them how much something costs, it includes everything it takes to get you the good. Now, we have said you might not be able to tell how much it costs to ship it, how much posting, but that's a knowable fact. If you're doing it through UPS or if you're doing it through a shipping service that's going to bring the tractor, you can have an invoice and you can tell people what it actually costs. That's what this provision is intended to do.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, I think the point that I'm trying to distinguish here is that the cost would be different if you were buying 1 versus 3 or more, right? And so when I'm looking at this, And the way that you have defined it here on the floor, of course, it's what's on the page that matters the most to us, is upon the sale of that item, in accordance with my understanding of the rest of the bill, is if the tractor costs $100,000, the dealer in this circumstance, purchasing online, they will literally say the cost to ship this to your farm on the labor side of it per tractor is going to be $1,000. Now, if there's 2 more tractors and they buy 2 more tractors, so now you have 3, in essence, there's cost-saving measures that could benefit the consumer for each individual tractor, right? Especially if they're all traveling on the same piece of hauling equipment. But the issue is with your language that you are saying that the business must identify the shipping costs for each individual item, and the result of that is going to be more money out of the pockets of the consumer, because the individual business will have to advertise ahead of time that it's $1,000 cost for the shipping of each tractor or each piece of farm equipment. It's something that I think we really needs better definition. And frankly, it brings me a lot of concern. I think that this is maybe an opportunity for us, since we are still somewhere around 100 hours left in this legislative session. It's something that I think needs more definition, because the way that this is described, I think this is going to result in a greater cost for consumers in Minnesota. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would move to reject the conference committee report and send it back to conference committee. And Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Schultz moves that the House refuse to adopt the report of the Conference Committee on House File 3438 and the bill be returned to the Conference Committee. Discussion. Representative Garofalo, the member from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Greenman yield for a question?
Representative who?
Greenman?
Greenman, thank you. I just didn't hear what you said. I apologize. Representative Greenman will yield. Representative Garofalo.
She's one of your colleagues in your caucus. I think you've met her before.
I thought you said Ream, and I didn't realize.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, you are wrong.
Representative Garofalo.
Sorry, Representative Greenman, on page 2, lines 3 and 4, there's a noticeable exception to this. Can you provide me the guidance on why that is?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Garofalo. Before I move to your question, I'm just looking to your question, Representative Schultz. If you look at the clause right below it, 2.14, it says you can charge, 2.16, it says that nothing in this subdivision prevents you from offering the goods and services at a discount. So if you want to offer a multiple product discount, this bill does not prevent you from doing that, and in fact, explicitly allows you to do that. To your point, Representative Garofalo, the reason, and you're talking about the provision that allows you to list your price and then list taxes imposed by a government entity on the sale, essentially sales provisions separately. I would love to go to a model like I think you see in some other countries where the price, when something costs $10, it is entirely $10, including any additional charges or taxes. That's not what we have anywhere in the country. What this does is say, and the reason that we're not worried about it is when you go to a restaurant and then you go to the restaurant right next door, the taxes are going to be the same. Whereas if you have service fees, like you can see in restaurants, you may go to one bar and they add a 3% service fee on the bottom. You go to the other bar and it's not there. And what we want to do is make sure when people are comparing prices that they can actually compare apples to apples. So I would love to work with one of your colleagues who will be here next year, if you want to talk about what it would look like to actually go to a model where we have all-inclusive pricing, but I don't actually think that that's what I hear many of your colleagues say, and so that's why we have made this accommodation.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Greenman. While I won't be here, I'll still have your cell phone, so I'll just work directly with you by calling you. Will you yield for another question? Thank you.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Greenman, one of the concerns I had in the early version of this bill was many bars and restaurants have been putting surcharges on the receipts denoting whether it's local employer mandates, service charges, health and wellness fees. Basically, these are mechanisms by which these restaurants and those in the hospitality industry, they're not making any more money off these fees. They're just accurately reflecting government policies that have imposed higher costs on these individuals. And rather than raising their menu prices, they've put in, like I said, several charges. My understanding is that restaurants and bars and those in the hospitality industry will still be allowed to do this. Can you point me to where this is in that bill?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Garofalo. If what you're saying, people will continue to be able to apply service fees, health and wellness fees, things that should be in the price, the answer is that's not in the bill. That's one of the reasons that this bill is intended to exist, is so if you go get a hamburger, I heard from somebody, people don't want to pay $30 for a hamburger. It's a high-priced restaurant. And the answer is people are already paying $30 for a hamburger. You're just telling them it costs $27, and then where bill comes, there's an extra $3. So what we're doing here is making sure that when you advertise a price, and it is across the board fair playing field, so that restaurants, bars, businesses, hospitality, whoever it is, when a customer walks in, they know what they're going to pay. The labor prices, property prices, all of those things are the costs of doing business. That's what's baked in. That's when businesses figure out how do they run their business, and that's why it needs to be included in the price. There are a few accommodations for hospitality. We spent a lot of time. This bill has had a lot of time and conversation, specifically around places that want to add. If you want to add automatic gratuity, either because there's a party over 8 or it's an establishment that wants to get away from tipping, there's a provision on 2.27 that allows both bars and restaurants and is important to folks to include hotels that have bars and restaurants to allow that as long as it's clear and conspicuously disclosed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the author of the underlying conference report would yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. So to be clear, the provisions on the bottom of page 2, lines 27 to 31, in the event that a bar, restaurant, or someone in the hospitality industry were to disclose on their menu a party of 8 and greater will have a 15% automatic gratuity, and below that they said all service orders include a 3.9% charge. Would that sufficiently meet these requirements on the bottom of page 2?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, the first provision would, but again, as we've talked about all along, that second provision of charging a fee that does not get you any additional goods. So again, going back to the definition, for the purposes of this subdivision, mandatory fees includes but is not limited to it must be paid in order to purchase the good or service being advertised. So if you are offering a price, you have to tell people in that price what it costs. Because of that provision that you referenced, gratuities, which is defined in statute, is you are allowed to clear and conspicuously disclose it. You could disclose and say, in this price, we have incorporated a 3% service charge. There's nothing preventing you from disclosing something that is already in the price. What you can't do is offer a price, advertise a price, and then not disclose and not include in that price something that is mandatory to purchase that good.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. If Representative Greenman would yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. So, Representative Greenman, when I started this conversation, I pointed out about taxes. And you said, no, you don't have to disclose the taxes in the menu price because That's the rules, or I'm not going to use your words, but you said that was put in there. That doesn't have to reflect it. And now section 27 to 31, or excuse me, lines 27 to 31 on page 2, that in the event that we have a change in policy that results in increased cost to the business, they are not allowed to reflect that. They're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to put that charge on the bill, even though there's a tax item below that. So what is explain to me, please, what is different about those two?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Garofalo. Taxes are posted, they are applied to all businesses in that taxing area equally. And so when we talk about the level playing field and competition, competitive, what I learned in my college economics class is price transparency. People should be able to decide and compare good to another. But what's happening, and it's the same in restaurants like it is online with tickets. If you are told a price and then you get to the bottom of that menu and have to say, okay, it says it's $15, but there's this 3% price. If I went next door to get a hamburger, there wasn't this 3% price. How do those compare? That's part of what we're trying to avoid. And what we know in this case, if you look at the research, is this actually is driving up costs. When we increase taxes, when we decrease taxes, we don't tell businesses how much they can increase or decrease their price. This bill doesn't do that either. What it says is if you're going to charge that, and it is mandatory to buying the good in this case, the food, you have to tell people in that price.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Greenman, let me just be on the record as saying that when employer mandates and taxes are raised on businesses, I don't think the response to them is what raises costs. I think it's the tax increases that are raising the costs. It's the underlying policy that's causing that. And I have to apologize, Representative Greenman. I thought that when I sought you to clarify lines 27 to 31, I thought those surcharges were still going to remain on bills so that businesses could properly display to their customers what the cost structure is for these. So I'll be voting in favor of the motion to refuse to adopt and would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I too will be voting to refuse the conference committee report. I think we've got some big work to do here, folks. When it comes to transparency, when it comes to taxation, this is ringing awfully sure of the debates that other countries in Europe have had. Value-added tax. So it's a tax, hidden in a tax on top of a tax. And by the string of taxes, you may have added 20, 30% to the cost of goods and items sold. Members, whenever the state government is pressing its fingers on the button of we can spend the money best, rather than those businesses or those customers, we've got a problem. The services that we render, the deliveries that we make, the deliveries to another business for a delivery, to another business for another delivery, will add to the compounding cost of doing business here in the state of Minnesota. Members, we can go back to the drawing board on this. And I think that's what Representative Garofalo, Representative Schultz, and others are trying to make the point of saying that we can do better. Just because a conference committee report is presented to this body as debated doesn't mean we have to accept it. We can send it back to the conference committee and say, let's fix this. Let's lower the cost of doing business. Let's lower the opportunity cost of doing business here in the state of Minnesota. Instead, if you vote to just keep on keeping on, the choice is pretty clear that it's going to cost us more. Members, I would ask you to support the Schultz motion. And support it. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm wondering if Representative Greenman would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Greenman. I was thinking along the same lines as Representative Garofalo, actually. I was kind of stuck on these same lines. And I don't know, I'm going to ask this question maybe just a little bit differently and see what we come up with. My question is, does this exemption on taxes, does that include employment in taxes incurred by businesses that have been imposed by a government entity and that have a direct impact on raising the costs on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of the goods and services?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. The language is clear that it is taxes imposed on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of the goods or services. I think the taxes that you are talking about would go into the underlying labor and are not included in this provision.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman. And this gets to exactly the heart of the problem with this language and why we should vote to support the Schultz motion and refuse to adopt this conference committee report. This is the crux of it. The problem we have in this state is that we continue to impose higher taxes, higher fees, more mandates that cost money on our businesses. And then this language requires our businesses to absorb all of those costs. Now, under this language, they're allowed to move those additional costs to their customers, but they're not allowed to delineate. They're not allowed to say, hey, this 3% charge is because of government-imposed taxes and mandates that have increased the cost of this good or service. That's the problem. That's the crux of the matter with this bill. And it goes back to, we had this conversation, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, time is a blur at this point. It goes back to having this conversation before, where we talked about the price of that hamburger. And what this bill would require and what the Democrats want us to do is to tell a customer, hey, this hamburger costs $20. When the reality is the hamburger does not cost $20. The hamburger might cost $10. But government has imposed employment taxes, mandates, etc. on business that have driven up the cost of the hamburger. And this bill tells those businesses, you just have to absorb that. You get to be the bad guy. You get to be the one that jacks up your prices to cover the cost of these things instead of transparently letting the consumer know, hey, the hamburger costs you $10. The government is costing you an additional $10. That's the transparent way to do this. Again, we go back to this is the hiding government taxes and fees bill. That's what this bill is. This is the bill to hide government taxes and fees. This is not the bill to get rid of junk fees. The junk fees are the taxes and mandates to begin with. And I'll tell you what, Representative Greenman, if you want to take care of that, I'm 100% on board. And I know I won't be able to co-author that next year, but I suspect some of my colleagues, probably most of them, would be on board.
Representative Brindley, could you hold on just a second? Members, it's getting really loud in here, so if we please take conversations off the floor or into the alcoves, please. Please continue, Representative Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certain I can overcome the din in the chamber.
I don't know if my ears can take that. That's
Point of information.
Representative Krisha.
Mr. Speaker, you realize she's the only one talking.
I own it.
Representative
own it.
New Brindley, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a funny story for you later, Representative Krisha. But here, this is exactly the problem, right? This bill is the hiding junk fees bill. That's what this bill is about. This bill is about, hey, we're going to tell consumers that the cost of the burger is actually 20 bucks. We are not going to tell the consumer, oh, by the way, it's the result of government-imposed, and I would say Democrat-imposed taxes, fees, and mandates that have created the cost of the burger to begin with. That's really what makes this inherently disingenuous. It makes this inherently disingenuous, and it's wrong. It is wrong that we are taking away that transparency to the consumer. Because you know what? These kinds of fees did not exist years ago. When our business owners had a level playing field, they didn't impose these kinds of fees. It's really just been in recent years when they have been nickeled and dimed into higher and higher and higher costs that they have said, you know what, enough is enough. This is not fair that our consumers believe that we are just being these greedy business owners, raising our costs, jacking up our prices, gouging the consumer. It's not right. So we are going to be transparent with our customers and say, hey, I'm really sorry, but there's an additional 3% on this because of what the government is forcing us to do. Let's be clear, these fees are the result of businesses saying enough is enough. The heavy hand of government has forced us into this situation, and we're going to make that clear to our consumers. And here we go with the heavy hand of government saying, nope, you don't get to do that. You don't get to be transparent. You're going to hide those fees, you're going to hide those taxes, you're going to hide those mandates, and we're going to tell the consumer that that's just the price of a burger. It's not, folks. That is not the price of a burger. What we are doing to businesses in this state is out of control. And again, I don't know why we keep trying to poke the bear and figure out, let's test the limits. Where is the tipping point? What is the point at which our businesses say, enough is enough? I'm out. I can't operate in this environment. But we keep doing it. We keep poking and testing to figure out what that limit is. And we see it. We see our businesses closing all the time. And particularly, again, we're talking about a lot of folks in the hospitality industry with this. These are businesses that struggle to survive to begin with. These folks are not making money hand over fist. These folks are doing the best they can to pay for dance lessons for their kids. These folks are doing the best they can to make their rent or pay their mortgage. These are not folks who are making millions of dollars and we're just mad about it. That's not who we're talking about. Those are not the people who have hit their breaking point and have decided to disclose these taxes and fees and mandates to their customers. We're talking about the people who are just trying to make an honest living, pay for their kids' dance lessons or soccer club, whatever it may be. Those are the folks we're talking about. And we're demonizing them. We are demonizing them for trying to be transparent and say, listen, I'm sorry, I don't want to charge $20 for a burger. It doesn't cost me $20 to serve you a burger. But the government, the heavy hand of government, has forced this. And so I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to tell you about it in these additional line items. The underlying bill, while may have changed slightly in conference, still has that fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is the heavy hand of government has created this situation of extraordinary taxes and fees on businesses, and now the heavy hand of government is going to say, ha-ha, we got you. You also don't get to tell people about it. You're going to eat it. That's the problem. That's the problem. And it's why every one of us in this chamber should vote green on the Schultz Amendment. We should send this bill back to conference and actually come up with something that works for these small business owners. These folks that are doing their best to get by, earn an honest living, and provide a service or a good to their community that they want to have. Let's stop poking the bear. Let's stop looking for that tipping point to drive our businesses out, because that's what we're doing. Vote yes on the Schultz Amendment. Let's send this back. Let's refuse to adopt.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the bill author yield for a couple of questions?
She will. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I started kind of making a list of some of the fees and taxes that we've asked businesses to pay here over the last couple of years under Democrat Party total control. I'm wondering, would a business be allowed, you go to the burger joint and they give you the itemization on your receipt. Would the business be able to itemize the 25-cent Metro-wide sales tax for housing? Would they be able to itemize that on the receipt?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Scott. Yes, I believe when we were crafting this, we spent a lot of time talking to our hospitality folks, and what was important is that we were focused on the kinds of taxes and fees that happen at the sale, because that's what businesses are competing on. Yes.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Greenman would continue to yield?
She will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you. So would a clinic be able to itemize the healthcare access fee? Would they be able to itemize that on your billing?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Representative Scott. This says for the purpose of the subdivision, so it doesn't distinguish between businesses. I'm not sure what kind of clinic, but again, it says for the purposes of the subdivision, mandatory fee does not include taxes imposed by a government entity on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of the goods or services. The definition of taxes in Minnesota law, I think, was put in place in 2013 or 14, and it's pretty broad. And so this provision applies to the entire bill.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if Representative Greenman would continue to yield?
She will. Representative Scott.
Great, thank you. Representative Greenman, so let me clarify. So Alina, I go to Alina Clinic. Can they itemize when they send me my bill then, under what you just said, can they itemize the healthcare access fund fee that is charged every time you walk in or out or into a healthcare facility?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Scott. As I said, I read this provision. I am not an expert on tax law, and so I can get the answer to you. What I did say, though, is it doesn't matter if you're at a lineup or at a restaurant. The way this provision applies is it says mandatory fees does not include taxes imposed by government entities on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of the goods and services. If the service you're providing is healthcare, now, what I will say is that in healthcare, almost always you don't actually know how much you're going to pay. They don't offer you and tell you this service is going to cost a certain amount of money. And in that case, this bill doesn't apply. If you look at the beginning of the bill, what it does say is if you advertise, display, or offer a price for goods or services, mostly in healthcare, you actually might not know how much you pay until you get your bill. And that is a different problem to solve, but that is why this bill, and I think that the issue you're raising is not something we considered. And but again, as I said, it applies equally across. It doesn't discriminate based on what industry you're in.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Greenman yield one more time?
She will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the 1.8% tax fee that you have every time you walk into a clinic, we're just not sure under this bill if that would be obvious to the consumer, the patient in this case. Another question I would have is, you know, the Democrat-controlled legislature and governor signed the Earn Sick and Safe Time bill last year, and that's going to cost local businesses. Would they be able to break down per employee and then put it on a receipt to their folks? Because that's going to go into the price of the hamburger that, you know, would probably only cost $10 to produce, but because of all the government regulations and fees would end up costing $20. So could the Joe's Burger Joint put an itemization of, you know, let's say they have 20 employees, they break that down, whatever the cost of Earn Sick and Safe Time is going to be to them per employee. Could they itemize that on the receipt?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Scott. And thank you, because I think that this clarifies what Representative New Brindley, I think, was mistaken about, which is you can itemize whatever you want. You can tell people the cost of the bread, the cost of the labor, the cost of the... What you do need to do, though, is if you tell people the price, it has to be in the price. So you could tell people the burger costs $15, and underneath it, it could tell you $10 is for the cost of the products, $5 is for the cost of the labor, or $2 is for whatever you want. The itemization, this bill does not tell you how you list prices. What it says is when you tell people, advertise, display, offer a price, you have to include all mandatory things in that price. You can itemize it however you want. So for the consumer, you can show that if you'd like to show that. You just have to tell them how much the whole thing costs.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. Thank you for answering those questions. Folks, let's send this back to the conference committee and let them hammer out some of the issues with this bill. And then, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have some comments. You know, I'm presuming that our motion is going to fail. I know that'll be a shocker to everybody in this chamber, but I will have some comments on after that we take that vote as well. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Greenman, I want to thank you for working with Representative Dotseth and myself on an extended period of time to try to improve this bill. I have concerns about the bill, and I've had concerns about it when I was working on it in the conference committee process. I think the Senate had a better version of this bill, and I know that there were some unanswered questions that you were still seeking some answers to at the time that we were wrapping up the conference committee report. The first question I'd like to ask Representative Greenman, if she would yield to a question, is
you were looking for Representative O'Driscoll.
You were looking for some language and other resources to clarify what clear and conspicuous meant. You were talking about, you thought there was a definition somewhere and you wanted to know what that was. Can you tell me what you found?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. My understanding is, and like in many statutes that say clear and conspicuous, I don't believe that there's an actual definition in statute, but it is something that we use in our marketing and advertising provisions across the provision, and so that's why we used. I think it is very clear that if you bury a price or if you bury the small print at the bottom, that is not clear and conspicuous, but I think it's flexible enough to be different from if you are looking at it on a phone, if you're looking at it in a billboard, if you're looking at it on a menu, and I think that that's why language like that exists, to give some flexibility and because prices are displayed in all sorts of ways.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another question that I have, Representative Greenman, and again, for clarifying for the body, nothing in this proposed legislation requires businesses to promote their prices, either in print or on a website or in other, I'll use the term, consumer-facing tools and mechanisms. Could she yield to that question, please?
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative O'Driscoll, for making that point. No, there's nothing in this bill that requires you to do that. What it does say, if you advertise, display, or offer a price, it has to be all in to that mandatory price. But if you don't, then there's no price to say everything's included in.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I am concerned about exactly what you just heard Representative Greenman talk about, and that is the idea that if you do advertise, you got to make sure you get all your fees and everything. Don't forget one. Don't misquote one. And what will happen is fewer and fewer businesses will take that risk of going out and posting what their pricing is. And as a result of that, consumers will either have to call or go into these businesses, which some of them probably would be happy to have that activity. But I think it's going to have the opposite effect over time on the consumer than what you think it's going to do by providing clarification. I think you're going to see a lot of businesses just pulling back and not promoting or talking about their pricing at all. And again, I see this becoming confusing, Representative Greenman, when an individual goes in and they're trying to maybe put something together a la carte on this. And depending upon time of year, depending upon distance, depending upon weight, all of these different kinds of things are going to have an impact on the pricing. And again, if that retailer or that business doesn't get it right, they will be subject to penalties. And I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Greenman could share with us what these unfortunate businesses would encounter if they missed a fee or a price or did not have something that was to be displayed.
I'm assuming you're asking her to yield.
That was my request, yes, sir.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. Well, as someone who's on conference committee, or excuse me, on commerce, you're probably familiar with the Deceptive Practices Act. This just adds a provision into the Deceptive Practices Act, so it includes the same attorney generals and public right of action that is already included in the Deceptive Practices Act in Minnesota law.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, could you dig into that and expound a little bit more? Is that going to be a gross misdemeanor? Is that going to be a petty misdemeanor? What are we looking at? What are the dollar fines that these businesses who maybe miss a fee or put some of the fees but not all of the fees out, what would they be encountering? If she could yield to that question. Again, what's all in for this business that?
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative O'Driscoll. As you see in most of these other things, what we're talking about is civil litigation. And so as and I don't have in front of me the provisions, but I think like most of the Deceptive Practices Act, what it means is you'll probably you'll sue, and you'll be in front of a judge, and they will figure out the kinds of harms and remedies. But what I will say is the the impact of this bill and the reason that at the federal level they're thinking about, or they're doing this in broadband and in cable and satellite, is the goal is actually not enforcement. The goal is that we have one price. And I think that, like in a lot of areas, when we require and write clear rules in our what you can do in advertising, what you can tell people, how you can't lie to them, that the beauty of the rule is that I believe businesses comply and follow with them. There obviously has to be enforcement mechanisms, but the reason that we wrote this and wrote it as an economy-wide standard is that folks could be super clear. If you're selling a good or service, you got to tell people what it takes to buy that good or service.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We never did get an answer as to what that business was going to look at. We kind of walked around and said the trade practices and stuff. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Representative Greenman. I know. I mean, it's maybe a little bit of an unfair question to ask that. But again, the business is going to be having to watch for one more area in their business that, on top of all of the other mandates from last year and the additional mandates that are coming this year. Representative Greenman, I don't think that this 2.5 pages of legislation is a one-size-fits-all. I think we've got a lot of nuances in our economy and in our business world. We cover everywhere from brokers to banks to lenders to bars and restaurants and burgers and everything in between. And to Representative Scott's point earlier about medical clinics and things, again, a lot of times doctors' offices and clinics don't post their pricing on there, and that's another whole discussion for another day, because you get insurance involved with those and the discounts and the write-downs and stuff on the costs of reimbursement and things. So it can be somewhat challenging from that perspective as well. Again, we've got, kind of keeping with that from B to B to B, breeds of dogs, right? It's a question I asked on the House floor last time. If you have a certain type of dog, it might be a dog that is prone, or its disposition is a little bit more aggressive than another kind of dog. And I don't see businesses posting those rates out there either. For dog walking or kenneling services and the like on that. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have businesses have to have a face-to-face or get on the phone and talk to people kind of conversation again here as well. And Representative Greenman, my last question to you since we last spoke on this, do you have an update on where you're at on the puppy purchase? I am asking her to yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. I am just waiting until May 20th.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen. The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this robust conversation. I think I wanted to start by pointing out or highlighting one of the answers that Representative Greenman gave to one of Representative Scott's questions. I think it was about what we're supposed to do about clinic pricing, and the answer was that's not something we considered. Representative Schultz, I think that's a pretty good reason why we should probably send this back to conference committee, at least to consider all of the implications of this bill. But I think what should be really clear to people, to the Minnesotans by now, is that what this bill is really about is about suppressing free speech. Representative New Brindley, it's about taking what you call transparency, but what I would call business owners, business people, trying to explain to the people of Minnesota what the costs of the DFL trifecta have been on their hamburger, on their bread, on their milk, on their gas, on everything, all of the essentials of life that are being made more and more expensive by the unaffordable and irresponsible policies of the DFL trifecta. And, I certainly wouldn't speak to motives, but the result of this law is to make it harder for those who disagree with those policies to be able to speak about those policies. And I think the upshot of this is that the government always wins. Government raises taxes, government raises costs, government gets treated different when it comes to the taxes that they're raising. But the people who want to say this is why the costs of your food are going up are going to have a harder time doing it. But it's not just the government that wins, Representative O'Driscoll. It's also, as you pointed out, the trial lawyers who win. The Attorney General probably wins too, but especially the trial lawyers. And Representative Greenman, I appreciated your answer on, or at least the beginning of an answer. I think it's worth exploring a little bit more if Representative Greenman will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Greenman, you said that this is just part of the Minnesota Deceptive Trade Practices Act. I would note that it's actually called the Uniform Deceptive Trade Practices Act. And so my first question on that, along those lines, in 325D.47, it talks about interpreting this uniformly with other states. How does that work? How's that going to work in the context of this provision, which is not a uniform provision with other states?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Niska. I'm sure you have an answer for that. What I do know is that our Deceptive Trade Practices Act is not, 50 states do not all have the same bill. And so when we talk about how we interpret our law, and we talk about how courts are going to interpret a law, I know, and I am not an expert in this area of consumer law, but I do know that we have jurisprudence on it. What I will say is this is enforced under the authority under 8.31, which is a very well-established authority, as you probably know. And so I don't think, other than just general concerns about provisions that allow litigation, I am not at all concerned. Again, this bill establishes a very clear rule. And just to speak to your question on free speech, this bill does not prevent you in any way from telling people what is in the cost. What it does do is prevent you from deceiving them about how much it costs up front, and then adding fees at the bottom that people don't know about when they're consuming the goods or until they get to the very end. So you can tell people, and I think I've heard this 4 or 5 times, you can tell people whatever you want about what's in the cost. You just have to tell them up front how much the total cost is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Greenman, for that answer. You mentioned Section 8.31, but I think you left out Section 325D.45. I was curious. That's actually in the Deceptive Trade Practices statute. It's actually the next section after that. And unless I'm misunderstanding the structure of the statutes, that applies as well, if Representative Greenman will yield.
She will yield.
So that's my question. Just I want to make sure 325D.45 applies to the remedies there apply to this statute as well, correct?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Representative Greenman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. And that's, I think that's the real fundamental problem with this provision, the way it's written. You said you wanted clear rules. The problem is we're not creating clear rules. We're creating a reasonable person standard, or we're introducing into this a reasonable person standard, what might reasonably be expected to be included in the price as the overall overarching rule. And then I appreciate that there's been a lot of stakeholder feedback about why that rule doesn't work in specific circumstances. And so those industries who have been able to communicate down here at the Capitol about why that might not work as well have gotten maybe a little bit better treatment in the actual laying out of the rules than the rest of the businesses in the state of Minnesota. So what that results in, and I think it's important for people to look at 325D.45 to really understand how this is going to play out. What that results in is this is not a law that's going to create clear rules. This is a law that instead creates clear incentives for individual plaintiffs' lawyers to go out and find plaintiffs to sue in every single one of the 87 counties in Minnesota to try to find ways to get a successful, perhaps settlement, perhaps attorney's fees. And here's the thing, if you look at 325.45, you don't need to be a person who has suffered any monetary damage in order to file a lawsuit. So 325D.45 subdivision 1 injunctive relief says a person likely to be damaged by a deceptive trade practice of another may be granted an injunction against it under the principles of equity and on terms the court considers reasonable. Proof of monetary damages, loss of profits, or intent to deceive is not required. Relief, so you don't need to find somebody who's actually eaten at the restaurant or bought anything from someone and actually suffered any loss. You just need to find someone who might be damaged. Someone who can say, yeah, you know, I was thinking about buying that, and if I would have bought that, I would have been damaged. That can be your plaintiff. If you're a smart plaintiff's lawyer, you go find somebody. You don't have to prove monetary damage or loss of profit. So why would a plaintiff's lawyer do that? Well, subdivision 2 gives you the answer. Costs and attorney's fees. Costs may be allowed to the prevailing party unless the court directs otherwise. The court may award attorney's fees to the prevailing party if the party complaining of a deceptive trade practice has brought an action knowing it to be groundless, so the defendant could actually might actually be able to prove that it's groundless if they go through a trial. Or 2, the party charged with a deceptive trade practice has willfully engaged in the trade practice knowing it to be deceptive. So there's this huge attorney's fees kicker on the back end. Let me tell you how that works in real life. In real litigation. Plaintiff's lawyer finds someone, again, it couldn't be anybody, they don't have to have actually suffered any damage to serve as a plaintiff. They file a lawsuit, or maybe they just send them a letter saying, hey, we're going to sue you for your deceptive trade practice. We'll settle for $10,000. And then the business has to go to their lawyer and say, so how much is it going to cost to defend against this lawsuit? And the answer is going to be a lot more than $10,000. Or they could ask for $20,000 or $30,000 or $40,000. And the problem is when there's an attorney's fees kicker on the back end, that increases the burden, the potential risk that's involved for the defendant to actually go through and litigate the case. Now, when Representative Greenman talks about clear rules, what she's talking about is a world in which a defendant threatened with one of those lawsuits says, no, I'm going to pay my lawyer instead of paying that plaintiff's lawyer, and goes through and defends that case to trial, maybe has to take it up on appeal. That's the way we get clear rules. That's the way we'll get precedent applying this. We don't have precedent from other states, even though we have a uniform Deceptive Trade Practices Act that's supposed to be interpreted in accordance with other states. We're not going to have precedent on what this language means, because none of those other states have this language. This is new language that we're putting into what used to be a uniform law. So we're creating all these incentives for drive-by litigation. Bad cases make bad law. We're creating situations where different plaintiffs' lawyers are going to go out and find different plaintiffs to sue all kinds of different businesses. It's going to impose huge costs of doing business on Minnesota businesses. We've had to deal with this in other areas. We wrote our disability law badly in Minnesota and created these same kinds of incentives. A guy named Paul Hansmeier, who's now in federal prison for a whole different scam, who's been disbarred. He was going around and doing a bunch of this shakedown litigation. And as a legislature, we had to come back and correct that. I'm really concerned that we are going to have to come back and correct this for exactly those same reasons. So I really do very much understand the idea of trying to protect consumers from going into a place and ending up getting charged something on the back end that's a lot higher. A lot of us voted for the ticketing bill that dealt with this kind of a specific problem in the ticketing industry. And I think we could do a lot of those kind of targeted, real, hard work, clear rules in a lot of different areas. But this bill isn't it. This bill is just a giveaway to the trial lawyers bar. It's a tax on all of our businesses, a litigation tax on all of our businesses, and it's a bad idea. So Representative Schultz, thank you for your motion to send this back to conference committee. Hopefully, when we do vote to send it back to conference committee, the conference committee can clean up a lot of these problems and come out with a better bill that more of us can support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I am one of those job creators, one of those employers, one of those business owners that are so often vilified in this chamber. And I happen to own a hamburger joint. And to be totally honest, we could sell hamburgers for $10. We did. We used to. Last year alone, we passed $10 billion in new taxes in the state. $10 billion. Guess who gets to pay for those? All of the Minnesotans out there. Guess who gets to collect a lot of those? The employers. And then we get to send them into the state. Guess who gets attacked on the front line? Guess who gets attacked every day they go to work? Because they're raising prices. We do. When we opened, we didn't have to change our prices for years. I can't tell you how many times we've had to redo our menu and up our prices in the last 4 years. And we take the brunt of that. We're the ones that get yelled at. We're the ones that get ridiculed, get accused of being selfish, of being greedy, when really at the end of the day, we're taking in less than we were back then. We try to protect our customers as much as we can from what this body, from what this Minnesota government does. But we can't. Representative New Brindley asked, where is the tipping point? Well, guess what? We're there. We're there for so many small businesses. People are closing their businesses across the state every single day. We can't take much more. We're scrapping to get by. Free speech? Yeah, we have the right to list every single fee, every single price, every single increase that we have to absorb or pass through. We should have the right to list that out individually for the world to know. It's not our fault. We don't want to do this to our customers. We're being forced to do this. This conference committee report doesn't provide transparency. It doesn't allow us to show the world what the government is doing to them. Everybody deserves to know why their $10 hamburger is now closer to $20. This is ridiculous. Thank you, Representative Schultz, for your motion to not adopt this conference committee report, because Minnesotans deserve better. Business owners in Minnesota deserve better, and restaurant owners in Minnesota deserve better than this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, I want to make a clarification. The other night when farmers were being mentioned on the floor, my name was, I'm sure, inadvertently left off the list. I don't know why. Perhaps it's some sort of age discrimination. I don't know. But would Representative Greenman yield for a question?
She will. Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, we've now established that I'm a farmer by trade, which is helpful in this questioning. So as a farmer, we often purchase many of our inputs well in advance of the time that we actually need them delivered to our farms. So we agree to a price and we make our payments and we're all set waiting for spring to come and the things and our supplies to be delivered. But there have been occasions where the delivery of those goods incorporates a fuel surcharge. Generally because the price of fuel has increased dramatically between the time we signed the contract, or perhaps the price of fuel taxes has gone up. How does this work with your legislation, Representative Greenman?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Torkelson. And I think we had a long conversation about taxes and things on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of goods and services. So if it fit into there, I think that that would fit into the conversation we just had. Again, if what you're saying, if there is a contract that that lists and you provide the upfront cost, and it includes that fuel surcharge in that upfront cost, you'd be in compliance with this bill.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you. But so this is not part of the contract necessarily. There hasn't been in the past. But at the same time, I'm purchasing my goods from a co-op. So really, if there's some kind of litigation here, I'm really litigating against myself as a member of the co-op. So what is the resolution in these sorts of situations?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Torkelson. I'm not exactly sure what your question is. Is your question, how would you resolve it if you're in a co-op because you're a member of that co-op?
So between the time I make my purchases and the time they're delivered, the cost of delivery has increased dramatically. It's not part of the contract, but these increased costs actually are part of the co-op operation and cause them to have increased costs. So is there the opportunity for litigation in this situation or not? If they haven't listed these costs on the original contract, but they apply them to my delivery, is there risk for the co-op at this point?
And Representative Torkelson, you're continuing to ask her to yield? Representative Torkelson, you're continuing to ask her to yield?
Yes, I'm asking Representative Greenman to yield. Thank you, Mr.
sir.
Speaker.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Torkelson. At the risk of pulling out my lawyering skills, I think you were talking about a couple of different things. One, there's the price of the commodity, and then there's the price of delivery. I think we're talking about, and so if what you're telling me is the price of delivery is not set until later to reflect the free surcharge, I don't think that that's an issue, but I'm not 100% sure I understand the hypothetical. So, but that's my answer to how I think I do.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you. If she would continue to yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Thank you for asking.
So I think I sort of understand your answer, Representative Greenman. So what if the increased cost is due exclusively to increased fuel taxes? Is that then not subject to your limitations?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Torkelson. If what we're talking about is a tax imposed on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of the goods or services, then I think that that would be included in this provision that says that that is not included as a mandatory fee. If we're talking about a sales tax or a surcharge, a government on that fee, I think that that would be included.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Greenman, for your answers. Frankly, this adds a layer of complication to life that we don't need. I hope that members support the Schultz. I think he made a motion some time ago. Yes, he did. I hope we should support the Schultz amendment or proposition.
The member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, I find it quite ironic that government gets to put things underneath the magic hat. For example, taxes. And when we pull that out of the hat, it's called raising revenue. That's a bunch of BS. Government does not do revenue. Businesses, job creators do revenue. Community leaders or developers, or whatever we call them, don't raise revenue. They raise taxes. That's what we do here. We raise taxes. We raise taxes to such an extent that Breckenridge right now is 3,348 people. That's on the western part of Minnesota. Wapaton is 8,014 people. If we look at Dilworth, Minnesota, which is just a little east of Moorhead, that's 4,777 people, which is a really strong bedroom community next to Moorhead, because we always compare Moorhead and Fargo. So I thought, let's go out a little bit. Let's get wild. I didn't go as far as Holly, their Representative Joy, but I'm getting close. If we look at West Fargo is 39,985 people. And let's just for the fun of it, look at Moorhead. Moorhead is 44,861, where Fargo is 134,000. You've heard me several times. I don't think people are hearing on the other side of the aisle. We no longer have a community larger on the Minnesota side compared to the Dakotas, from Canada down to Iowa. Why? Because risk takers. We can't create job without risk takers. And risk takers, which are job creators, which are business owners, are getting kicked in the stomach every single day. In the last 2 years, we've got kicked really hard. You know, again, when you classify things as raising revenue, government needs to put on their slip new taxes, raise fees. Right now, what this bill does is it says we have to do it. What's good for business owners and job creators is good for government. Quit hiding all these programs that are kicking job creators and also individuals who want to work, laborers, because we're seeing growth in both avenues into Minnesota. Good example. I don't know how many of you went out for Mother's Day yesterday. I was a good son, took my mother, along with my twin brother. Normally, we go to a community that's 7 miles away, and Representative Anderson's district used to be mine, Beardsley. I believe Representative Anderson has been at that place called One More in Beardsley. They closed down. Where did we go to? We went to South Dakota. That was the only place we could find, because in Minnesota, I've always tried to, I really enjoyed One More. We've got my mom, which is who votes. It's kind of like a dictatorship on Mother's Day, which is great. We just couldn't go to her favorite place because they had to close down. Why? Because government is stealing from business owners. That's what we do when we have these new revenues, new fees that government hides. We are taking jobs away. We're taking food out of our job creators' mouth and our employees. This is why we're seeing more and more folks going to the land of freedom, which is South Dakota and North Dakota. It is. We have government out of control, and they're not willing to share that they're out of control. They're just like, oh, we'll pass it on. It's no different, you know, like when you do a DNR license at our hardware store, we sell license and so forth, and when they increase, guess who they chew out? They chew out us, even though government raises those fees. When we have people come in and they see what the sales tax in Minnesota is compared to South Dakota and North Dakota, this is why we see hardware stores in North Dakota, South Dakota have less struggle than one that's in Browns Valley, Minnesota, because of that. I know Representative Joy, also with his situation, he could probably add a lot of light what it's like owning a gas station in Minnesota compared to North Dakota and South Dakota. Same scenario. And that's why this comes from government, Census Bureau. Minnesota is one of the top 10 states in the nation that people are leaving. Why? Because government doesn't have to provide truth, doesn't have to provide transparency. They put it on us job creators. And quite frankly, we're getting sick and tired of it. It's time government does their job, walk their talk, instead of kick the can down the road to us individuals who talk to the taxpayers every day. Representative Schultz, great bill, thank you. Vote green. Vote green. Thank you, members.
The member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last week I was getting my license plate tabs renewed, and I was there at the counter, and they told me how much it was. It was a lot higher than I had hoped it was going to be, but I pulled out my wallet and I grabbed my credit card and I'm about to put it in the machine, and like a scorpion, I saw this this sign that very conspicuously and clearly stated there would be a 2.15% increased fee for the transaction, the use of a credit card. So, like a scorpion, that scared me. So I was lucky enough to have enough cash in my pocket to pay for the fee because I didn't want to incur an excess, I didn't want to pay a junk fee on my junk taxes, right? I didn't want to do that. So that, they're in itself conspicuously placed. Now, I've seen in my area, there's a couple restaurants, local restaurants that'll provide a discount if you pay not using a credit card, right? Because they have to pay these fees, and so they'll say, we'll give you X amount of a discount if you pay with an alternate means other than a credit card, which I see in the bill here, it says that you can offer discounts on the price of things. But then I've also seen areas, so Representative Torkelson was talking about how he had been forgotten as a farmer. I was also forgotten. No one mentioned me as a farmer when they spoke about how many farmers we have. So I was feeling a little bit disappointed that I was neglected. It might have something to do with age. I don't know. The oldest farmer, the youngest farmer, I don't know. But I was thinking about this. When I buy my seed, I can incur all sorts of different discounts, but all sorts of different fees. So if I pay for it all at once, then I get a significant discount. But I could also pay for it with a credit card, and it says you incur a 4% transaction fee if you utilize a credit card. Now, members, a 4% fee on a $10,000 bill is significant, right? But they didn't bake it into the cake already. They've got it listed clearly and concisely. They're already doing this. They're saying, if you're going to ask us to swipe a credit card, this is going to incur extra cost. But here's a bunch of different discounts you can receive too. The same goes when I'm buying my diesel fuel, when I'm filling that diesel barrel up, which has significantly increased over the last couple years. The same rules apply. If you pay using a check, we'll give you a discount. If you pay it all in full right away, we'll give you a discount. If you want to swipe a credit card, we're going to give you an excess fee. But then I remember the last time I was at McDonald's, they never told me that I would incur a fee by swiping my credit card. I assume that cost, that transaction fee, is actually baked into their cake. They already know, when you buy this burger, they're already baking this in. So if the author of the bill would yield to a question.
She will yield, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Greenman. My question to you is, in order to have these transaction fees, I see it's written here that any mandatory fees associated with the transaction must be clearly and concisely listed. Does that require that every entity that is already including these transaction fees in their price are now going to have to list them? So is McDonald's going to have to write down that there's a transaction fee baked into the cost of their burger? And if not, why is that not seen as a junk fee when it says right here that you have to clearly and conspicuously identify the cost of the transaction fee?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. I'm not sure what language you're looking at. What I will say, we spent a lot of time talking about, and so I'd ask you to, I will answer your question, then you can let me know if I'm answering your question. We spent a lot of time talking about credit card fees. The premise of the bill is that if it's mandatory to purchasing that good or service, you have to include it in the price. So if you are at a convenience store and you're buying something and you can pay cash, you could pay credit, you could pay debit, credit is not mandatory to that price. So you can charge that fee because someone can avoid it, like the example you gave. If you're online and you're purchasing something and there's no other way except for credit, It's already presumably baked in, and you can bake it into that price. I think, and the reason I asked is that clear and conspicuous is generally in the delivery platform language and a few other places where we spent some time making accommodations for different pricing structures that exist. So there's places when you have a third party like menu, where the vendor, in this case the delivery service, is not actually setting those prices. And so we said, you have to tell people what you're going to charge them. You have to tell people, list the prices, and then you have to say in clear and conspicuous manner, if that's the language, any additional fee or percentage that's charged. But that clear and conspicuous is in specific places where we're accommodating specific business models. So I need a little bit more to, I think, fully answer your question.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what you're saying is that you've baked the credit card fees into the conversation here, so only businesses that want to provide a discount have to write that down? Because the last time I checked, I could go to McDonald's and I could pay with cash, I could pay with a check, even where I come from. I could pay with a check, and I can pay with credit card, I can pay with a debit card. I could maybe even just talk to the owner and wash some dishes in the back and get a burger for it. Do we not have to list that there's a credit card fee? Because there is, in fact, an excess cost as opposed to paying with cash, if she would continue to yield.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Olson. If it's not mandatory, in the case you gave, in that McDonald's, you do not need to list it as part of the price because someone doesn't need to pay it to buy the hamburger. In that case, if someone is gonna pay for it, right, at the end, you have to tell them you're gonna charge them. But when you're listing the price, if you can pay with cash or a check, and that you can pay $10 to get that good, then you don't need to, then it doesn't need to be baked into your price. That's the difference between mandatory and not mandatory. If you offer another way to purchase it, it's not a mandatory part of being able to purchase that good or service, and so it doesn't need to be in that price.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something that an entity like McDonald's has never done. They don't ask, are you paying with a credit card? Are you paying with a debit card? Are you paying with a check? Are you paying with cash? And we're going to provide you discounts associated with it or excess fees according to it. This is not, they're going to, so basically what I'm looking at is I should just always swipe my credit card unless they're going to give me a fee, because I can rack up rewards, and they're not going to reduce the cost. The $10 burger that I pay with cash is going to cost the $10 burger that I pay with a credit card. And when I'm talking about a McDonald's meal for $10, that's just the burger. That's not the meal anymore. It used to be, but it's not anymore. So if I'm only buying the burger for $10, whether I give them cash, whether I give them a check, whether I give them a credit card, your junk fee of an excess credit card transaction is not in this. The whole conversation that was just made by the author of the bill was that it doesn't matter. They don't have to do it. They're not going to have to do it. It's exactly what you have said, is that McDonald's will not have to adjust their prices accordingly, and they will not have an asterisk on their menu that says, if you pay with a credit card, we're going to incur a 2.15% fee or whatever transaction fee they want. That's not in this. So, members, there are still so many junk fees that need to be talked about. This isn't the answer. This isn't even part of the answer. This is maybe like 10% of the answer, which is in fact part of what the junk fees we actually pay may equal 10%. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, not Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would say that we should refuse to adopt this, send it back, and actually do some real work on making it very apparent what consumers are getting for the dollars that they're spending. Thank you.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, again, I appreciate the burger joint owner. Representative Knutsen's back on the floor because I've been one of those. A lot of folks here know that I've owned some restaurants, recently sold our restaurants. It was just, loved it. It's a kind of a industry that when you're in it, you really do enjoy it because of the vibe. and the energy that a room brings out like no other place. You've got a place that's hopping and busy, and for those few days out of a week you actually make money, and more days you don't, believe it or not. And when we sat down twice a year, my wife and I, to kind of go through our pricing of our menu, we want to always bring out kind of the best of maybe the flavors that folks are talking about these days. We always really wanted to make sure that our menu was fresh and it was priced accordingly, because we always were afraid to not be in line with some of our competitors that were maybe charging less or differently, didn't have the same kind of burger that we offered, whether it's a 1/8 ounce, a 1/4 pounder, it's a 1/2 pounder, it's a 1/3 pounder. A burger just isn't a burger like this anymore, folks. So when you put a bill together and you try to fix something, Representative Greenman in this case, you're actually doing far more damage than you realize. You think what you're doing is you're giving more transparency and more, here's what the price is going to be, and there literally is no way you're going to catch it all. So you're making it just one more thing harder to do in Minnesota here to do business, like our burger joint owners, the people that work really hard to do this. I do have a question for the author of the bill, Mr. Speaker, if she would yield for, I think, a quick one.
She will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you. So a lot of what you've talked about is the customer-facing fees and what the whole price is. Again, when I was buying a lot of groceries, when my truck from U.S. Foods or Cisco would back up to the door, I think Representative Torkelson was talking about this a little bit, about fuel surcharges and drop charges and a delivery charge. Are they required, Representative Greenman, to list those on our bills now, or are they protected from this?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. So this does not make a distinction between consumer-facing businesses and business-to-business transactions, as you're talking about. If you're offering, and there's a slight difference between services and goods, partially to deal with some of the issues that we talked about on the floor the last time, things that may change by distance, by consumer preference. But when you're talking about a contract you make, now this, again, as I said earlier, this bill does not require you to itemize. You can, it does not prevent you from itemizing. What it says is if you're offering a price, you're advertising a price, you have to tell people everything that's in that price. If you don't, or if you negotiate a contract that starts, there's nothing that prevents you from negotiating a contract and signing at the bottom line. What this says is if you're offering, if you're advertising, if you're putting out there that something costs a certain price, you got to bake everything into that price.
Representative Baker.
Again, it's kind of confusing the way you answer that, because I'm not sure that a price in a contract that I agreed to with my wholesalers, their prices on a service fee goes up and down, because it's usually based on a fuel price per gallon. They already know exactly how many miles I'm away from their distribution center. They already know all of that. But what I'm trying to understand is what applies to them, it should apply to the consumer as well. Sometimes we just need some wiggle room to be able to do the right thing. And again, like there were times when during COVID, there was just massive business decisions that just said, you're just all closing it down no matter what. Just shut it down. And what you're doing with this kind of, your pretend fix-it bills. You guys are pretending like you're actually doing some good things here, but you're causing more problems because you're hurting people more. And the people you're hurting are the service staff in the industry who we're trying to protect the most. You don't like to have automatic service charge on groups of 8 or more, even if it says it on the menu. You can't say service charge. But you know what we're doing that for? There's a lot of reasons for that, and all of that was to the benefit the staff. The restaurant doesn't make one more penny if there's 3 people, 8 people, 25 people. The food costs are the same, the lighting bill's all the same. The hourly wages are still the same, but what you're doing is sometimes those large groups, people get confused because they think, oh, well, the tip is included. They just think about that and they just leave their check for whatever they break it out for, 8 divided by whatever the amount was. And a lot of staff members get gypped off. They skip the tipping. They don't get it. So we put it in there to protect the staff. Everything you do around here when it comes to thinking about how do businesses do their job, you just make it a little harder every single time. You take a little bit more joy out of being an owner of an operation that you're really proud of, and every time you do this next layer of more rules and more things, it just takes out the joy of being a job creator and someone who just loves seeing their employees every day, who just really enjoys seeing customers smile. And you know, here's the funny thing is, if you think you're going to be one of those, you're protecting those businesses that are playing the game and they add a bunch of stuff on the end, well, guess what? People don't go back there. They don't go back to a business that are playing those games. They don't go back to these places that keep adding on things like, well, wait a minute. No, this isn't what we, but I don't have to argue with that owner. I just decide that not to go back and spend the money. You know, what's going to happen when you want it all baked in and you want it all priced? Well, I have a burger price. It's a 3-pound burger. It's a beautiful burger. It's got bacon, lettuce, tomato, maybe some onion on it too. My dad hates onions, by the way. If he's watching this, Dad, I got your back because I know you hate onions. And he'll always say, take my onions off. But some people don't like lettuce and tomato. Does that mean now I got to reduce the price because I baked it all in for everybody, but not everybody takes it? So you're trying to fix something that just isn't broken. And I think the government is trying to fix all of this for people because we're too dumb to not go back to a place that I don't feel valued or appreciated or communicated to well. But let's just pass a bill. That'll solve it. Just pass a bill. Because we know better. We know better. You know, I want to talk for a minute about what it's like to be in the catering business, because I'm still in that business. We have weddings, and the one thing that you do with catering to get an attention of a bride and a groom who's thinking about a place to go, first of all, you got to have a nice facility. You got to have some grounds. You want to be able to have some space. But you also, what really gets their attention, though, is what is the rental fee, what comes along with that, but also what is the price of the food? You know, a lot of things are going to buffets these days because we don't have enough staff to do what's called a sit-down meal. So what we do is we explain clearly when we sit down with them how the fees and the charges work. Here's the fee of the rental, but what if you want extra things on the rental, here's what it's going to be. But we don't know exactly yet because we've told you there's no glitter and there's no things that are going to be just so hard to pick up and clean up. But if you don't do this, there's going to be a cleanup fee. There's going to be an extra fee. But we don't know that to everybody. We only use it for the folks that don't follow the rules, or maybe it was way more messy than we thought, but we have that clause in the agreement. But what if we missed something? What if we missed that there was not a setup fee for this because they required this at the very end and they didn't get their signature on this check mark or the initials on that little part of that? When it comes to the food, you want to make sure that your pricing of a 1-meat buffet, a 2-meat buffet, and then all the additional things come in there. We all bake it all in. We try to do our very best to make sure that your $24.95 price for a 1-meat chicken buffet with all the extras that come with it, potatoes, the vegetables, and we try to make sure that those pricing is right. But what you're doing here again is we can't get every single fee on this thing. We can't get to everything, and usually you can sit down and you can deal with it, but what your bill is doing that you want to pass out of here, just another jab for folks in the hospitality industry, is you're just making it harder because we can't miss anything. We have to have it posted. We have to have it clearly identified. And we do that to the best of our ability already. It just pains me when I see so many attacks on this great industry that we have in Minnesota. Explore Minnesota is so proud of our restaurant operators, our hoteliers, our resorts. We bring in so much revenue in the state of Minnesota, and what you're doing by these little cute ideas about trying to fix something that's not broken is you're just making sure that future operators that want to do this, or current folks that are doing it that just maybe want to get out a little sooner, you're just making it so that it's harder, and it's taking away a lot of things for the serving staff. And even the ideas of adding fees on the end of a tab for a health waiver or health wellness fee or something, it's all going to the staff, especially the back of the house staff. It's the kitchen employees that we're trying to get more to. But you're just playing make-believe over there like you think you know what's going on, and you don't. One more slam in a business face as you wrap up your 2-year dance. This is embarrassing again to the industries that have worked hard. You're trying to solve something that's not broken. This is a big waste of our time, and I guess it just warms us up for the rest of the day, warms us up for the rest of the week, because bills like this have no place in trying to do what you think it's trying to do. It's actually going to hurt a lot of people. So members, I really urge a green vote on the Schultz amendment. Thank you.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Greenman, I'll just quickly ask if you'd be willing to yield. I have a couple of questions, if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, I'm listening today to the debate and the questions, and I'm thinking we've kind of talked a lot about restaurants and menus and how that might look. The burger has been brought up a number of times. My question would be one that probably has already been answered. I don't have an opportunity. I don't sit on the Commerce Committee, so this probably came up. But if you could just today help members understand, myself specifically, if you are let's say, a septic installer or an electrician or a plumber, you're always having to go down to land services or whatever the city office is and ask, hey, this is the project and there's application fees, because there's going to be an inspection in the county, your city's going to have costs associated with that. How might this change that you're proposing today, if it became law, how would it affect those folks as they're submitting bids? And I have a series of questions depending on kind of how this goes. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you'll see on page 2.22, there's a specific piece, person offering services, where the total cost of the services is determined by consumer selections and preferences, or where it relates to distance or time. It's compliant with a subdivision if it discloses in a clear, conspicuous manner the factors that determine the total price, any mandatory fees associated with that transaction, and that the total cost of the services may vary. I think, for instance, when I got my furnace went out and I got a new heat pump, what I was given when they offered me the price was they told me how much their labor was going to be. They told me how much they told me how much the actual heat pump was going to be, and then they told me how much the additional government inspection would be. That would be in compliance.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Representative Greenman, just to be clear then, the example that I offered with, say, the septic installer who comes in, offers a bid, I'm not, just want to be, just for clarity, how would this affect them if it became law? And maybe you said it. I see the section 2.22 through 2.26. Is that saying that they are exempt? Maybe you spelled it out there and I just missed it. If she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Heinzman. While I don't know the septic industry, what I would assume that the bid would show is how much they're bidding, how much their labor costs. They would knowable, it is knowable what any licensing or anything you'd need to get from the government to do the project. I would assume that, and then there would be a cost and that the price, and that would be the offer. That is my assumption. That's, again, sort of to the example of things that I have done, electricity projects and others. Reason I was pointing out this provision, if there are things like that would relate to the customer's selections or preferences, and we talked about this on the first go around when we spent probably less time on this bill than we are spending now. What we talked about is potentially the distance that they would have going to your house if you live 5 miles away versus 50 miles away might change that cost, and that's why this provision is there. So what it says in that case is when you're offering the service or you're advertising the service, you have to tell folks what are the factors that are going to be determining the total price, any mandatory fees associated with that transaction, and that the total cost may vary. Now, I think what you're talking about is if you're actually giving someone a bid, you will know a lot of those factors already because you'll be at someone's house and you know. But that is why this provision is there after talking to service providers to make sure that we had something that was workable.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman. Unfortunately, maybe is a little bit concerning to me as I'm hearing it described that I think you were saying that these mandatory fees associated with the transaction, and that this is on line 2.25 through 2.26, any mandatory fees associated with the transaction and that the total cost of services may vary. I think I am reading that to say that if that fee is different than what was in the bid, it doesn't constitute some kind of breach of this language. If she would yield, thank you, Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Heinzman. The services, the costs may vary. I think any mandatory fees associated with the transaction have to be listed. So if you know that there is a permit you need to pull and you know how much it costs, what you need to say here is what are the factors that are determined to the price? What are any mandatory fees, like the price of the permit? And then you need to say that the total cost may vary. Again, what we are talking about is if you are offering or advertising a price. I think in a lot of cases, like my electrician, won't offer or advertise their price. They'll come, they'll figure out what the project is, we'll talk through it, they'll know how far my house is, and then I'll get a bid sheet that will have all of that in there, and then a total price at the bottom. That would be compliant.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Greenman, if you'd continue to yield.
She will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just reading again, I think you had directed the body to look at lines 2.22 through the sections we've just been discussing. And I have to say, I'm a little bit concerned because Representative Brindley and I were just looking at this, and we see that this section that you're citing in line 2.22, we're talking about total cost of service that is determined by consumer selections and preferences. So quite honestly, I don't know that there's any selection or preference when you're just pulling a permit for, say, a septic system, because that's going to be determined by the design. You don't get to choose anything. You've got your blueprint, you have your bedroom count, all those things are dictated by ordinance or statute. There's no choices once you've selected that design. You're not going to say, well, I don't want, my septic system to do X. I want it to do, B. It is what it is. So I don't know that the consumers make any selection or preference, but I see you trying to get up, so maybe there's something I'm missing and you can clarify that and how this section still applies, because it sounds like it doesn't. It sounds like it's specifically driven by selections and preferences rather than the requirements of the job.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Heisman. And as I said, as somebody who is not an expert or even that knowledgeable about the septic business, if there are no choices that determine the cost, then you can comply with this bill. Because all it says is if you're offering or advertising a price, you have to include it all in the provision. And so if you know by going and talking to the person, all of the things that are going to be in the price, and at the bottom of the, when you add it all up, that's the price you're offering. And again, that's what my bills look like when I have an electrician come. We talk about it. They don't tell me, they don't advertise, this is going to cost $2,000. They come look at the job. They tell me how much the labor is going to be. They tell me any permits they need to pull. They tell me how much the hardware is. And at the bottom, there's a number. And what this is saying is when they offer that price, it has to include all of those things. You can't offer that price and then at the end have an additional set of fees. What I will say also about that provision is it does say consumer preferences or selections or where the cost of services related to distance and time. And again, this is meant to address what I think Representative O'Driscoll talked about in this last go around of this bill, which is if you are advertising a service and it's going to cost you more to get someplace that's 50 miles away, or it's going to take you longer because of the complexity of the job, this provision allows you to post those things. But if what you're saying is, I think you said there are no choices, it's clear, then you should be able to tell people what it's going to cost.
Representative Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Greenman, I'll just give you an example, okay? Recently, my county was making a decision at the land services level how to better improve septic system performance in my county, okay? And most people probably know this, but I mean, the state has minimums and they have requirements, these things like we were talking about earlier, Representative Greenman, where it's not going to change. There's a formula, okay? But counties and cities, in many cases, can be more thorough, more strict than the state requirements. So from time to time, you'll see a county like mine look at the scenarios and maybe there's some troublesome, concerning areas they want to try to address. And so in Crow Wing, for example, just a couple of years ago, they decided we're going to increase black water capacity in septic systems for all new permits, or say, for example, you're installing, or you're building a addition and the septic inspection was triggered because it's been more than 5 years, and they come in and they look and say, oh, your black water capacity is low. You're going to have to go ahead and increase black water capacity. That's going to require X capacity be brought in and expanded, right? So that ordinance change very easily could have at some point triggered increases that weren't calculated into bids that were already submitted to clients. And suddenly we're looking at a timeline that falls within the new guidelines, bid increases. So I'm actually not entirely sure that the language provides flexibility for contractors that have written invoices that include what you're describing as a known fee, but that fee might change from the time that the invoice is prepared or the bid is prepared and the client actually accepts the bid, and in the meantime, ordinances or other rules may change. If there is an exception to that, I didn't find it. I did look and see on page 3, looking for exemptions. I didn't spot anything there. If a code change potentially would trigger a increased fee that a contractor couldn't have known. I mean, maybe I missed it, Representative Greenman, but I'm looking and I'm not seeing anything there. So I'm thinking too, electricians, they're having to pull permits. Other installers are having to frequently pull permits. And if fees change, and a lot of times we'll write into our bid, you know, this bid is good for 30 days or for maybe 60 days at the most, I suppose. But in that timeline, someone could say, you know, hey, you know, contractor so-and-so, you've provided this, this bid. We'd like you to move forward. And then as you start moving through the process, oh, wait a second. The fee schedule at my county or my city changed in the meantime. And this is happening all the time. This isn't something that happens just, you know, on a schedule that you can predict. There can be many things that trigger a county or city to revisit the rules. It could very easily just be another budget cycle, and we're looking at increased costs with all this inflation that has been the norm over the last few years of DFL control. And they're saying, well, we have to make an adjustment. We gotta increase fees. So now is the little guy, the contractor, or in this case, I'm not bringing up the example of the burger joint per se, but those other industries that are going to be affected by fee increases. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Greenman might continue to yield one more question.
She would love to. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to get to that, if fees do increase in that timeline where bids have been submitted, which I think falls into that first page as we're talking about your advertising, displaying, or offering a price for good or service, which you're offering a good or service in your septic, since I started with that example, I'll continue there. You're providing a septic system, but in the meantime, the city or county fee structure changes. Your bid didn't change. The fee structure changed. Am I in a situation, my installer going to be in a situation in that scenario?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Heinzman. And I think you're asking me potentially a contracts question, not a deceptive practices advertising question, which is if you give someone a bid and your costs in this case change before that bid is accepted, can you revoke the bid to insert those costs? I think that's what you're asking, because if you give someone a bid and they accept it, you now have a contract, and so that is not an advertising question. And I think to a certain degree that is the risk that we all take once someone accepts a bid. I think like if you are offering a price of a good and the costs change, you can change that price of the good. But what you can't do is have a price of the good, and then when they get time to pay, increase it. And so what I hear you saying is if you put out a bid, someone looks at the bid, it's out there, and then the laws change. I think in that case you would revoke the bid and reassess your costs. Once they accept the bid, I believe you have a contracts issue, and that is not a deceptive practices issue.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We may actually be continuing this dialogue because I'm not totally sure that we're on the same page yet. What is going on here, I think, is we're hearing that you can just rescind your bid, which quite honestly, I'm not sure that that is something that is on the table. I think that the expectation is that you're going to honor your bid even though the fee schedule could have changed at the county or city level, Representative Greenman. And I think I hear you saying that that's a risk that we all take. I'm putting that in air quotes, Representative Greenman, because I'm not sure that the business should be on the hook for just eating those costs because of this language that's in this bill. And if Representative Greenman could yield and could maybe clarify that, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Heinzman. I think what I was getting at is there are principles of contract law that you are implicating, and then there are advertising and the Deceptive Practices Act. What this bill says is if you are offering a price, you have to include anything that is mandatory in that price. If what you're saying is you want to change that price before somebody accepts, you can change. This does not prevent people from changing their prices. What it says is when you are offering a price, you can't wait until the very end and say, plus a 3% surcharge or a 6% surcharge that is actually just a piece of that price. And so what I hear you saying is we're having a conversation about contract law, what it means to submit a bid, when people accept the bid, all of those things. That is not this bill, and that is a different discussion, and so that's what I was talking about. If what you're saying is somebody accepted the price and you want to change it, that is an issue of contracts law, not an issue of deceptive practices.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Greenman would continue to yield.
She will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Greenman, would this bill supersede that contract?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, this bill does not change contract law in Minnesota.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite honestly, I'm not entirely convinced. Reading this language, Representative Greenman, it looks to me like it could be, quite honestly, this bill that could bring potentially a lawsuit and an accusation that your fees were submitted in your bid fraudulently, or that somehow your bid didn't include the proper fee schedule. So whether or not this bill is going to take precedent over contract law, I don't know if we've got clarification on that or not. I'm not, maybe other members here are more fluent in that conversation than I am. I'm simply trying to understand how this could potentially negatively impact those, and I've heard a few statements that lead me to believe that maybe we're okay, but I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot going on here, and fees do change. Counties, cities go through these processes, and you may have submitted a bid, and suddenly now the fee schedule changes, and you just get to say, hey, sorry, fees went up, and I'm not going to be covering those costs. Those are costs that are going to be passed on to the consumer. It'd be interesting to see how other members might look at this language. Personally, I feel like you may be in a pickle with this, the way it's written. And so I would support Representative Schultz's suggestion that we need to send this back to the conference committee. We need to refuse to adopt this report, this language. I don't know that it's as ready as some may think it is. I think there may be a lot more here to discuss. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to thank Representative Schultz for his motion. Sitting here listening to the discussion this afternoon, this gives me a lot of concern. I remember when this bill first started in this chambers, it was talked about people upset about extra fees on their concert ticket. I don't even see a concert stuff in here reading the bill. Deals with restaurants, hotels, burger joints, everything else, but very little about a concert, the way this bill started. I'd like to thank Representative Knutson, Representative Backer, Representative Baker, Representative Heitzmans for bringing up a lot of concerns. With Representative Knutson dealing with the price of a hamburger at her hamburger joint, I perfectly understand, as our family is involved in a family entertainment business with a restaurant. And those prices change dramatically. We did not put those extra fees on our bills. We did put the actual cost, but we had to keep increasing the sales tax. But we didn't say what the sales tax was, but give you an idea what the sales tax is that is not explained where it says sales tax is you have your state sales tax, you have the legacy part of it, that 0.85%. You have another 1% for housing and transportation. Then you have your city sales tax and your county sales tax. That $27 hamburger that Representative Greenman talked about, just guess what? Just for the sales tax, it gets to $30. That's not counting the other fees that drove up that price to $27. Representative New Brindley talked about transparency. This bill is not, it actually makes things less transparent. Because what are the costs that have driven up the cost is the other things that this body has added to our businesses that they have to pay for. Safe and sick time, personal family leave. Then we have the property taxes, school taxes, city taxes. It all adds up. Anywhere from 30 to 40% of every dollar that a business takes in. And it's as Representative Backer stated, it's driving businesses out of Minnesota. If you want a short drive to see it, just go to Taylor's Falls, Minnesota, and Representative New Brindley's district. I don't think there's been a new business built there in years. But you go across that bridge into St. Croix Falls, and it is exploding with business. Doing stuff like this is not going to help Minnesota businesses. We have other issues to deal with. And what's interesting reading this bill is that any business regulated by the Public Utilities Commission is exempt from it. Now, many cities, they have franchises. They give, and how that works is a business will give a municipality X thousands of dollars to be their franchise, whether it's for garbage, electricity, for natural gas. Now let's take the trash haulers and the natural gas. I've gotten the bills from those companies when I lived in the city of Braham. With this bill, the gas company can still charge you a franchise fee and just put it on the bill that you don't get when you sign up for it. They don't tell you about it. Oh, and by the way, they're exempt by this bill from having to tell you about it. A surprise fee. So the thousands of dollars they gave to the municipality to be the only one that can sell natural gas in that community, they add it to your bill. So the person that lives there pays for it. It's not the company, Every time we add something on, it comes out of the pockets of the citizens of Minnesota. But now let's take the trash collector. He comes around, he can't put the franchise fee on his bill, so he has to raise his rates. He doesn't let the people in that community know that they're paying the thousands of dollars to have the privilege of having him haul your trash, besides what they pay. So with this bill, it makes more confusion. We don't know how it's going to affect our contractors in this state when we change the laws, when we change things, when a municipality or a county changes the regulations, how it's going to affect their bids that have already gone out. You just can't cancel a contract. It's not that easy. For those that have actually worked in a business, been involved in signing paychecks, we know that. We know how business works. And if you've been to a restaurant lately, you'll notice one thing. A lot of the sections are closed because they're not using them. People aren't going there. They're struggling. This isn't going to help. I don't know how many businesses that have contacted me in my district that they don't know if they can stay in business much longer. And without the entrepreneurness of the business owners, we don't have employees. I want to thank every business owner for hanging in there in this struggling time. And I appreciate the work that they do to keep their employees employed. Many business owners don't do a 40-hour week. They do 60, 80, 100-hour weeks just to keep those businesses open, to keep those employees employed so that they can take care of their families. Members, let's send this back to the conference committee. It is not where this bill started. It has gotten to the point where it's going to hurt not only businesses, but it's going to hurt the employees, and it's going to hurt the citizens of Minnesota. Please vote to send this back to conference committee.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about fees, I guess my mind's over here digesting all this as everybody's bringing up their ideas and what takes place. Of course, I own a convenience store. So I have a question for Representative Greenman, if she'll yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Joy.
So when everybody comes from North Dakota or they're driving towards the lakes area in my district and they look online to see how much their fishing license is going to cost them, how much their hunting license are on, they're looking on the state of Minnesota's website to see what the price is. When they get to my store, they get their license, they come to the till, and they whip out that lovely credit card. I'm allowed to charge a fee on that. The state 2 years ago allowed me to put a fee on it. Now, it's not disclosed on the state of Minnesota's website saying that if you stop at the gas station in Hawley, Minnesota, you'll be charged a fee. How would I handle that, I guess?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said about 30 minutes ago, if you're offering a credit card and people can pay in a different way, in this case cash or check, then the fee can be separate. If you're not offering that, if you make people pay credit card, then when they get there, you have to tell them how much the total piece is. But as I understand your hypo, if you're saying that people can pay with a credit card if they want, that fee doesn't need to be incorporated into the price.
Representative Joy.
Okay, so then at night when people are coming from Fargo into the lakes area and I offer cash, credit, or credit cards, and I can offer a discount or however I can, but at night when my station closes at 9 o'clock and they can pay with credit card only at the pump 24 hours, then, and there's a fee on that, or the fee's been figured into that, how do I disclose that different? if she'd yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Joy. So if what you're saying is the state of Minnesota has advertises a fishing license for a price, that's not what matters. That's the state of Minnesota. What matters is what you tell people it costs. So at the pump, if we're saying that someone can get it, you can only get it with credit card, then you need to just tell them how much the total charge will be.
Representative Joy.
You know, as we continue, we put these fees in, and it just seems like every time we're making laws down here or pushing new laws out to small businesses, you know, when you run a business and you have credit card fees and there's an interchange on there, whether it's Visa at 0.98 plus 10 cents or it's American Express at 3.5% plus 10 cents, we never know what our fee is going to end up. We as business owners take our total credit card fees at the end of the year, figure out if we paid $100,000 in credit card fees, and we put it in our cost of goods. Does that create a gray area now because we put that into the cost of goods and didn't declare that? That's my question as we continue pushing these mandates into businesses. And then for my sake, I'm 20 minutes from the border. North Dakota, cheaper on gas tax, cheaper on so many things, tobacco tax, I consider all day. You know, it's just unbelievable. We want to continue, you know, like I've said before, if it works great for the metro, great. But when we push it out to greater Minnesota and we're in the bordering communities and we're continuing to push these businesses across the river because we got to collect these fees or we feel people aren't getting disclosed, or I'll call it we feel soft and we got to give them more hugs and high fives. This just to me is more government mandate, not freedom in our businesses. And, you know, every time, one of the winners that's coming out of these legislative sessions that we've seen the last 2 years is the credit card companies. Because we continue to raise the prices to small businesses. And consumers are using credit cards more and more. It's 80% in my C-store uses credit cards compared to cash or check. And every time we put a fee on something, or every time we continue to raise pricing or put mandates on businesses, raise taxes, the credit card companies are applauding. They're applauding the Democrats what they're doing because they are getting their 3% on higher things. When gas prices are $4, they're getting 12 cents a gallon. It's pretty simple. When it's $1, they get 3 cents. This is what's happening down here. And as businesses, we wonder why businesses are leaving because we're putting so many mandates. Yet you go to North Dakota and you can buy gas cheaper. You can buy things so much cheaper because they don't have all these mandates. Minnesota continues to push this through, and the winners coming out on this isn't the small business owners. It's the credit card companies, the big companies. Members, support the Schultz Amendment. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for this very enlightening discussion. I support the Schultz motion to return this conference committee report back to the conference committee and have a number of points I'd like to discuss. First of all, just to bring it back to what this bill does is that it expands the list of deceptive trade practices to now include advertising, displaying, or offering a price for goods or services that does not include all of the mandatory fees and service charges. Interestingly, the exceptions for this list of expanded deceptive trade practices are anything the government does is exempted. So in lines 2.3 to 2.6, it says, for purposes of this subdivision, mandatory fees do not include taxes imposed by a government entity on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of the goods or services. So we've just exempted ourselves from exactly the burden we are putting on small businesses. I represent Maple Grove, which was recently named Restaurant Capital of the State, which we are very proud of. And as Representative Joy, Representative Baker, other members have talked about, this is going to kill our small businesses. But yet we're exempting ourselves. So if Representative Greenman would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Robbins.
So last session, Representative Greenman, we passed a delivery tax. that is supposed to be itemized. But my understanding of this exemption, the delivery tax would no longer be required to be itemized. Is the delivery tax still going to be itemized in this exception?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Robbins. And as we talked about an hour ago, what this says is that the delivery tax, in that case, does not need to be included in the all-inclusive pricing. And so what that means is that when you offer a good or service, you have to include everything that it costs. Now, I've heard both sides. I've heard this provision means that we're hiding things, and I've heard this provision excludes government. As I said to Representative Garofalo, I think on the second conversation we had, I would love to have an all-inclusive price that is one price, whatever you do. That's not how we do things in the United States. We haven't seen it. What this does, and this is specifically requested by some of our hospitality folks who are on both sides of this issue. I heard from a lot of businesses who said they are struggling because they don't want to offer junk fees and their competitors do. What this says is that if you want to offer a price, mandatory price means everything that it costs to purchase the goods, and you can list separately the taxes and fees imposed on a sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of goods and services.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I did not hear a direct answer to the question. So if Representative Greenman would continue to yield, will the delivery tax now be included in the government exemption so it is no longer needed to be displayed?
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you. This is not an exemption. What this says is that the all-inclusive pricing requirement does not need to bake in the delivery fee or anything else. What this says, again, is if you are offering, let's take that hamburger. What you need to do is if it's going to cost you $10 to buy that hamburger, what you can't do is say it's going to cost you $8 to buy that hamburger, and it's going to cost you, at the end, at your bill, it's going to cost you $2 additional for the bun that was mandatory to buy that hamburger. So if you, in your example, what you would do is you get $10 for that hamburger, and then as it exists now, on your bill at the bottom would be the sales taxes, of which this may be included. How those taxes are listed is not impacted by this bill. All this provision says is that for the purposes of a mandatory all-in price, you do not have to include the government taxes imposed by government entities on the sale, use, receipt, or delivery of the goods in that price you are offering.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we do not need to include the government-imposed fees on the sales of goods or services. And if Representative Greenman would continue to yield.
She will yield. Representative Robbins.
So there's another fee that's out there and there's another exemption in the bill. There's several exemptions in the bill. One of them is that for some reason all car dealerships are excluded. I'm a big fan of car dealerships, but I don't know why they are excluded. But the other exclusion is any business or affiliate that is regulated by the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. Again, I do not know why they are excluded from this bill. So to that point, there's currently something called the Legislative Energy Commission fee that is currently required to be on your utility bill when it's in effect. It kind of turns on and off as the fund grows, and then when it's spent down by work of the Legislative Energy Commission. So because that's regulated by the PUC, would that Legislative Energy Commission fee still be required to be displayed on a customer's utility bill?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Robinson, for demonstrating why that provision is in there. The PUC energy utilities regulated by the PUC have very specific pricing requirements that it's not the same as if you're buying a hamburger or selling tickets. And for that reason, prices regulated by the PUC are not included in this bill. And so your question is unaffected by whether or not we pass this bill, because what we've said is for industries regulated by the PUC's provisions in and very specific pricing regulations are what will continue to govern those price disclosures.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there we have it. Anything the government does is really complicated and we can't possibly know, so they get exempted. And the businesses that deal with the government on the PUC side get exempted. And it's interesting because we already have some of those fees that I've alluded to or discussed that would be showing up on utility bills that may not. But there's several other fees that we just are potentially going to pass this legislative session that are under the PUC jurisdiction that now will be hidden from the consumers. So this is just an affront to government transparency. We are exempting ourselves from any of these fees and disclosing them. Another example is the gas tax. Last year, we indexed the gas tax to inflation, as you all might remember. I know my citizens certainly remember as they pay higher prices at the pump. But we tried to get the amount of the gas tax put on the sales receipt so that the public would know this amount of what it costs to fill your tank is due to the state gas tax. That did not happen, but many years ago, before I was elected, they did allow a label, a fuel tax label, to be put on the gas pump so people could see what the gas tax is just on the pump if they happen to notice it. But it's not really tied in relationship to what they paid because it's not on their receipt. So now it's unclear if that will need to be, that fuel tax labeling will continue to be required. Because, again, for this bill, everything the government does is exempted. So when we've been trying to do government transparency and make the public more aware of the costs imposed by government, those are all exempted. But when a business in my district is having to do a pricing menu and make sure they've put every little thing on there, they could be in violation of this law if they forget something or miss something. So if Representative Greenman would continue to yield.
She will. Representative Robbins.
Thank you. So back to the example of the restaurant. It says in lines 2.29 and following that this is only specific to food and beverage and hotel establishments, that the total price of a good or service being offered or advertised must include clear and conspicuous disclosure of the percentage of any automatic or mandatory gratuities. So does that mean each good? Because it says the total price of the good or service, meaning, I'm assuming, the hamburger, the soft drink, the salad, the whatever. So does every menu have to have the percentage of the mandatory gratuities underneath each menu item? Because it doesn't say the total bill, it says the good. Could you please address that? Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Robbins. I feel like we're making this much more complicated than it is. This language is intended to protect and codify what already happened. So the good or service that you're receiving is the meal that you are paying for. And so what you would need to do, like if you go to a restaurant now, is say clearly and conspicuously that there will be an 18% gratuity. Gratuity is different than service. Gratuity is defined in Minnesota law. I'd also just like to say, I mean, you keep using the term exceptions. You keep referring to all of these other bills. This is just about offering or advertising a price, like other things in the Deceptive Practices Act. So what that provision says is that you don't need to bake that into your fee, into your mandatory total price. It does not impact any other requirements that we currently have in any other part of the law that require disclosure. And it does not prevent you, as I've said now probably 10 times, from telling people all of those components. What it says is you have to tell people the price that it costs to buy the good or service up front. You can't tell them that it costs 93%, and when they're finished with the meal, you have to pay an additional 7%. And so that's what this bill does, and that's what that gratuity does. I will just say also, because I think you bring up the gratuity provision we've talked about a bit, and that was actually Representative Kraft's bill, and part of that is because an issue, and one of the reasons it's important to deal with this service fee, wellness fee, is I have heard from many servers that people actually get confused and they reduce or eliminate their gratuity, which they're not getting because of that service fee, which is not going directly to workers. And so what this does is say, if it's a service fee that's going to go for whatever your costs are in that bar or restaurant, has to be baked into the price. If it is specifically a tip, either because you want to have a 18% or you just want to eliminate tipping and you want to say across the board every person is going to pay 18%, then you can disclose it and this provision applies.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate that answer. I do think it's quite concerning that it says the good or service, because I think that could pose some problems for the people in the food industry in particular. Another question I had was, why are the car dealers exempt?
Are you asking her to yield?
Yes, if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Robbins. I had extensive conversations with the car dealers, and I think the House position was that there's a lot of very particular fees and similar to the realtors that are specific to that transaction. I was hoping that we would end up with something more similar to the realtors provision, but the Senate, that was one of the provisions that the Senate got in this bill. And so that is just the provision that were taken from the Senate.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, I love the car dealers, I love the real estate agents, but I'm not sure why they should get these exemptions when the septic people, the remodeling people, the other service providers do not. So if Representative Greenman would yield for another question?
She will. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Greenman, what happens when someone's advertised a price and you've agreed to a contract, and then there are millions of dollars in cost overruns? Perhaps like Southwest Light Rail. And how does it affect it if it's the government versus a private actor? Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Robbins. Again, we are now venturing out of advertising and into contract law. And so when we are in the contract space, if there's a contract that is contracted for however that is structured, that's not this bill. What this bill again says, and I got advertising is an invitation or an offer of sale that's stated and when received may be accepted or rejected by the seller, but does not become a contract until it's expected by the seller. So in the case you're talking about, there's already a contract and a relationship. It is down the line. That is a contract law question. What we are talking about here is if a person advertises, displays, or offers a price for goods or services. There are lots of industries where people do not do that, where they do not offer or advertise a price before the contract is negotiated and signed. But this deals with, and I think many of the examples we were using, whether it's ticket sales like we discussed on a different bill, whether it's restaurants, whether it's your rental fee, are places where they are actually advertising a price. And what we're saying is it has to be an all-inclusive price.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I do think that the troublesome language is offering a price. So if you hire a contractor and they offer you a price and then you sign the contract based on what they offered you, you could argue that it was deceptive because they knowingly underbid it, or maybe there were things that came up during the process. And I get the switch into contract law, but because it says offering a price, if that's what they offered you and then they can't fulfill it, I think that raises some concern. So let me see what my notes were. I had several other questions, but I think, members, that there is a lot of troubling aspects to this bill, particularly the exemption for government. So we don't have to say what our price is when we have a fee or a tax that's added on, like the gas tax, like the Legislative Energy Commission fee. There's a number of new fees that we are passing this year that the PUC is going to create that will not show up on people's utility bills. So we will be driving up the cost of energy for our constituents, but because of this exemption, they get out of it. So just a quick example on that is one of the things that's going to be required this year is utilities are going to be required to collect a surcharge on applications for interconnection. They also are going to have new fuel switching programs that are going to cost more. There's a number of bills that we're passing right now that will not have to be shown up on the utility bills, just like the gas tax doesn't show up on your gas tax receipt, because we are exempting ourselves from the taxes and fees that we impose. And I just feel like it's very hypocritical for us to exempt ourselves from all these things, but yet require it of the small businesses in our district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I, too, am extremely concerned about the language as written, and I want to thank Representative Schultz for bringing up the refusal to adopt. Members, I'm particularly talking about our restaurants. They were hit extremely hard during COVID when Governor Walz shut down our restaurants, laid off employees, forcing those that wished to continue to do business, having to rely on takeout orders and other novel ways to stay open. Does anybody remember the winter time? If you want to eat, you can eat outside in the middle of a snowstorm. Yep, that was one of the novel ways that the business could stay open. And I don't know about you, but I bet there wasn't too many people eating outside in the middle of winter with a snowstorm going on at a table and chairs. But at any rate, for those restaurant owners that chose to defy the governor's orders, Keith Ellison was there to impose his fines, and you know, it just was not a good time for restaurants, and they're still suffering from the effects and having that rebound. Personally speaking, the restaurant that I work at very part-time is still suffering. Members, the hours used to be on the diner side, that hasn't changed so much. But on the bar side used to be open up at 9 in the morning, where the coffee guys would come in and do their little chit chats around the bar stools and drink coffee or sodas and talk about the day and talk about the issues at hand. I used to work on Thursdays and Fridays there, and sometimes on Saturdays. So I would also catch up on the issues of the world, and of course, being an elected official, my constituents also would want me to lend me their ear or lend them my ear so that they could bounce things off of me. But since the recovery, those hours have shifted drastically, where now the bar is open up at 3 p.m. The diner closes at 3, the bar opens up at 3, and then their evening hours have shortened as well. And then on Fridays, they're open up at 11, Saturday at 11 as well. So the employment has changed considerably as well. And that's not just the place where I work, but it's all over the state of Minnesota. Due to the cost of inflation, food prices have risen drastically. And for the most part, as Representative Knutson, I'm sure, can attest, restaurants just can't keep up with the inflation all the time because they would be changing their menu quite frequently. The supply chain has its own issues where maybe you could get this brand of chicken wings for a long time. The brand of chicken wings for wing night would be super popular. And then maybe Cisco or the other food company may say, sorry, we can't get this brand in for a long time. So now we're going to shift you to this other brand, which may not be the same size that you used to get for wing night. Now they're smaller, okay? And not only is the size difference, but there is a price difference as well. Then we're talking about the minimum wage as well. It's just, restaurants have had an extremely hard time. And when it comes to the quote-unquote junk fees, the first place that I really noticed it was working down here in the restaurants around here. And, you know, I don't begrudge any business that has their fees listed. If it's to pay, and we'll ask. I mean, we have this group called the Nutrition Commission, a bunch of rural lawmakers and sometimes the suburban members from the Republican side will join us out for dinner, but we have frequented many places in this area and have seen various types of fees on our receipts. But we always ask, well, what does this surcharge go to, so we know what we are paying for? And we don't complain about it. At least we know that the cooks are getting a portion of the fees, or that, you know, it's helping to pay for costly health insurance. But what it looks like to me, members, is that this bill, this junk fee bill, which isn't just new to Minnesota. It actually, I believe, originated in California, and it was signed into law last year. And on July 1st, 2024, in California, Senate Bill 478 goes into effect. And for California, there's, you know, I like to read what other states are doing. Just recently, there was an article that says a new law that goes into effect July 1st could upend California's restaurant industry. And if you read through the article, it says this, and which has me quite concerned because Minnesota is going to also experience the same effects that California is having. In the article, it says, under the new law, this is in regards to California, however, restaurants and bars will not be able to add these charges to customers' bills. As a result, many business owners say they'll have to raise prices. That's exactly what we are saying in this body. Businesses will have to raise prices. Others who've been using mandatory service fees in place of tips now say they may need to revert to a tipping system. Some places choose not to tip, and it'll say in there, you know, it's just all built in on that receipt under a service fee. And so it's going to happen here in Minnesota, members, where restaurants will have to increase their costs. There's another article, don't know what that one was titled, but it was similar to, this one is, restaurant owners slam California's new junk fees law. This is May 10th, 2024, and I think it's this from the same. But at any rate, there's a quote. We are worried about the sticker shock, essentially to see if it discourages diners. This owner of a San Francisco restaurant told the Eater San Francisco. Our industry is having a hard time still, and this is another thing that adds to uncertainty. I feel that it's probably going to affect the industry negatively. We're very worried. Members, those same concerns that are taking place in San Francisco about their Senate Bill number 478 are the same concerns that our business owners are having here in Minnesota. I also find it very interesting that we're always seeming to follow what California is doing. And then some Democrat lawmaker says, oh, California's doing this. We can make California's ideas so much better. And it's not better, it's not good at all, because whatever Governor Newsom is signing into law is not good for Minnesota, trust me. At any rate, the true cost of Democrat government is very expensive. We know this because last year there was a $17.5 historic billion-dollar surplus, $17.5 billion, historic surplus, squandered. Minnesotans thought they were going to get rebate checks up to $2,000, and some were lucky to see a $260 check. As a matter of fact, I just got a constituent email today saying her and her husband got a 1099 for the $520, but they never ever got the check, but they had to claim it on their taxes because they had a 1099. So she wants me to look into that. But at any rate, so $260 per person if you were lucky. And then taxes were raised by what? Oh yeah, almost $10 billion with almost a 40% increase in government spending. So yes, government here in Minnesota is extremely, extremely expensive. And now you have this bill, House File 3438, making it more expensive for businesses to do business here in Minnesota. So hearing myself speak. So at any rate, what I feel this junk fee ban bill really is to do is to hide the transparency, to hide from Minnesotans what the true cost is. They do not want voters to know that life here in Minnesota is expensive. Instead, they would rather blame Representative Knutson for raising her hamburger prices, for her burger prices, and blame her and say she's the bad business owner because she's raising the price of her burger night, and she must be a greedy, greedy, evil business owner. But what it's really doing is it's your bill that will be causing any business owner to increase their costs, just like in California. So members, with that, I implore you to vote to refuse to adopt the conference committee report. Let's bring it back into conference committee, and actually the best thing for it to do is just die. Just let this bill die. Our business owners do not need any more expenses added to them. They don't need any more uncertainty added to them. They have had enough. They were punished enough, long enough under COVID. We do not need to keep putting the hammer to them and just doing bad things to them. So members, I ask you to, again, refuse to adopt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hudson, sorry, I did that wrong. The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
I've been to Hudson, it's a nice town. So this bill is predicated upon an odd premise, and that's the idea that we somehow have this rational expectation that when we see a price on a billboard or on a sign outside of a store, that we should just expect that to the penny, that's exactly what we're going to pay. And that's never been the case, ever. Even children know it. My youngest certainly does. I'm pretty grateful for the fact that it's still safe enough in my community that my kids can enjoy life much the way I did, where they can kind of wander around. It's a little bit different. I didn't have a GPS tracking device back in the 80s. My kid does now. But they can more or less have freedom to roam the block, go a couple blocks away. They understand the radius of expectation. And it just so happens that within that radius, at our home, there's a Dollar Tree. And my youngest will come to me sometimes and announce that he and his friends are go into the Dollar Tree, and I will wish him Godspeed. And then he'll keep standing there. And I'll ask him what he wants. And he says, I need money. And I hand him over a few $1 bills scrounged from whatever crevice is nearby. And I'm sure to explain to him, let's say I give him $4. I always stop and pause to remind him, understand that just because it's called Dollar Tree and you have $4, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to go grab 4 things. Don't embarrass yourself at the cashier, right? There's going to be tax, most likely. It's not like he's going there to buy milk. He's usually going there to buy Starburst and a couple of plastic toys. But nowadays, it's not even $1 anymore. I'm on the website right now. $1.25 is kind of the baseline now. Between that and $5. I suppose dollars are still involved, so I suppose they're not engaged in deceptive practices per se. But we all understand that taxes are going to be added to an advertised price. And this isn't new. This isn't something that my son is uniquely burdened with. I recall coming home from school and watching after-school cartoons, the way they used to do it back in the day, and you'd have to watch through commercials. And you had to watch through them then. We didn't have the technology to skip, right? And they'd advertise something, $19.99. It was kind of like the standard price for all things sold on TV, right? Something along those lines, $19.99, $29.99. And even as a child, I understood that that wasn't the price, the actual full cost that I would have to pay, or that my parents more likely would have to pay if they were actually going to engage in that transaction. And it was pretty explicit, actually. I mean, you look at most of the fine print on these commercials or on signs that are outside of stores, and they'll say things like $19.99 plus tax, plus fees, plus shipping and handling. And they don't disclose the exact number of exactly what you're going to end up paying. In fact, some of those things are variable depending upon your specific circumstances. Shipping and handling, how can you determine that? Unless you just set a flat fee for everywhere that it could possibly be shipped, in which case you're charging some people more than they properly ought to be able to, or properly should have to. So this idea that, in order to not be deceptive in our trade practices, we need to disclose upfront literally every conceivable tack on that there could be to a price. This is a novel concept. And it's directed at the wrong people. We've heard plenty of stories tonight, and I imagine we might hear a few more, from actual business owners who have been contending with the consequences of government policy, not just from this chamber, not just from this legislature, not just in St. Paul, but from our friends to the east, out there on the East Coast in Washington, D.C., who have access to a method of what I would describe as deceptive practice that we thankfully do not. And that's the printing press. The ability to just churn out cash, churn out money, cash left and right. And that's an extraordinarily deceptive practice. We talked about it before, the fact that if you or I did it, we would call that counterfeiting. You increase the supply of available currency, and the first people who get their hands on it, which are banks, big corporations, the folks who some of us claim to dislike, they're the first ones who get their hands on the cash. And it's full value when they get it. They get value for value. But by time it gets down to little folks, middle-class people, a lot of that value has been lost, and not just from the new dollars that have been introduced to the system, but the dollars that were already existing. My kid's $4 that he takes down to the Dollar Tree is worth less by the time all that printed money gets down to him. And that is a form of taxation. That is a hidden tax, a deceptive practice, if you will, that a lot of people aren't fully cognizant of and that we don't seem to go out of our way to educate people about. Instead, we blame the businesses. There was a quote, maybe I can find it here, from our president, pointing the finger at businesses. He said, "Too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. In fact, the snack companies," I think this is when he was sitting on the couch prior to the Super Bowl, taking a poke at the free market for shrinkflation. "The snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer in." Pointing the finger at the businesses, pointing the finger at the corporations. It's their fault. They're the reason for shrinkflation. They're the reason for inflation. Same article goes to great lengths to try to blame corporations for inflation. Somebody's going to have to explain to me exactly how that works, because they don't have a printing press. They don't get to churn out more currency without adding more value. Only government can do that. Other ways in which government interferes with accurate valuation and engages in deceptive practices would be price controls. We love to do that. It makes us feel so good to set the price. We did it here last year, as I recall. Going to prevent, quote unquote, price gouging, because the last thing that we want in an emergency is for people to actually have an incentive to provide the products and services that people in need desperately should have in that moment. So let's make sure we cap that. Let's make sure that in order to make ourselves feel good, we cap the price. And then, of course, the hidden cost of wealth redistribution itself. This one, I think, is particularly deceptive. We sell people on this idea that if I take from Paul Torkelson to give to Brian Lawrence, that it's somehow a 1-to-1 ratio, that there's no value lost in that exchange. But somewhere along the way, like, you got to pay me my middleman fee for doing the taking, right? Administrative costs. What does that do? That adds to the loss of value in the transaction. So we're actually, in the aggregate, we're taking value out of the system. If Paul simply handed a dollar bill over to Brian, it'd be worth $1. But after I get done with it, it might be worth 80 cents. And so in the aggregate, the more we do that as government, the more value we're sucking out of the economy that people will never benefit from. That's a deceptive trade practice in my book. And I'd really like to see us move more towards government accountability and government transparency. We should be doing more to make sure that the voters and consumers know the impact of the policies that are coming out of this place and that are coming out of Washington, D.C. But instead of doing that, we're defaming our neighbors. And yes, our businesses, our business owners, folks like Representative Knudsen, they are our neighbors who are providing a value, they are providing a product, they are providing a service. They are working hard to bring that to the market for the mutual benefit of themselves, of course, properly, morally, but also their customers. And instead of celebrating them for that, instead of recognizing them for that, instead of affirming them for that, we're going to defame them as being deceptive, engaging in bad faith. You know, all our businesses are doing with their prices, when they try to distinguish, when they put these different demarcations of what the fees are and where they came from and what government policy is responsible for this increase in prices, what they're trying to do is they're trying to delineate to their customer, here's the value that I'm providing you. Here's the part of the price you have to pay that actually represents the value that I and my business have brought to the market. And then this other stuff that also gets tacked onto the price, well, you call it junk fees, and I would agree. That's the junk. the government junk that isn't actually bringing any value to the table, that isn't actually offering anything that people need. It's just costing them more. I'm sure my kid would love to go back to the time when walking down to the Dollar Tree or biking down, as the case may be, entailed expending actual individual dollars. So would I. So would Minnesotans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Roselle, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go back to this section of the bill that Representative Heinzman was talking about earlier, under 2.22, and I want to reference what Representative Greenman had brought up earlier about offering or advertising a price. Specifically, going to 2.16, and if Representative Greenman would yield at some point, I'll get to
She
the
will
question.
yield. Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On 2.16, it says, nothing in this subdivision prevents a person from offering goods or services at a discounted price from advertised, displayed, or offered price. So I'm assuming you can sell something under cost, correct?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and it also means if you advertise a price and you decide to discount it below that price, that's okay in compliance.
Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if Representative Greenwood would continue to yield.
She will yield.
I'll
Representative
get to a
Burkle.
question at some point here, but so I want to reference something specific to my industry and the turkey industry, and I'll use other examples as well, but my industry is notorious. For those of you who think you can get a free turkey at Thanksgiving, I want to tell you they cost more than nothing. So, as we all know with loss leader pricing, some would call it predatory pricing, some would call it deceptive, some might not. I'm curious that if in the process of a loss leader situation, and a grocery store, which by the way works on very thin margins, 1% to 3% maybe, charges more for the cranberries you buy at Thanksgiving while they're giving you a turkey away for free if you buy $100. I'm curious when loss leader pricing involved, in specific, Representative Agreement to 2.22, a person offering services, and it doesn't reference goods there, but I'm assuming goods would be the same, but when you get down to 2.25, it says the person would be in compliance at the factors, if they disclose in a clear and conspicuous manner the factors that determine the total price. So I'm curious how loss leader pricing and the fact that, let's use razor blades and razors, for instance, Representative Agreement, if they give away a razor and then you buy razor blades and the price is increased, how would loss leader pricing involve? Would you be out of compliance if you charged to keep your margins up at a grocery store, for instance, more for your cranberries?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Burkle, this provision does only say services, so this provision does not apply to goods. What I will say is this, again, this only is about advertised price. So the issue you're raising about loss leader pricing may be in other areas of statute, whether it's antitrust or other places. What this requires you to do is, for that razor blade example, is that you have to tell people, and in goods, when they get to the checkout line, you have to tell people that the razor blades, if they says they cost $5, then when you check out, they have to cost $5, plus you are welcome to have on a different line any mandatory fees not included in the price. So in that cases, or mandatory government fees. So in that cases, and I think this is actually with what it mostly looks like if you go to a Walgreens and buy razors, is it would cost you $5, and then there'd be a 8.5% sales tax or whatever it is, and then the total would be what you pay. And so that's what this does. There's not, this does not tell businesses how they can price things. It says when you advertise or offer a price, you have to give people the all-inclusive, what they have to pay to buy that particular thing, in this case, razor blades. And presumably the razor would be sold separately and would have its own price.
Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that. That was the concern I had, and I saw that goods was not in that line. But the concern I had was how would this affect something such as loss leader pricing, where grocery stores work on such thin margins as it is. But I think in the big picture, what we're looking at here is what we see is just an overbearing price disclosure system. I think it's frustrating, and I think there's a lot of questions still to be asked. And I would ask members to vote green on refusing to adopt and sending this back to Conference Committee.
The next member is the member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a good dialogue between Representative Heitzman and Representative Greenman, but there was a few questions I'm still I don't think we quite got clear, or I'm not clear currently. If the author will yield.
She will yield. Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in the dialogue that you had with Representative Heitzman, if I tell you I'm going to sell you windows for $299 installed, that's the entire price, right? I mean, that has to be all inclusive from what you're describing. However, what I don't know, and there's no way for me to know, is what the city is going to charge me for a permit yet. So I don't know how to be all inclusive in that pricing based on what you described, if she could answer that question.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mecklen. I think in that case, there's two things happening. You are buying a product, and if you're offering installation, you're buying a service. And so the price is clear. I think the question that we were talking about for the service is if you are going to offer a price or advertise, and I have the advertising is a clear, definite and explicit and leaves nothing open for negotiation, and you're telling someone you can get this for all inclusive for your the price it'll cost to both buy the good and install, that needs to be the price. If what you're saying is you can buy the windows and you can also buy installation, I think that's where you could reference 2.22, where it's a person offering services where the total cost of the services is determined by consumer selection and preference, or where the cost of the service is related to distance or time. If that's an issue, then you can tell them the factors that'll go into the price, any mandatories associated with that price, and the total cost of the services may vary. In this case, what I hear you saying is that there may be some variability, and you may want to price it that way.
Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Greenman, by what you just said, I'm not giving a full package price 100%. The customer's aware because I have these unknown variables. And what you've been seeing all day today is it has to be all-inclusive. What I don't want is for somebody out there to get this wrong and then end up with sideways with the Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, what have you. And because there's also variables, like if it was an addition, for example, now I have two outside entities that I'm mandated I have to do, one would be planning and zoning, and they're going to have a big fee. There's no way to calculate that. And then we still have a permit fee, and permits fee vary greatly municipality by municipality. The only way for me to figure that out is after that consumer buys that deal that I got going that month. Then once we do the contract part of it, then I take that and I go to the municipality and they go through and they do plan review and permit review. So, but everything you're telling me, I would be non-compliant to this if I charge anything outside of the $299 a window. Is that correct?
Representative Mecklen, are you asking Representative Greenman to yield?
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you're telling me that you're going to offer a price before you know how much it costs, then yes. What you can't do is offer someone and tell them they can get the whole thing for $299, but I don't actually know how much it's going to cost and how much I'm going to charge you. What I was saying is there's lots of different ways to do your pricing, but if the cost of the good is definite and you're comfortable saying this costs, windows cost $200 and the cost of the windows are $200, and you're saying that for installation there's a there's a lot of variables. I think the best way to do that and protect yourself is not give someone a price on that installation that you don't know whether you're going to honor. And that's what I'm saying, is there's lots of different ways. The windows are a product. The installation is services. And so if you're saying that you're going to tell someone it costs $299, but later you're going to tell them there's all these additional factors in that price you didn't consider or that were variable, then I think the best way to do that, and in lots of cases what we see is you don't actually get the offer until all of those variables are checked out. And like we were talking about in the septic system or the electrician system, you'll get a bid, and at the bottom it'll tell you that total price.
Representative Meglin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Greenman, so there's two different sides to this here. You're saying I shouldn't offer a price until I know what all the costs are, which I can't find all the costs because the state mandates that I have to get a permit, and I won't know the price of the permit until the consumer approves the bid. But the bid and the advertisement, like if it's a computer ad or a digital ad or a mail-out flyer that says $299 per window, I don't care how many windows, it's easy math. The point of it is, what you're saying is I shouldn't give them a price until I know the full cost, but even at that, then I couldn't even provide them a bid if I don't give them I mean, why would they hire me if they don't know what my costs are gonna be, and I can't find out all the final costs because that's the way the municipalities do it. Every city, a siding permit in Osseo is $99. In Andover, it's the price of the job, a percentage of the full price of the cost of the job done. So it's probably gonna be closer to $1,500. Every city is different, so I mean, I don't know if you're anticipating that in the trades that every contractor should know the fee schedule for every municipality selling building permits and planning review, because that's what it sounds like to me. And to another question, if she will yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Meglin.
I'm going to try to clear up on some of this because Representative Olson also gave a scenario earlier where he said when he goes to the DMV, and it struck a memory because this happens to me every time. They always charge for processing a credit card, and they do two separate transactions. Under this, would they be allowed to do that going forward?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two things. It's not about how you charge, it's about what price you're telling people. So in this case, and like we talked about in the fishing license, like we talked about at the hamburger, if you can use both a credit card or something else, and we talked about this in conference committee, it is not a mandatory fee. If you can, in that context, pay cash or check or debit, which does not have a fee, then it would not be considered a mandatory fee. It would be considered basically like an upcharge or an additional service. If you can't, then you have to tell people the total cost, including that mandatory fee that's going to be required to purchase that. Let me give you an example, because we have a member who pays rent, and they were on their rent. There was only one way to pay it. And the only way they could pay it was through the system, and they were charged a service fee for that system. That is a mandatory fee, $61, right? Because the consumer cannot avoid it. Now, if in that same situation you paid rent and you could drop off a check or pay the $61 fee, that $61 fee would no longer be mandatory because there's another way to pay it. You could just pay a check. And the same applies to the issue you're talking about, which is if there's another way to pay it that does not require you to pay that fee, then it's not implicated in this bill and your price doesn't need to include it.
Representative Meglin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for clearing that part of it up. Going back to this, I want you to help me and all of my fellow colleagues out there understand how we run digital ads or how we do a flyer. And I mean, I hear there's a window contractor that has these deals, but if it has to be all-inclusive, but there's variables we don't know yet, how do we not violate this statute going forward?
Representative Meglin, are you asking Representative Greenman to yield?
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, will she yield?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that is why 2.22 for services is in here, is after discussions like that. But I think that the safest way to do this, if what you're saying is there's so many variables in the service piece of that, not in the goods piece, but in the service piece of that, that you can't tell a consumer how much they're going to have to pay, then I think the best thing to do is actually not tell the consumer a price that is less than the cost that they're going to actually have to pay. And so you can tell them it may vary, you can tell them all sorts of things, but again, what we're talking about is for consumers, when they see an advertised price, when they see an offered price, they should know that's what I need to pay to get the goods or the services. And if you can't do that, then I don't think advertising a price is the right and thing to do.
Representative Macklin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we're getting somewhere here, Representative Greenman. Help me correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we always put in our contracts that there is the unforeseens. I could take out an old window, find that all the framework around it's rotted. There's no way for that to be, that's bid in the beginning, front side. So there's always disclaimers within the contract of the unknown factors. Currently, how my contracts are, I always put to be determined for the permit fees. Under this, would this override how I currently do that within my contracts, if she will yield, Madam Speaker?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the earlier conversation we had about contracts versus, and as I said, the definition of an advertisement is clear, definite, and explicit, and leaves nothing open for negotiation. What you're talking about is a contracting issue, which again, there's the principles of contract law, which I've really sort of exercised my law school days. But what you're talking about is, I think, if I am understanding your question right, and about the offer and acceptance of a contract, that is a different provision of law.
Representative Macklin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman. That's the point I'm trying to get to, because these two they collide with one another. If there's an advertisement out there advertising a product, that's the part that this addresses. But if in that transaction of the advertisement capturing the consumer's attention, engaging in commerce that then leads to a contract, what I want to know, will this say what's in that contract is no longer allowed, which has been the normal practice? I understand that this has nothing to do by itself with contract law, but because this is now in play, am I still going to be permitted to put things in the contract, such as these fees are to be determined, or the unknown variables will be billed at X number per hour and whatever materials needed? Will that still be permittable?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel like we are, again, there are two areas of law, but I will refer you back to 2.22, where it says, if it's determined by consumer selections or preferences, or where the cost of the service relates to distance or time, then you're compliant if you disclose in clear, conspicuous manner the factors that determine the total price, any mandatory fees associated with that transaction, and the total cost of those goods, and services may vary.
Representative Macklin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think, members, that we've come to a point where we're not going to get an answer. But what I do know is it has nothing to do with time or distance. It has to do with a government-mandated, regulated fee that I have to pay for, that all is calculated at a different rate in every different municipality. And you can't confirm if by me not having that number up front, if that would make me non-compliant to that. But that's the way it sounds, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Good evening, Madam Speaker and members. We've had a lot of talk this evening regarding hamburgers. They've been a reference point for a lot of different factors. In fact, Representative Olson went as far as to talk about McDonald's, and Representative Knudsen talked about her hamburger place that she has at her hometown as well. I kind of feel bad that some others weren't mentioned, but we mentioned McDonald's. I like a McDonald's hamburger once in a while, but Wendy's every so often is good. You've got Burger King, and I like the Junior Whopper, so that's my choice. In Representative Johnson's district, he's got Pine Brook. They make an incredible burger. You got Five Guys, who kind of does what our bill is trying to do. They separate out a lot of the costs to their hamburger. When you go to pay for it, you got to pay for each item. Chili's, Applebee's, our Princeton Golf Course does a nice job. Culver's is my wife's favorite. It's right on our way home from the cities here. That's her hamburger place of choice. Applebee's does a nice job. Our Princeton Golf Course, Culver's, Hardee's, TGIF. Arby's, Perkins, Embers. You don't have any Embers around anymore, but my dad's favorite was the Hamburger Royal. That was his burger of choice. Our Finish Line Cafe in town does a good job. Pizza Pub, although pizza is their main thing. They do, yep, Representative Schultz, they do great burgers as well. Wild Buffalo Wings doesn't do a bad job. You got our old Dairy Queen. Fantastic. They got all the other stuff that comes with it as well. Frontier Steakhouse, which doesn't exist anymore, had wonderful burgers. White Castle, just down the street here, famous for their burgers as well. Mr. Moe's is a favorite of the people around here. I mention all those things because, one, it's getting close to supper time, and we're probably all thinking about that too a little bit. But the one thing they have in common is they're all different. Right? They use different ingredients, every single one of them. They use a different quality of product, every single one. They have different staff expenses. Their cost of doing business is different. The other thing they got in common is this bill is negatively going to affect every single one of them. It's going to increase their cost. Now, I might not have mentioned your favorite. You might have a hometown favorite or another fast food chain that's a favorite. It's going to be affected by this bill and the changes that it's going to bring in, too. Now, you can't have a hamburger joint without hamburger, right? Now, hamburgers, we always think about is just the patty, but the patty you can add on lettuce, you can add on ketchup, mustard, barbecue sauce, onions, onion rings, deep fried onion rings. They're putting eggs on them now. When I was growing up, bacon. I can't get by without mentioning bacon. But hamburgers are not only good for hamburgers.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Masons 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body. We're not debating hamburgers, despite all the conversation that's been going on today about hamburgers. We're debating junk fees.
Members, please confine your remarks to the debate. Representative Lawrence.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I will continue to do that because I think this is significant. Hamburger can be used in tacos. My wife has tacos on Wednesday. That's her day for tacos, spaghetti, lasagna, tater tot hot dish you can't have without hamburger. Wife makes a great meatloaf on top of it, Swedish meatballs, enchiladas, and I can go on. Exactly. The thing that those things all have in common is that they have a lot of different ingredients to make them special. Hamburger's just one, but you got the noodles that got to be put in there. Some people use all sorts of different ingredients with their meatloaf, onions, eggs, breadcrumbs, and goes on. Burritos, you got the flour tortilla. Tacos, you got the corn tortilla.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
On and on.
Stay a point of order.
Masons 101. I'm glad that the representative loves hamburger meat, but in fact, we are debating junk fees. Can we please stick to the matter at hand? Thank you.
Members, one more reminder, please stick to the debate at hand.
I would love to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will
order.
continue to do that.
Representative Krisha, state your point of order.
I rise under Mason personalities. Can we at least do our points of orders without the snark?
Representative Lawrence.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Members, I share all that with you because it takes different ingredients to make those different dishes. And we're asking our businesses to break down fees. We're asking them to go through some extra work, hire on extra staff, extra posting, extra printing of menus to do this additional task. It's going to be costly for them to do. And I like hamburgers, and so I appreciate the point of order because that was my foundation as far as going in because I think it sets a real good foundation of where we were at today. Representative Torkelson, he was here, he's not here. He had said that he farms. I also farm, and I get a chance to raise beef cattle. That's one thing that I know, and I know the cost it takes to raise beef. I know the cost that goes into. Because of this mandate, I've seen what the cost of restaurants have to add on to their hamburgers, to their beef, to any of their products. The cost that has inflated our food costs in this not only state but our nation because of mandates just like this one that we're discussing today. As hamburgers get more expensive, okay, because of mandates like this, less people can afford to purchase it. It gets out of their price range. They have to be more selective in what they're going to choose to feed their families. And this is hamburgers, just an example, but any of the products we're talking about, whether you go to the gas station, the grocery store, or the restaurants of many that I mentioned. This increases the this bill increases the cost of all the products and services and prices them out of Minnesotans' reach.
And this is just one example that does that. In my opinion, this bill is irresponsible and it's unaffordable for Minnesotans. Our businesses are targeted. There's no question our businesses are targeted in this bill, but our residents are the ones that are going to bear the burden of implementing this legislation. Yes, it's portrayed that it's going to help people to identify what costs may be, but they're going to bear the financial cost of implementing this bill, and that hasn't been talked about very much. Members, I encourage a green vote, support Representative Schultz, send this bill back to committee, and let it be reevaluated. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Well, since my name has been invoked often on the House floor the last several hours, I thought I would respond and defend the McDonald name. You know, Madam Speaker, members, truth in advertising, transparency. It is always good to be very transparent. As a business person for the last 35 years, I've always had my advertisement to be very transparent with no hidden costs. Always to be good to be truthful with your customers. If you want a good rating on the Better Business World or the Better Business Bureau or in public opinion. But it just occurred to me that one of the most deceptive things that has happened is what the governor and the fellow you Democrats did this past year when you claimed you'd give a $2,000 rebate to every citizen in Minnesota. And they only got $260, some. A $2,000 rebate check. Where was the disclosure that you weren't going to give $2,000 that the governor promised he would? That was a rotten trick. Some people depended and were excited about that money. Rightfully so, because it was theirs. And then you come up with a bill like this. On the premise it's not a bad policy by business owners to be truthful and to have prices itemized, I suppose. But in advertising and getting the client or the customer in the door, it would be and should be nearly impossible to submit all the fees that are necessary, especially when your consumer has 5 to 10 seconds of time just to capture their attention to see the ad to get them in the door. So it's an administrative nightmare and unrealistic, Representative Greenman, to mandate this on businesses. And furthermore, I would ask if the author would yield for a series of questions.
She will yield. Representative
Madam
McDonald.
Speaker, Representative Greenman, of course, we saw this in labor and industry, so I'm very aware of it. But under your bill, 2.11 down to 2.13, and it says, and I'm sure you've read it because it's your bill, but after a consumer selects an item for purchase, but prior to checkout, a delivery platform, which your bill describes what a platform is, must display a subtotal page that itemizes the price of the menu items and additional fees, including the total cost. Now, in probably every community in every member's district, we often have fundraisers for our nonprofits. The Boy Scouts will sell hot dogs at the local Coburn store. The Lions Club will sell Christmas trees at the Christmas tree lots. Girl Scouts will sell Girl Scout cookies. The baseball team sells salt for the softener. And the nonprofit groups. Now, in your bill, I don't see any exemptions for those groups. So would your bill require those groups to do exactly what is told on 2.11 down to 2.13?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This provision from 2.13 2.5 all the way down to 2.13 is specifically about a delivery platform is compliant with a subdivision if it satisfies these requirements. And the reason that this is this pricing accommodation is made is after probably 5 or 6 different conversations and meetings. What's clear with delivery, which is different than if you're just selling that good or service, is on a delivery platform, your prices are listing third-party prices. So if you go and you order something for delivery from a restaurant, the prices are restaurant prices. And so what this bill says is you gotta be, you don't have to bake your delivery fee of the service into the prices, because those are 2 separate things. What you do have to say is you have to list the price, and then you have to upfront say clear and conspicuously if there's an additional flat fee or percentage that's charged to that delivery fee. That's what this provision is about that you're citing, and it specifically says it's related to delivery platforms. Not sure how that is related to the refuse to adopt the conference report, but I will answer the question.
Representative McDonough.
Madam Speaker, Representative Greenman, I think how it would apply to why we should not adopt the conference report is because there's some ambiguity there. And as they say in baseball, that's a swing and a miss. And I'm not trying to run out the clock, but I sincerely want to know. No, I really am. You'll see. Start your clock. I'm not going to speak well, never mind. Madam Speaker, I digress. In that section, it clearly states that all nonprofit groups who are selling whatever they want to sell at the local stores, or even our carnivals, the carnivals in the hometown activities and the celebrations, that they would have to advertise under your bill. This would be necessary for all items sold to the consumer, that they should display on a platform. And maybe Representative Greenman, if you'd, since you already said yes to a series of questions, you can answer that question. What specifically is a platform, and how would, say, a carnival or your local nonprofit groups, your city celebrations that are selling cotton candy and hamburgers, well, we talked enough about hamburgers, hot dogs, how would this apply to them? And how would you incorporate that they would even be able to abide by this, should this very complicated bill ever see the light of day of a law?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, and I don't, to your point about whether it's Christmas tree sales or selling candy or whatever it is, none of those folks I've ever heard refer to as a delivery platform. And unless they do, this specific provision from 2.5 to 2.13 does not apply. What does apply is, and presuming if they're offering a good, advertising or displaying a price for goods or services, and this is actually how I have seen this, if you go and you buy, someone is selling you candy. I've never had a Girl Scout, it's a better example, say the box of cookie is $4, and when I take out my $4, they say, and there's an extra 45-cent service fee. They don't actually do that. That's what we're trying to prevent. What the Girl Scouts are doing, or the nonprofit is doing, is saying, here's the price. In that price, it includes both the cost, presumably, of the cookies. If it's a nonprofit, maybe that has employees, maybe includes the cost of that labor. But that's what this bill requires. As I said, the reason that the specific language around the delivery platform is in here is that when you're talking about delivery platforms where you don't set the prices posted because it is a restaurant, like one of those hamburger restaurants, or like in my district, Matt's, or the 5-8 Club, that if you're ordering that from DoorDash, those prices are what the restaurant charges. And what we are requiring in this is, in addition, you have to clearly and conspicuously disclose your charge, in this case DoorDash, as the delivery fee. But again, it very clearly says a delivery platform is compliant, and I have never heard a Girl Scout call themselves a delivery platform.
Representative McDonough.
Madam Speaker, Representative Greenman, all right, well, thank you for that. I think that still under your bill, and being here for 14 years and becoming very acquainted with language of law, I think that this certainly would apply to your nonprofit groups that are selling your goods, hot dogs and stuff, because that's what it says. If you're a consumer and buying this, you have to display it on a platform. But question for you then, Representative Greenman, in my industry as a photographer, I really want to capture the attention of my potential clients by images. But with that, we have to put a price up. Senior photos for only $79. And then when they call, we can go through and exactly, well, you're starting here and it goes up and here's the packages, and we completely inform them of every dime. Because we have limited retail space. In this case, it could be a social media, or it could be a flyer that we send in the mail. Direct mail marketing still works. In that case, your bill would mandate that, in this particular case that I'm citing, that they'd have to disclose every single itemized cost. Is that correct?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I think this is a good example of where either you could tell people the cost they're going to pay, so you could just say, this is going to cost you $200 and that's what they're going to cost. Or, and this is a good example, if that doesn't work for you, you can, on 2.22, you can tell them that in a case where it's determined by customer selections and preferences, which is what I hear you saying, that you have to tell them what's going to go into that price, any mandatory fees associated with that, and that the cost may vary. Now, you could get around that by just telling people the price they have to pay. But if that doesn't work for your business model, if people are making different selections, this provision is a way to make sure that you can be transparent and people will know what's coming and they'll know that the prices may vary while understanding any mandatory fees you're going to charge.
Representative McDonough.
Madam Speaker, well then, Representative Greenman, this could be my very last question, depending on your answer. In 2.24, in the paragraph which says, in a clear and conspicuous manner. Clear and conspicuous manner, that's quite vague, if you really think about it. For a lawyer, I'm sure that you would agree, that's ambiguous to the degree, for sure, clear and conspicuous manner. So would that then, in that advertising, in the scenario that I gave you, and I think that's true, it could be a hamburger for $10.99 or photos for $7.99 or windows for $2.99, but in that scenario, in the advertising, does all those itemized fees and cost need to be clear and conspicuous in that social? Maybe you answered this already, fine, but would they still have to be in clear and conspicuous? Is that in your flyer that you send out, that you have limited retail on it, or in a social media post? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. And again, this is just if you're offering a price. So if you don't offer a price, if you say call us or come in or whatever, but if you do offer that price, if you say $200, then you need to tell people on that what factors are going to be in the price. I've seen this, right? And so it says based on, in this case, which package that you select, and that there's going to be a $60 sitting fee. Now, if you already know that mandatory fee, you could just bake that into the price, which is sort of the point. And you just need to tell people the cost will vary. Again, the whole purpose of this bill is that they don't get to your studio, take the pictures, and then think that they're going to pay $200, but in fact, it costs them $350. And I don't think that's what you do. I think in reality, what this bill does is conform to a lot of people's expectations. When half of the restaurants I talk to say to me, we don't do this and we don't like it when our competitors do it because people think that their competitors' prices are cheaper. They're not. They're paying the same amount. But maybe we have to do this now. People hate junk fees. And what this does is it says that there's an even playing field. So my guess is you're probably already doing this stuff. But for folks who aren't, those are the requirements in the bill.
Representative McDonough.
Madam Speaker, yes, you are correct, Representative Greenman. I made that mistake 35 years ago, not being upfront with the price So you're right, we don't do that anymore. Honesty is the best policy. I will support Representative Schultz's motion to send this back and not to concur or adopt for the reason of, as a business person, we have limited space and limited time to get the attention of a consumer to come in and purchase our goods. And I'm afraid that should this become law, that limited retail space, be it a postcard or a television commercial or a radio, which costs money per word, per minute, per second, or a social media post, that disclosing all the fees applicable to your bill, you'll lose the client or the potential customer. There's a potential that you will lose the customer because you've lost their attention. And that's the fact. I think you all can visualize it in your head, that if you had to look at an advertisement or listen to that and listen to all the fees and junk fees and the costs and the itemized list, you probably would not go into that business and spend the money. That's just what consumers do. It's too much information. It's up to the business to be truthful and transparent. And sometimes a phone call, of course, the young generation, they don't like phone calls as much as a text, but a phone call is where a business person has an opportunity in a service industry like mine, or an attorney, or any of those service fees, have an opportunity to speak to the client and the potential customer. But your bill will, I'm afraid, add more degrees of confusion and less opportunity for the business to bring the customer in so they can do business and have a good, healthy relationship.
The member from Ottertail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to just echo some of the same comments from our side. I think these mandates are very difficult for businesses. I was out talking to some local businesses in my area, and they said, revenues are up 7%, not income, revenue, but my expenses are up 24%. We're just going the wrong way. And this bill, to me, looks like it's about justifying your price. And how far do we need to go before we get to the bottom of that? My background is I started in business in 1992. I drove up to Ottertail County. We liked the looks of Ottertail County and decided I wanted to start a business there. But it wasn't easy. It took a lot of time, a lot of effort, and we worked really long days. So my business was a dairy supply business, and we called on dairy farms and sold them whatever they'd used up. And our book of products that we could sell were about 4,000 different items. Everything from O-rings to milking parlors. And so you look at this bill, and it's like, well, what do they want? If someone comes to you and says, I want to have this itemization on my bill, does that mean I need to do it? So I wonder if Representative Greenman would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Murphy.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. So under line 1.17, it says, for purposes of this subdivision, mandatory fees include but is not limited to a fee or service that, and then it moves down to 2.1, a reasonable person would expect to be included in the purchase of the goods or services being advertised. So a reasonable person. So if a reasonable person came to me on my 4,000 items and said, I want to know what that O-ring cost me, is that something I need to supply that reasonable person?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murphy. As I've sort of read over and over again, if it's in the, it has to be paid in order to purchase that price or to purchase that good, then I think a reasonable person would assume it's in the price. The reason we have that language, like we have in 41 other places in Minnesota law, is to provide that in statute we don't know every eventuality all the time. We need to make sure that we have laws that that reflect the various and numerous events that take place when we talk about pricing.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Greenman. You look at even competitors. So if a competitor, as a reasonable person, wants to know more about your business and why you're priced where you are on that O-ring or that milking parlor, what's to stop them from wanting to inquire about your reason as a reasonable person? Does it have to be the end user? It doesn't say that it has to be the end user. So if Rep. Greenman would yield for that question, please.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This, again, is just about a price that is advertised, displayed, or offered. So the reasonable person standard you are referring to is if a reasonable person would expect that what you advertised is included in the purchase of goods or services being offered. So presumably, if you tell people how much it costs to purchase that service, excluding any taxes, which we talked about for an hour or so, that both a reasonable person and also the confines of this bill would mean you're compliant with the law.
Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Well, that's what I'm concerned about, because in that scenario, that's what we do all day long. All day long, we'll have this conversation about what we offer for a service or a good. And so at some point later, if some reasonable person says, I need you to itemize all those 4,000 products, I need you to tell me what they all are. And it's all about justifying your price. And it's about justifying your price so your competitors also have an advantage that they didn't have before. So it goes way too far to go all the way to every business and every delivery service. And all the product I delivered, that I sold, was delivered. Either was brought out on a truck, or it was shipped out, or it was a special delivery later, and everything had a different line item for what it would cost. So when it comes to itemizing these and justifying the price, and that's really what you're doing, it's going to be a huge burden for small businesses, huge. In my business, typically there was between 1 to 5 people. It was pretty small. But all this added stuff is going to take a lot of time and expense to do, and businesses across Minnesota are going to feel it. This is not something that's just simple, we add on for a small reason. This is going to have a major impact on small businesses, and we should just think a lot further down the road than a delivery fee on a food delivery. It goes a lot further than that. So I agree with Rep. Schultz, and I think this ought to be sent back to the conference committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You caught me off guard there. Thank you. And I, too, believe that we should support this motion, the refusal to adopt House File 3438. Thank you for that, Representative Schultz. I hate junk fees. Representative Greenman, I hate junk fees. I really do. I don't like it when I go to pay for something and it doesn't cost what I thought it was going to cost. Now, typically that happens because of taxes, but I've had it happen, you know, where you get those junk fees. I hate junk fees, but I also have the wisdom to know that government's heavy hand of forcing another mandate on its citizenry, that ain't right either. I hate that. So I hate junk fees, and I hate, as Representative Ann New Brindley already pointed out a couple hours ago, I hate the heavy hand of government. And again, this is another example of that, and I'm going to try and smile while I deliver this message. You know, Representative McDonald, if you just bear with me, he said to me the other day, that was a pretty good floor speech, but could you smile a bit more? So I'm going to try and smile a bit more on this House floor. Did I do a good job of? Yeah. I also have the wisdom to know that government's heavy hand forcing mandates, it's not a good idea because there'll be unintended consequences with that. And we've seen a lot of unintended consequences going back to 2020 when a whole bunch of burger joints did have to shut down their businesses. We did see that. But yet, you know, places like McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Arby's, Hardee's, one of my childhood favorites, they were able to absorb those costs. And if you'll just bear with me, I'll name some more. I'll be quick here. Culver's, Raising Cane's. My son loves Raising Cane's. We don't have that in Brainerd, by the way, or a Chick-fil-A. Subway, Jimmy John's, Jimmy's Pizza. You know, they may be able to absorb the costs of the heavy hand of government to a point, you know, like Jersey Mike's, Taco Bell, Qdoba, Chipotle, Potbelly's, Hardee's, Taco John's, Burger Time, Popeyes, Perkins, Chili's, Applebee's. I'm almost done. Roadhouse.
Point of order.
Say your point in order.
Masons 101, can we please confine the debate to the refusal to adopt?
Members, please confine your remarks to the motion. Representative Davis.
Yeah, I am setting the table for debate here on my point. And I'm consistently interrupted in doing so, and it actually takes up more time. Texas Roadhouse, Boulder Tap House, I'll stop. But I name these businesses, number one, because I don't mind giving them advertisement on this House floor. I support business. But number two, these guys can absorb unintended consequences. Would Representative Greenman yield for a question, Madam Speaker?
She will yield. Representative Davis.
Representative Greenman, you two are a very kind legislator, and I'm just, and maybe you won't answer this question, but have you spent time considering the unintended consequences of this bill, Madam Speaker?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thought, thank you, Representative Davis. I thought you were going to ask if I had ever been asked to smile more, and the answer is yes. But as it relates to this bill, I've spent a lot of time, both the Senate author and I have spent 4 months of time talking to businesses in industries across the board. I've talked to both constituents and small businesses in my community. I will be honest, we have had very little conversation on this floor about the consumers, which is where this starts, which is 85% of consumers report encountering these fees, junk fees. Like you, many consumers, most consumers hate them. And they cost Minnesotans over $3,000 a year. So when I think about hopefully the intended consequences, it is one, to create a fair market. It's to keep that money in Minnesotans' pockets, and it's to make sure that we just have fair and transparent pricing so that people know what they're going to pay when they go to pay it.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that, Representative Greenman, because I do believe that we have fair and open and honest pricing when it comes to businesses in Minnesota, especially small businesses. I think they've already got that covered. So thank you for your honesty. So the consumer, I'm a consumer. And I bet you there's a lot of consumers, I completely agree with you that there's a lot of consumers who would say the same thing that I do. I hate junk fees. And I also bet you a lot of those same consumers, especially in my district, would say, but that doesn't mean I want government making a law against it, continuing to grow government, increase their power, and potentially bringing litigation against small business owners. That, once again, is not right. So to me, this is just my opinion, but I do believe I have the wisdom to know that it's not a good idea to have the heavy hand of government coming down on its citizenry, once again, coming down on small business owners, telling them what they can and cannot do. That's coming from a guy who hates junk fees. And I look at this bill, and Representative Greenman, I give you credit. You've done an awesome job of debate tonight. I honor you in that. You're doing good job. The way you're taking on our questions. Thank you for that. Sorry, I've had to use these a lot more recently. Subdivision 1A of this bill, a person engages in a deceptive trade practice when in the course of business, vocation, or occupation, the person advertises, displays, or offers a price for goods or services that does not include all mandatory fees and surcharges. And then I go to this section right here, and I'm going to tie these together. Section 2.3, for the purposes of this subdivision, mandatory fee does not include taxes imposed by a government entity on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or deliver of the goods or services. And you did a good job of answering those questions to that point earlier. But I'll go back to this. It says in here in this subdivision, it does not include all mandatory fees or surcharges. And you know what? I really, as I was reading this, the thought hit me between those 2 points right there. I sure wish government would have to include all mandatories and fees and surcharges to the Minnesota taxpayer. Because I think we got some buyer's remorse after wasting an $18 billion surplus, $10 billion in new taxes, and growing government by almost 40%. I think we got some buyer's remorse. I think that if it was mandatory for the government to let the voter know in Minnesota that, hey, this is what it's going to cost you, Minnesota. You see where I'm going with this. The mandates and the principles that we're putting upon small businesses, we should put upon ourselves first in government, first and foremost. I won't even go into the federal government. Gosh, we all agree how terrible that's going. $35 trillion in debt, $100 million more. Or is it, what is it? No, maybe it's
Point of order.
See a point of order.
Masons 101, can we please confine the debate to the question before the body, not the federal government's debt?
Members, please confine your debate to the motion. Representative Davis.
I'll take my glasses off. Hopefully I don't get ruled out of order for that. Madam Speaker, thank you for the reminder. Because that also has everything to do with my point here of Minnesota's struggling. And this current Democrat trifecta just seems to be concerned about increasing taxes and making more mandates, making it harder for businesses to thrive in Minnesota. My point of bringing up the federal government is that they're not helping as well. My point was Minnesotans are really struggling. And what I've seen is it's real easy for this Democrat trifecta to increase that burden and to increase the mandates of unintended consequences. Unintended consequences for entrepreneurs and job creators and service providers needing to increase their prices to make sure that all the extra fees that are incurred by said government are covered. That is going to be the unintended consequence. Businesses just throwing up their hands going, okay, we're just going to have to increase our prices because, if we don't list all of the hidden fees, many of them put on us by the government, if we don't list them all right, we could suffer litigation. So maybe what we'll have to do is we'll just have to increase the price for what we're selling which then goes back onto the consumer, whom I just heard a few minutes ago. That's who we're looking out for here, the consumer. Representative Greenman, you said I would love to have an all-inclusive price that is one price, whatever you do. I wish we would apply that to Minnesota state government. With that, I'm going to smile and ask you to support the motion made by Representative Schultz. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I share some of these concerns that are being brought up tonight about the confusion this leads to, about the mandates, about the increased prices to cover these mandates, hidden expenses, hidden charges impact the disadvantaged. Now that said, I kind of perked up a little bit earlier with the discussion of hamburgers, particularly cheeseburgers. Now, some of you may not, well, you weren't here, but back in the earlier days of my tenure, I was known as the cheeseburger champion for Minnesota. I had a bill famously known as the cheeseburger bill, and this has to do with hidden costs and expenses. You see, there had been lawsuits from folks that had eaten too many cheeseburgers at McDonald's and sued McDonald's, blaming the company for their weight gain. My bill said that you can't sue the food company because you gained weight. If you ate too much and got fat, it's your fault. You have to take that personal responsibility. And I brought that bill up 4 times on the Minnesota House of Representatives. And finally, it passed both houses. And then Governor Dayton vetoed it. So at that moment, I said, I will never bring this bill up again until we have a Republican House, Senate, and Governor. So that might not happen for a while. But it is certainly part of what I'm concerned about regarding these hidden costs that can increase price. I mean, I went to, I'm the chair of the Nutrition Commission here in the Republican caucus. It's a bunch of legislators who go out and eat regularly. I thought for a while Representative Davis was trying to usurp me, well, actually take my place next year when he listed all those possible restaurants. But we're a little more high class than that. We don't go to McDonald's too often anymore. Well, I do every morning, of course, when I'm back home. I get my advice from the uncouth booth that sits in the corner, question me about what you guys are doing here and the state of the legislature. But it's still, even though I'm joking about it some, it's an important issue and something that we need to address. One final point. I don't always look at my slip when I am paying at a restaurant. And I was taken aback when I had gone to a relatively inexpensive place and looked, my gosh, how am I paying this much money? And then someone with me said, well, the tip was already included. So I paid a double tip. A little hidden cost that I think we should know about. So with that, and with the opportunity to speak once again in defense of the cheeseburger bill, I urge support for Representative Schultz's motion.
The member from Carver, Representative Dash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I almost rose to a point of order on Representative Erdahl. No. Well, members, I'm not going to talk about cheeseburgers. I'm not going to talk about hamburgers. I'm not going to talk about any of that. I would like to talk about the business owners that will have to comply with this. And Representative Niska did bring up some things that I had been thinking about as to what happens if you are not compliant. And a lot of us remember, and he shared the name and I've forgotten it, I have not committed it to memory, but the lawyer that was running around trying to gin up lawsuits, Paul Hansmeier, there we go. I think I can say that without invoking personalities, but, oh, that's right, he's not a member, thank you. Here's what may happen that causes me great concern, is that a business owner, like a Representative Knutson, is just going to tap out and say, you know what, I've had enough. I've had enough of my own state. I'm done. And in my town, Waconia, and a lot of the towns that I represent, there are people who their dream is to be a small business owner. And a lot of them have been saying lately, Jim, I'm starting to feel like a farmer because I feel like everything is stacked against me. That they wake up and it's just a daily drubbing that they get. And I wanted to run through some junk fees that we've seen here in the Minnesota House in the last number of years. Today we debated the paid family medical leave fix bill. That's going to be abusive to business owners. They're going to have a little bit of a problem with that. We've had the earn sick and safe time. We've had an increase in taxes here. We've had an increase in taxes there. We have business owners who had expected to get back some of the money from the surplus that they could have invested either in their family to feed them or put it into the business that they may wanted to make an investment in. But they have seen through bills that you have passed over the last number of years, junk fee after junk fee after junk fee. Here's some more government. We're here to help. You can thank us later. Hope you're grateful. And I patronize a lot of the business in my district, as we all should. But I know these people. Some of these are folks that I've known for 20 years. And when a business owner, like Representative Knutson or Representative Perryman or some of these other folks, when they get to the point where they say, you know what, I've had enough. People who dream about realizing their American dream, we have a problem. Now, as I have said in the past, I am a recovering business owner. I sold my business, and much like a boat, the best day you have is when you buy a boat. Second best day is when you sell a boat. Same thing with a business. When you start a business, you're like, hey, this is great. And then you sell, it's like, oh my gosh, it's over, finally, thank you. But to the members on my side who are business owners, thank you for sticking with it. I had a bill a couple of years ago that I wish he was here. Chair David's shot down because he's mean, but because I can say that he's not here. What it was to provide a small amount back to the business owner for the process of collecting and submitting the sales tax back to the state. Because the time that you see the business owner during the day, if you go buy a cup of coffee, like at Mocha Monkey in downtown, or you do, yes, go have lunch, where you could buy one of the greatest burgers in the state at Hoppers in Waconia. They see you, the owners see you there. You shake their hand, they stop by your table, you chop it up, you have a good time. When doors close, and Representative Knutson can nod, their workday is not anywhere close to being done. They have to stay after. They have to make sure that all the paperwork is processed. They have to make sure that they are in compliance with the state. And as they begin to look out for the next quarter or the next year, whether they buy a new piece of equipment or whether they're making an investment in their people, or whether they may expand their business to another place in town, or they might blow out a wall and stretch it out so they can have more seating, this now is going to have an impact. And business owners are a hardy lot, and they will say, you know what, okay, I've just gotten fed another round of here's more government sandwich. But there is a day coming, and I've had several members of the business community in my district say, Jim, I'm out of here. And you always say, oh, but they never do that because they love Minnesota so much and we give them so many services. If I want to talk to a couple of those people, I have to call South Dakota now, where, incidentally, they have opened businesses and are succeeding. So the lawsuits that Representative Niska talked about earlier were not written into being prevented in the bill. If there is no other reason than that, we should support the Schultz amendment to refuse to concur. You're making it so that a well-intended business owner who isn't a lawyer is going to get jammed up over something that they necessarily can't control. And I would love it if I could walk through some of the classes I had in my master's program on economic geography. I will spare you. The chief clerk just shot me a quick look. No lectures on economic geography today. But you would learn a lot of very interesting things about what happens with transportation costs and labor costs. How do you, and here's the scandalous thing, how does a business owner turn a profit to feed their own family with? Those are all things that we talked about. Last week, I brought up one of my favorite songs from Indiana, Chair Mueller. Great song. I've now put that in your head again, just by mentioning it. But my small town. I was born in a small town, raised in a small town. If you come, and she's putting her earplugs to get rid of the earwig now. But if you come to a small town and you talk to some business owners there about this, and yeah, it's very well intended, I think, but it's just another thing that you are going to layer on top of a business owner. And I think some of you own your own businesses. Maybe it's a private practice, I believe, and maybe a coffee shop. Some of this is hard. It is hard to make a going concern of being a small business owner. Why are we doing something that was not as well thought out as it could be? Why did we not anticipate some of the potential ramifications to a business owner? Why are we exempting the state and government and small government entities? I think our side over here uncovered, and we're talking about how this doesn't apply to governments. And, I get the feeling sometimes that we are not as sympathetic to the small business owner. Small towns, bookshops, coffee shops. Why are we not considering them? Because some of them will go out of business and disappear. When we make laws here that have wide sweeping implications, you need to sit down. I think a requirement should be, if you're going to do a bill like this, you should take a field trip. Remember field trips when we were in elementary school? Go out, see the thing, look at the thing, come back, and then make decisions about what you want to do with that. It's much like a bonding tour, right? Those of you who are on bonding, you get in a bus, you drive around the state, you look at projects. I think you should look at what the ramifications to like a small town bookstore. Bookstores come and go, apparently. Coffee shops come and go. I would hate to support something that is going to make it harder for people like the folks that I do life with in Waconia and Cologne and Victoria and Mayer, places that I used to, Watertown, New Germany, to open up their American dream, only to see that a compiling list of government regulations makes it harder and harder and harder on them, and that at the end of the day, they wind up saying, it would be a lot easier if we did this in South Dakota or North Dakota or Iowa or Wisconsin or Florida. Because after a while, that compounding effect of anti-business legislation sends a pretty clear message. So yeah, we've talked a lot about burgers and other stuff, but I want my time, I want to leave you with the idea that you are hurting small businesses in the state by adding another layer of government. Nobody rushes to the Capitol and say, I would really appreciate it. You could do me a favor if you were to pass another thing that made me work more behind the scenes. So I'll pick on Representative Knutson because she's looking. She would love to be home with her little ones. Instead, now she's going to have to, on a periodic basis, look through and see, oh, I don't believe I'm in compliance, so I have to change some things. You're sucking the life out of small business owners in the state of Minnesota with bills just like this. Vote to support the Schultz motion to not concur.
The member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, you just did a wonderful job keying up what I'm going to talk about. Well, thank you. Thank you, Nash. So most of you know I am a business owner, and I have been a business owner in the St. Cloud area since 1999. From owning a beer business to a battery, you name it, I tried it because that's the American dream that I had growing up. Not only to own a house, but own my own business. So I'm going to take it from a different stance, Rep. Greenman, and that is, yep, I'm going to ask you a question. Chair, will she yield for a question?
She will yield, Representative Perryman.
Thank you. So we've been talking a lot about food, and it's getting to be 6 o'clock, so I heard Rep. Murphy's stomach growled a minute ago, and it wasn't for a hamburger. So my question is I am a retail shop, and we have a lot of retail repair shops around Minnesota. I have the question that these companies are small enough, they usually advertise, and I'm included in that. Example would be for $2.99, we will repair your phone and screen. That's how we advertise it. Then they come in, and as a responsible owner of a company that is very intricate, we have the customer sign a form that says we are transparent about the repair. The cost, I'm telling you, is $2.99 and includes the whole list. However, there's a disclaimer, and the customer sees it and reads it, and the disclaimer is we don't know, once we get the phone open, what that might look like, so there may be additional costs on there, but we do not itemize them. How, in a small repair shop, something like that, and there's a lot of them, from vacuum cleaners to computers, how will that play out in this junk fee bill? Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Perryman, and thank you for the few representatives before for giving me a chance to sit down and take a break. There's been some confusion. This bill does not require itemization. What it requires is that upfront you tell people the price, everything included in that price. What we're talking about when we talk about itemization is, in this case, if you can't do that and you're offering a service where the cost is determined by consumer selections and preferences, then there is an additional way that you can be compliant, which is telling people the factors that will include in the price and any mandatory fees associated with that transaction, and that the cost of services may vary. If you offer a price that includes everything, you can leave out the taxes, you can leave out the credit card fee if there's another way to pay, and you can choose to itemize everything in that, whether it's, in that case, the labor, the materials. In the case of a burger, you could tell people what the flour costs, you could tell people what the labor costs. You can choose to do that. This bill does not require that. What this bill requires is that you tell people when they're paying, if you're advertising a price, you tell them what it is going to cost to purchase that good or service. And if it is something that is determined by service, that is determined by consumer selection or preferences, the cost may vary relating to time or distance. In that case, maybe it'll take you longer to do it because it's more complicated. Then you need to follow this provision on 2.25, which is telling them the cost may vary, telling them any mandatory fees, and telling them what will be to go into determining that price.
Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rep. So I'm getting a little concerned of getting into so many mandates that we're going to forget our customer service. Right now, if we apply all the mandates that keep coming, when do we remember the customer? When do we remember the consumer? I know transparency of the junk fee is very important to do that, but sometimes there's a value, and I will call out my own team, there's a value to customer service. When someone walks in and says, I don't care what I'll pay because I love you guys and we have a customer service that you'll do it. So I'm just getting a little concerned that mandate after mandate, we're forgetting about the actual real reason why good business owners are succeeding, and that's customer service, and not putting price above that or before that. So that's just one of my concerns. This sentence I just looked up, you can guess where it is. An official order or commission to do something. That is the definition of a mandate by Webster's terms. And I feel that's where we're going with a lot of these individual bills. COVID mandates started a great push to hurt businesses. That's how I believe. Some were winners and some were losers. Some were deemed urgent emergency services, some were not, and they were shut down. And they're still crawling back from that attribute. And then I'm also looking at some of these downtowns that are asking for money because they need infrastructure money. They got to build their cities back up because the little stores are closing up and the areas are looking shabby. That is what's happening to small business right now. Small business is hurting. We almost are, or we are looking at many closures, and we're voting in an anti-business agenda on all sizes of business. And I guess I just really wanted to stand to say that employers are the last to be paid. Business owners are the last to be paid. We're the ones that shut the lights off at the end of the day. We're the ones that might, have to answer the burglar alarm at 3 in the morning. But you know what? We do it for one good reason, and that is our employees and the customers that come in. We really do business because, as someone else said, it was a dream of mine. And I see businesses drying up and closing up. And sometimes I wake up and go, especially being here for 5 months, and I might be ruled out of whatever, I'm sorry, but I do this with passion. And I think a junk fee bill just takes away the air out of it and sucks it out of some of us businesses. And I believe we can do better. We can do better for our businesses, and most important, we can do better for our employers that want to keep working with us and want to keep just doing their jobs and not worrying about mandates and not worrying about putting out a price. They want to do it because they know they're making a difference to a lot of people. So I am with Rep. Schultz. I really believe we should send it back one more time and give it that oomph that it really needs to refuse to adopt. But as you do it, you're doing it for a good reason. You're doing it for the economic growth of businesses and the customers we serve, and just stopping some of the mandates that we're doing. So I appreciate what you put out, Representative Greenman, I do, but I do think that we can do better. We can do better for businesses and stop mandating from family paid leave to ESST to all the taxes and fees. Thank you for listening to my rant and rave coming from a small business owner for many years. I say send it back, send it back, send it back.
The member from Todd, Representative Wiener.
How do you follow up Bernie Perryman? Great job, Bernie. To Rep. Greenman, I have no intention of asking you a question tonight, so you can stay seated. You're welcome. But my thoughts, my concerns here are really small businesses. I'm on economic development, and I love that committee. We've talked many times in that committee about helping businesses get started, helping people get started, that entrepreneurial spirit that absolutely American spirit of building something. That's the quickest way into middle class and upper middle class is businesses, owning a business. And we've heard so many examples tonight of how this bill will negatively impact these businesses. So for small businesses, entrepreneurial businesses, 20% don't make it the first 2 years, 45 don't make it to 5 years, 65 don't make it to 10 years. Only about 25% make it to 15 years. How do we make sure in this state that we're creating an environment like we talked about in economic development, where we want to build multi-generational wealth, where we want to help BIPOC communities build something, and then at the same time, with another piece of legislation, we're going to crush that through many different forms of legislation, actually. Regulation is one of the top reasons that a lot of small businesses can't make it. There's other various reasons, of course, but regulation is one of the biggest things. Because when you're struggling just to pay the bills, to spend any extra time and effort to make sure that you're complying with each and every law that we pass on this floor is staggering. It's crushing. So when I've heard many different businesses here tonight talk about how this is going to affect their business, whether it's selling burgers, obviously that's been talked to death tonight. Delicious subject, but talked to death. But other businesses. So if you're a turkey producer, work in the dairy industry, own a business along the border, how this bill will negatively affect each and every one of them. And then I think, what if you're a small business out there right now and you're wondering, are you going to be able to comply with this law? They don't have the resources that we have right here, right now. They're not going to be able to ask Representative Greenman the questions that are coming up. Where are they going to go to figure out if they're complying? But it gets even worse. And Representative Robbins brought this up, and I think this is probably the most staggering, or the worst thing about this and so many other bills, is carve-outs. We pick winners and losers in this arena. So the carve-outs that are listed, motor vehicle sales. I'm sure every one of us has bought a vehicle at some point in time in the not too distant past where you look at the price tag and then it says tax, title, license, and fees. And we have no idea what those fees are until you're all said and done. But that industry gets a carve out. My daughter just bought a car recently. I have no idea what the fees were. She says, "What's the total cost of this going to be, Dad?" Couldn't tell you, because I don't know what the fees are. But that industry gets a carve out. This doesn't apply to you. The next one, businesses or affiliates regulated by the PUC. Who's looked at their energy bill and looked at all of the fees that are at the bottom of your energy bill? Don't worry about that, though. That industry gets an exemption. I've got a little bill that happens with part of our business, and normally, because there's very little energy used at that site, the fees are more than the energy consumed. But I don't know what those are until the end of the month. And the last one, real estate. Now, granted, I love all of these industries and I want them to succeed. But when we're saying that when it comes to real estate, you're exempt from these fees. Once again, when you've bought a house or a property, what's the end? Tax, title, license, fees, closing fees. And we don't know what those are until it's all said and done. So this legislation, once again, is carving out for distinct industries, distinct businesses, while the rest of Mr. John Q, public business owner out in Minnesota, small business owner, you don't get it. You're going to have to figure out a way to comply, because we in this palace will tell you what you'll do, and we'll make exemptions for the people that maybe pat our pockets, talk nicely to us, whatever it is. But we carve out things for businesses, for industries, and we crush others. No wonder we have businesses leaving this state. Like was talked about, go along the border, and you see this on a regular basis. North Dakota is growing. South Dakota is growing. Sioux Falls is doing phenomenal. You talk to people down there, and what do they say? Keep doing what you're doing up there, Mike. It's good for our business. You would think that we would figure this out. You would think that more regulation, we would understand, kills that entrepreneurial spirit. And we spend money that doesn't return anything for us. And then we're going to carve out those industries that we feel need it, when they probably don't. It was mentioned that heavy-handed government. It's right. That's right. It's one of the reasons I actually got into politics. Well, not quite to this level. I bought a piece of property. I bought 40 acres from the home farm from my folks to build on. And one of my brothers said, I would like to have 5 acres to build my home. I thought, this is great. At least I know who my neighbors are. So we go in to get the permits, and they say, well, we got to split this off, but there's going to be some regulations. Because you live out in the country, you're going to need to put up rows of trees. And I stopped, and I thought, you're going to tell me what I have to put on my property? You're going to tell me that I have to plant rows of trees and take them out of production? We're pasturing everything else. So at the zoning meeting, I told them I didn't appreciate their offer, their ideas that I had to do with my land what I thought was best. And my dad said, after the meeting, of course, after I calmed down, a couple days later when I calmed down actually, because I was pretty fired up, he said, you can't complain too much if you don't get involved. So I got on the zoning board. And then years later, when he passed away, those words still ring true in my head. And I was sick and tired of the heavy hand of government crushing businesses and people. And I said, maybe it's time to run for office. I didn't think I was going to win, but here I am. It saddens me that in this state, when I look at the future for my kids and so many other kids across this state, and say, you're going to be regulated out of your house and home. You're going to be taxed out of your house and home because of the environment in this state. I was going to use a bad word, but we will waste $17.5 billion in the surplus with nothing to show for it. We'll put a tax burden of another $10 billion onto their backs, and then we're going to crush businesses with more legislation. No wonder other states look so appealing. You would think we would learn from our lessons. Every great society has crashed from their own inability to learn. I don't want us to do that. I don't want our state to drive people out. I want the future right here. But every time we make another bad piece of legislation, I think, what am I leaving my kids? I understand the junk fees. But when we carve out for specific industries, we are picking winners and losers again. And we are crushing others. We are crushing that entrepreneurial spirit. Vote to refuse. Take up the Schultz refusal to adopt. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Speaker and members. Maybe this has happened to you before too, but my latest experience with hidden fees and things like that. A couple of months ago, maybe during the NCAA basketball tournament, I heard an ad on TV about getting a new cell phone, a free cell phone. And since my contract, my 2-year contract had expired and thought I could use a new phone. So I went in to get my new free cell phone, and when I walked out of the cell phone office, I had written a check for $238, I think it was, fees and whatever. And I could get the part about they had to transfer my pictures and my phone list onto the new phone. I get that. They charge for that. But all the other fees added up to well over $200. And they said, there may be another one on your next phone bill. So that's an example that hit to me about hidden fees and such. And it really, again, puts the finger on the scale of who gets to put these fees out in the public so you can see them beforehand, and those that you have to really read the fine print to find out what they are. And all the talk earlier tonight about burgers and restaurants, I've been down here a while, not quite as long as Representative Erdahl, but one of our most favorite places to go out and eat years and years ago was down across the river in Lilydale. It was called Moose Country. And we had a bunch of guys and gals that would go down there every Wednesday night. And I'm going to date myself now, but we would get a $7 steak on Wednesday nights. It was fun. It was great. The place was busy. And over the years, that price went to $8 and then up to $10. But it was a great place to go to. And unfortunately, the Moose Country closed operations. And now I think there's a senior high-rise apartment in that same development area where Moose Country used to be. There used to be a Perkins down on Robert Street. We'd go there after late night sessions. That now I think is a laundromat, if I'm mistaken. And those who go to the Nutrition Commission with me know that I really enjoy wings. And there's 2 Buffalo Wild Wings that have ceased operations in the last couple of years. It's really tough here to run an operation like a restaurant with the hidden fees and such. Inflation, of course, plays a part too, but the impact we put on the people that operate those facilities, the regulations, and there's more coming, paid family leave, things like that. And one of the places when you get your bill, it's called an MC fee, and I don't think it's a credit card fee, but it's an add-on to our bill. And again, just another example of how difficult it is to do business here in Minnesota, in the land of 10,000 taxes and regulations. But I also support the Schultz resolution to send this back to the conference committee to do some fine work on it and to get things more even and to level that playing field for all the businesses here in Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Greenman would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I serve on the Energy Climate Committee, and there's a portion in here about the PUC. And I know there's some kind of crossover between Commerce and the Energy Committee. But since I haven't heard this bill, and it doesn't have a financial component, so it didn't come through Ways and Means, and the only place I really saw it really was Rules Committee. I've talked a lot more on Rules Committee the last 2 years than I have in my entire 12 years of career here, but something really is interesting to me. So on line 3.16 and 3.17, It's part of the exclusions. So you've said not only businesses, but businesses affiliates are excluded if they're regulated by the PUC. Now, I think I might know what that means, but I'm really curious. It didn't come through our committee. It only went through Commerce. It didn't come through my Ways and Means Committee. Representative Greenman, can you please explain, like, first of all, who are some of those businesses so I can get an idea of that? And then why are we excluding them if the PUC regulates them?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this particular provision actually didn't go through any of those committees because this is an exclusion we accepted from the Senate in conference. So you wouldn't have heard, you probably heard more discussion of this in the last 5 hours of debate than we talked about because this is something that came from the Senate. My understanding and in our conversations from the Senate, why it was so important for them to keep it, and I think when we talk about businesses or business affiliates, it's that for instance, the public utilities that are regulated by the PUC already have very specific and to the actual format requirements of how they disclose pricing. That is not the case in most other industries, and neither does this bill make that the case. And so I think, from my understanding in our discussions, and why we felt comfortable taking this in conference was that it is an area where there's very detailed and specific regulation on pricing, and we actually, in the as someone who's not on the Energy Committee but knows a little bit about the PUC, we actually determine how much public utilities can charge in profit and in rates. And so in that context, it looked very different from a price on a menu or a price that someone was charging for delivery, and it seemed like it made sense and it was important to the Senate.
Representative Rarick.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, no wonder. I was wondering, because I pay pretty close attention to stuff, and I was wondering about that language. And, you know, I know that there's some crossover between Commerce and our Energy Committee, and I understand that, but I was really curious. And so, Representative Greenman, if she would yield for one more question just to clarify something.
She will yield. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Greenman, what is the difference between a business and a business affiliate? I guess I'm not quite sure, like, who are we talking? Excel? I mean, that's an obvious one, but who are we talking about, Representative Greenman?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Rarick. I think that the language was drafted this way to encompass the folks that are regulated by the PUC. And so as, and probably you and others who are actually on the Energy Committee could speak more to that. But again, I think that the business or business affiliates is meant to capture the set of folks who are regulated by the PUC.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's interesting, you know, and I see Representative Niska just came back, and he said something early on in this conversation, probably 4 hours ago now, that really caught my attention. And so the reason it did is I used to work at a CPA firm, and I was just a staff accountant, and I really enjoyed that. One of the things that I was able to do is to kind of defend my clients when they were going through a sales tax audit. So there was a period of time, and it's still kind of going on, where revenue got really aggressive with small businesses, and they did sales tax audits. And at one point I had heard that they wanted to basically audit every single small business every 3 years. Well, that's pretty heavy-handed. That is a lot, you know. And here's the thing that happened, and it kind of goes back to what Representative Niska said about 4 hours ago. So what would happen is that this small little business would get a bill, and it was always about $40,000. And it really didn't matter. I've talked to all kinds of businesses, and they would get a bill that said, you've made a mistake and you owe this much in sales tax. And so what I did, what my job was, to pull out the receipts, and so that I was proving after receipt, after receipt, after receipt, after receipt, that, well, in fact, they didn't owe that much money. And it always came down to the last $10,000 or so. And we would tell them that, well, you can either pay us, your CPA firm, or you could just pay revenue. And so they typically paid revenue because they just want to be done with it. So I see the same thing happening in this junk fee thing. Now, Do I think that we should have transparency in pricing? Absolutely. I don't have a problem with that. But when you're out of compliance, that's the problem that I see. And Representative Niska was very eloquent in what he said, that because you've used the word deceptive trade practices, that means something. So we could have said something like this. We could have said, hey, Department of Commerce, you know, as you do these reviews and somebody is out of compliance, you can educate them, you can help them, you can move them in that direction of being in compliance so that they know what they're doing and they are transparent with the public, but that's not what we have. We have now an individual that can sue that business, and then they have to defend themselves. And you could be paying lawyers $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $100,000, depending on what's going on. That's a lot of money. Listen, like I said, I worked at a CPA firm and took care of a lot of small businesses, and that is an awful lot of money. This is incredibly heavy-handed. You know, I had a small business, and I was in the construction trades, similar to Representative Meckland and a few others in here. And if we had a bill that we had to pay that was that high, that meant that the owners probably didn't take a paycheck, maybe that month, the next month, the month after that. It would really, really hurt us. I would think that there is a different way to approach this. There has to be a different way to approach this besides saying, well, this is a deceptive trade practice and thus launching all of the lawsuits that can ensue, costing 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000. Who knows where the cap is, because there isn't one. Or are they just going to give in and just do a settlement? I don't know. But this is going to be a real problem for the smallest businesses that have the least ability to keep track with everything. We've already done earn sick and save time, and that's been very problematic for small businesses. Just to put things on the payroll check. That's all I kept hearing is we have to tally this and keep track of this and put it on their payroll check. Well, even ADP couldn't do that. So we were telling small businesses to do stuff that even ADP can't do. Now we've got paid family leave that's going to be rolling out, and oh my goodness, wait until that bill comes to this floor. That is problematic beyond problematic beyond problematic. And now we have this. And this is a small little change. No, it's not. No, it's not, because now you've given people, like just what happened with the handicapped, Representative Niska just talked about it a few minutes ago. I'm getting very tired. We've been doing this debate for a long time because this is such a problem. But you're giving an individual the ability to sue a business because you're calling it deceptive trade practices. This is incredibly problematic. So we are just piling on and piling on and piling on to small businesses. They can't handle this. The trades can't handle this. The small restaurants can't handle this. I'm talking about the totality of what we've done to them. Earn sick and save time, paid family leave, now this. Where does it end? Where does it end? Send it back. Refuse to adopt the conference committee report. And let's do something different. If you do nothing else, take out the words deceptive trade practices, and maybe we'd be interested in moving this forward. We're not interested in this right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I too support Representative Schultz's amendment to send this bill back for further review. And I too am not a fan of fees, whether they're considered deceptive or not. Many fees in my mind are considered a tax, and in the state of Minnesota, we are taxed heavily. I'm going to tell you a little bit of story. I'm going to tell you a couple stories. Here's the first story. So years ago, as a youngster, my parents were farmers, and my mom was also a teacher. And one year we had hail, and it wiped out the entire crop. The only thing that I remember is that it was a sea of white, the hail, and it was late in the year. My parents did not have crop insurance, so we lost everything. And except for the land. My parents always said, you know, thank the good Lord we never lost the land. But my parents didn't have an income. So that led us on a different track. In another state, which frequently everybody here talks about how wonderful this state is. And don't get me wrong, it's a good state, but I never really considered myself to be a citizen of that state. I was always a Minnesotan. And year after year, it was usually during school time, I'd beg my parents, can we please move back home, which is Minnesota? And my parents would say, it's just temporary, you know, we'll move back. Well, eventually, at some point, when I asked the question, my dad one day shook the coins in his pocket, and he said, Bobby, you can go back to Minnesota anytime that you want. But as far as your mother and I, we're not going back to Minnesota. And the reason why is that the government of the state that we were at allows us to keep us more of our money. So they refused to move back to their home state of Minnesota. Now with this bill, with your fees, and like I say, a fee is a tax. I don't care where it comes from, it's a tax. I was a county commissioner. I'm well aware of the fees that get passed on to people, small businesses. I'm a small business owner. I don't rant and rave about it, but my husband and I, we do have a small farm. We're considered small farmers. And I will say that last year, based upon what happened, you know, spending our surplus, adding taxes, it came to the hearters that we're like, does this state not want us to make any money based upon all the fees, wherever that they come from? This year, with some of the laws that are being passed, now we're asking ourselves, does the state really want us to be in business? We're considered small business. I mean, that's what we're faced with. And when I served my county, and now I serve parts of 3 wonderful counties, a lot of the businesses within my district are considered small. And they work really hard for what that they have, or what they want to keep, or what they want to do. And so when, as a state, when we add more of these mandates, call it what you want, it could be a policy, it could be a statute, it could be a fee, it could be a tax, whatever you want to call it. It's just another burden added on to these small businesses that it is really hard for them to continue. And I mean, it says in the bills that's not reasonably avoided by the consumer. I consider myself reasonable, and it really is hard to avoid a lot of these fees. And a lot of conversations that I have with my local businesses is they do question, how long can I continue to stay in business with all of these fees? Whatever it is, it could be a grocery store, could be a pharmacy. In the county that I live, Sibley, we have one pharmacy left, and I think she's looking for a buyer. And the one pharmacy that left last year, I mean, she stated, I can't make any money. All these fees, all these taxes, and then we added on new mandates last year. She said, I just can't do it. And I really think that as a legislature, that when we look at all these proposals of bills, whatever that they are, we really need to keep the residents, the constituents, the taxpayers that continue to make this state thrive. We need to take them into consideration. We do a lot of things here that make you feel good. When it comes to taxes, I don't want to feel good. I just want them to go towards something that benefits the people of the state. Small businesses, safety, roads, schools. Not much of the increase to the schools went to the teachers. They're the ones who need it the most. And so I do support sending this back for consideration again. We do need to consider the fees and how they are passed on at the local level, which are the people that bear the brunt of the things that we do here. So please support this Schultz amendment. Thank you.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've listened to the conversation and more than once have thought, oh man, deja vu. In 2013, Representative Harder was just referring to, you know, whether it's a tax or a fee, it still sounds the same. And in 2013-14, that session, the legislature decided to raise the cigarette tax, the tobacco tax. And I remember the conversation with then Chair Lincheski about how this was going to create a problem for us. And I was told, oh, no, we're going to get people to quit smoking, and they aren't going to buy tobacco. And I said, it's going to really, really hurt our border businesses. East Grand Forks. Well, it wasn't long, folks. Didn't even take a year. When you went into the East Grand Forks store, you used to see a fairly large sales for tobacco. It was gone. People quit buying. But guess what they did? 30 miles away. My whole district is maybe 50 miles at the most to go to North Dakota. Off to North Dakota they went. Not only did they buy tobacco, my husband was a pipe smoker at the time, so I have to admit, we went and bought a can of tobacco that was much cheaper than I would have bought in Crookston. But everybody went over there, they bought their tobacco. Well, then they might as well fill up their gas. Then they went to the grocery store. All those small towns up and down the Red River Valley suffered because we drove them, and I know people don't think this, but you drove them, or the legislature at the time drove them across the river. When I grew up, I went to Concordia in Moorhead. Moorhead was as big as Fargo. You could go shopping, you could go out to dinner, nice restaurants. You go to Moorhead now, you might, there's nice restaurants, I've been to them, but they're nowhere near what there was then. And Fargo has tripled in size with West Fargo. And what we're doing is forcing, all of these fees are forcing people to go across. Not only is it the shopping, the customers, the consumers, this is also our businesses. I'm watching some of my young people that have agricultural businesses that are on the border. Maybe I'll just live in North Dakota. We'll have a little business across in Minnesota, but generally most of it is across the river. But for me, that's a problem. I farm. I can't pick my land up. There's good land in North Dakota, but I can't pick up my land and move it to North Dakota. And this makes a really difficult challenge for our small businesses. I will end with a small story. A year ago, less than a year ago, we have a little restaurant in Crookston called RBJ's, named after Dad, the young lady's dad, Roger B. Johnson. So Kim is her name. Kim's kind of struggled with some cancer of late. Anyway, she ran her business. She worked hard to employ anybody in the store. It was getting really difficult. In fact, so much so that when her waitress was there, and it was the local watering hole, everybody went for coffee, grabbed a pie, went for breakfast. It's seriously missed in Crookston. Anyway, she'd say to me, Deb, these challenges are getting so difficult. And I felt bad for her. She was struggling with health issues as well. But she was going to make that restaurant work. And her drive was not just to have a business and be successful. Her drive was to make sure those single people that ate home alone would come in and eat with a group of people. They would enjoy camaraderie. She was doing it for the community, not just to make money, but to take care of people. I know for a fact that often people couldn't afford to pay their food bill, and she would generously give them something or add food to it or send it home. A couple of times my husband was in the store and she said, "Hey, Lon, will you go run this to so-and-so over on this house?" And he'd drop it off because she thought they had been sick and wanted to make sure that they got hot food. And it was remarkable. But one day, Kim went home. She was in her, I believe, upper 50s. She fell, hit her head. Her husband found her an hour or two later, and 3 days later, she was gone. And that was the end of RBJ's. But my point is, when I was working with Kim, this was so difficult, all of these fees, all of these challenges, to try and make sure that she was making sure her staff was paid. She worked with a lot of young people. She gave them their start in jobs. And this is what we are doing by deceptive practices, going after businesses that really don't intend to do the wrong thing. They really intend to try and follow the law. But we are making it so difficult for them that it's not difficult for them anymore to walk across the river. And in my case, they can. But and North Dakota is willing to help them out. Come on over. We likely lost a soybean crushing plant that was larger. And why was that? Because of mandates and challenges. And the guy that was looking at running this, along with a lot of supporters, said, "You know what, we'll just go across the river." Even the investors, who are farmers in Minnesota, said, yep, let's start the business over in North Dakota. It hasn't started yet, but they've been working with government officials there. And of course, our governor said, "Come on over, we'll work with you." So we see this constantly, and I just want you to understand that this is a real problem for rural Minnesota. And my little towns need those small businesses because they provide the services and the importance for our citizens that live in those small towns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, but after listening to Representative Rarick, I had to make some comments. I want to start out with, like some of the other speakers earlier, I don't like fees on things at all, and it's annoying. Sometimes it's even offensive when you get a bill last minute and it's got things that you didn't know about on it. But I understand why it's being done, especially in the hospitality business. I think this started after COVID heavily, and I started seeing it, frankly, in Minneapolis when the Minneapolis minimum wage went up. You started seeing service fees. You started seeing fees to cover X, Y, and Z for the staff. And these were things that were direct expenses that were being foisted on businesses because their costs had gone up because of decisions made by local units of government or the state legislature. We had heavy inflation that was caused by the federal government. Printing money, all the money that was spent during COVID created inflation. And businesses, in order to stay in the green, or in the black, I should say, had to raise their prices. And they had to raise their prices commensurate with their expenses. And that was their food expenses, that was their labor expenses. And when you combine inflation of regular goods and services with wage inflation, in some of these service businesses where they're tipped and making plenty of money with their tips or gratuities. But when you combine those things, the only way for a business and a restaurant to survive in this world is to raise prices. And I think, honestly, I'm a business person. There was discussion amongst my own colleagues about fees, and in the end, we chose to raise prices. But I can understand why. There's a certain point, you get to a point where you just feel like, okay, I just had a price increase 3 months ago. I just had a price increase 6 months ago. Maybe we'll add a service fee. I can understand why they do it, even though I personally don't like it and don't agree with it. But I understand why it occurred and why it's continuing to occur. And I think as inflation slows down, which it is finally, as more and more customers say, hey, that's not okay on their own, I think that this would probably, they'd probably slightly go away anyway. But it's not going to change, it's not a deceptive trade practice, and it's not going to change the cost of the good and service. It's either going to be built into the price or it's going to be built into a price plus a fee. It's very legitimate. Credit cards cost, 2.3%. That's the lowest rate you can get for credit card processing. And that's very, very legit. And people are not using cash anymore. And we're becoming more and more and more of a cashless society. So when you add that up, then you add the safe and sick time, which is about 3% of your wages, right? 1 per 30 hours for your part-time employees who didn't get safe and sick time in the past because they're part-time. They work 10 hours a week in some cases. You add those, that's another 3% on your wages. You add minimum wage, that's another significant dollar amount. Now you add paid family leave, which is going to be, I think it's going to be a disaster because how broad it is, but that's a whole nother issue. And on top of that, everything else, all the other inflationary pressures that are going on, and the dollars have to be in there somewhere. So the question is, do you raise prices overall, or do you raise certain fees on certain things, like when people are charged credit cards, or when there's delivery fees, or what it is? But the reality is it's tough. It's really tough for businesses, and somewhere those dollars have to come in. The part of this bill I'm most concerned about is just the wording. It's deceptive trade practices. We talk about being out of compliance. And I don't think businesses are trying to be deceptive. I think they're trying to charge costs for things like credit card fees that actually exist, if someone pays cash versus pay with a credit card. But Representative Rarick brought up the whole sales tax audit, and I just wanted to mention I actually was a victim of that. And there was a point in time, I can't remember, it was 5, 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, when the Department of Revenue was doing sales tax audits and on small businesses, and they were actually paying the staff commissions. They were getting paid commission to find unpaid sales taxes from businesses, which I just find incredible. I mean, that is absolutely predatory. And the way mine worked, they look at my business tax return. They found certain line items of supplies and so on, and they said, okay, you have to prove that you did pay sales taxes, rather than them coming in and saying, they had the evidence, we had to prove that it was paid. And so, like Representative Rarick said, we had to pull every single invoice for every transaction, and a lot of this, frankly, was Amazon transactions. So we had to go into our Amazon accounts and pull every single Amazon bill. It was an incredible amount of work, and I was angry enough that I didn't hire an accountant. I did it myself. And it took a huge amount of time, Then we had to pull all our sales out of our point of sale system and prove that we were charging sales tax on a computer system on a point of sale system. And I had a a young guy from the Department of Revenue in my office, and I handed him all these boxes and boxes, and this was a huge amount of money. It was like $500,000 worth of, worth of stuff, right? Paper, and just supplies. And that's not even what we do. It was just supplies. And proved that I actually had paid sales taxes. And I'll be honest, in the end, there was a very small amount of money. I think I owed a couple grand of where Amazon didn't properly charge me sales taxes. Now they do. Now they properly charge it by the thing. But it started out like way more, way more dollars. And the reason I bring that up is because that is our state government, the Department of Revenue, who's coming at business owners from the standpoint that you're doing something wrong and that you have to prove that you're not. And I could easily, which is not true, by the way, and they don't do it anymore, but I could easily see that happening here, where there's an assumption that you are deceptively not putting things on a website and saying, businesses, you have to prove that every single transaction, every bid that was out there, every sale that was out there, that every one of the extra charges or fees or however it's done, that you could prove positively that you did it, rather than the state coming and saying, we know these things and here's the stuff and you have to show us the other way. Because that's the history in the state of Minnesota. They're very aggressive, and wrongly so, with businesses. And until they realize that they're wrong, right? And they're not making the commission that they think they're gonna make. But again, I think that's incredible that we were paying commission to Department of Revenue employees to try to go after small businesses, to make them prove that they had paid, it was use tax, paid sales tax on purchases. That's incredible. For no reason, there was no reason. Nobody complained, nobody, and they were wrong. And it was a huge amount of time and money. So that is my fear, members, is that I think that these fees, which again I don't like at all, and I've actually argued, okay, I don't like them, but I think that it would work itself out on its own, because this is a thing that has come out of the COVID environment, the fees, it has come out of heavy inflationary times when businesses are trying to survive. They're not making money on the fees. They are just trying to survive because they have had either inflationary costs rise or they have had significant government mandates like safe and sick time, like minimum wage changes, like paid family leave, like all the different anti-business bills that have been passed through this legislature recently. They're trying to make it, and their employees are trying to make it. And so I support the Schultz motion to refuse to adopt, and I stand down. Thank you, members.
The member from Morrison, Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, and I support the Schultz motion. Members, today I address you with a fervor inspired by the history of our nation, reflecting upon a time when colonial retailers, the backbone of their very communities, stood resilient against oppressive controls. As we stand on the precipice of modern regulatory changes concerning advertising, credit card, and junk fees, it's imperative to draw the parallels to our past, to a time when mandates and regulations threaten the very existence of freedom and enterprise. In the colonial era, retailers were not just merchants. They were pioneers in a burgeoning economy. They faced numerous challenges, including the restrictive trade laws imposed by a distant crown. These laws were not merely inconveniences. They were onerous mandates that stifled growth and innovation. Today, we find ourselves confronted with a similar situation. Modern regulations that threaten to constrict our businesses under the guise of consumer protectionism. Consider the proposed regulation on advertising, credit card, and junk fees. These mandates require such detailed disclosures that they risk overwhelming the consumer with information, paradoxically making informed decisions more difficult than easier. This is not protection. This is paternalism. It mirrors the colonial mercantile laws that were ostensibly designed to protect the colonialists, but instead limited their economic freedom. Let us remember that our colonial forebears thrived because they understood the value of clear, simple transactions. They knew their customers, understood their needs, and engaged in trade based on mutual trust and straightforward terms. Today, as then, transparency and simplicity should be the keystone of our transactions, not the convoluted legalese that these new regulations would impose. Moreover, these proposed regulations threaten to impose significant costs on our businesses. Just as colonial retailers face burdensome taxes and tariffs, these costs are often passed down to consumers, the very individuals these regulations aim to protect, thereby creating counterproductive cycles that benefit no one. Members, we must stand united, as our forebears did. I'm not asking for a Boston Massacre. I'm not asking to go throw snowballs at British troops. I'm asking us to stand against the onerous mandates. We must advocate for regulations that truly serve the public interest without crippling the entrepreneurial spirit. We must call for policies that foster innovation, transparency, and fairness. Can I get an amen? Amen. For those that entangle us in bureaucratic red tape, hold us back. In conclusion, members, as we reflect on the colonial history, let us draw on the inspiration from those early retailers who fought against oppressive regulations. Let us channel their spirit and resilience and independence and stand against the modern mandates that threaten to once again bind the hands of today's entrepreneurs. Together, we can ensure that our business remains vibrant and free, continuing to serve our communities with integrity and ingenuity so that we too can steal the business of North Dakotans. Members, support the Schultz motion.
The member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, but Representative Creasy just moved me. I had to stand up after that one. You know, Representative Anderson, you mentioned it earlier. This started with COVID, I think, the push to regulate these fees. And what happened was our businesses were being overwhelmed with fees and taxes and burdens and mandates, and their prices are going up and their customers are getting mad. And they were just kind of showing them this is what's being added to the bill. There's a percentage charge for this mandate, a percentage charge for this mandate. And it's funny that this came up after that, and one might assume that the reason this bill came forward is because their eyes were being opened and contacting the majority party and saying, why are you doing this to these small businesses? So they came up with a solution, and they're going to make them hide these bills. Now, members of the public that are watching, you have to understand these fees are not going away. Not at all. If you listen to the author of the bill, she states clearly that they're going to be baked into the price of the cake, I believe it was the words that she used. So they're not going away. So I just want to read you a few headlines. Just did a quick Google search on junk fees. DFL passes legislation to combat junk fees. House passes bill that would eliminate junk fees. They're talking about eliminating, removing all these junk fees. And again, they're not going anywhere. They're just being hidden. Our businesses were being honest and showing the consumers where the price increases were coming from. So when I was reading a little bit of this bill, it says a person engages in deceptive trade practices, and it goes on.
And this bill is a deceptive trade practice. It sells it as eliminating these fees. You know, and it's gonna, does anybody like paying these fees? No, not at all. But you're not eliminating them. You're forcing the businesses to hide them, to bake them in the cake, your words. So again, members of the public, this is all a show. This is smoke and mirrors. The fees aren't going anywhere. You're still gonna be paying them. And let's send this back. Let's accept the motion to re-refer. I don't know what could do to fix this, but maybe they can do something else if we refer it back. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, I call upon the author of the motion for final remarks, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Greenman yield?
She will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Greenman, during our hearty debate on this motion, I had the chance to review the bill even further, and one of the questions that I had was along line 2.5, and this was touched on by Representative McDonald in your exchange with him a little bit earlier, but my question for you is, how are we defining delivery platform? Because there are no definitions to that, both in this bill nor in the chapter of law that we're discussing, and I think that is very ambiguous.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am glad in this 6 hours of debate, folks have had a chance to read this two-page bill a little closer. I think it is intended to be both reflective of the fact that what we need and what we are trying to accomplish here is a platform where you are offering third-party pricing and a delivery charge. This particular provision was, we spent weeks with specific delivery, online delivery platforms, but we did not want to limit it to that. And so I think that I think it's pretty clear, and I think that when you look at what it requires, it just requires at the point when a consumer views and selects either a vendor or an item for purchase, the platform has to display the price clearly and conspicuously.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Greenman, I am going to kindly disagree. I don't find this to be clear. And the reason that I don't, one, there's obviously been a ton of comments and questions asked by my colleagues. But going back to from the very beginning, our first conversation about this, and we talked about shipping. My question is, how is a Minnesotan, how is a business owner, how is an individual, how are they supposed to determine whether they are a delivery platform or whether they have a shipping service? Because we treat them differently in the eyes of this language. Would Representative Greenman yield?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to be clear, it's not the consumer, it is the business that we're talking about when you talk about this business. The consumer should be able to expect that there is all-in pricing. I think that if your question is, how can you tell the difference between a delivery platform and somebody that just ships things? The difference is if you can put all-in pricing, if you are setting your own prices, then you absolutely should say how much it costs. And what this says is if you want to charge differences, if you are a delivery platform and you are charging third-party pricing, then you can clearly and conspicuously list those prices and tell what your service is, which is the delivery fee with the additional flat fee or percentage that's charged.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really don't think that this is clear for Minnesotans because whether it's a delivery platform or whether you're a business who literally ships the product after purchase, there is, in my eyes, confusion between lines 2.5 and 2.14. Those two lines, to me, are in conflict with one another. Because in one sense, you're dictating what a delivery platform must be in accordance with in order to do this and to be in compliance with this law. And then further down, you are mandating that they must perform the fee or show the fee on the front side prior to purchase. That's the way that I understand those two lines. Representative Greenman, would you yield?
She will yield. Representative Greenman, or Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Greenman, can you help me better understand, and for the intent of this law, how 2.5 and 2.14 work together?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will just say on 2.14, there is not a must, that is a may. So what this says is it is allowable that if you to charge the reasonable postage and shipping fee that's actually incurred by a customer. That is different than a delivery fee, and I think a reasonable person would understand that when you talk about a shipping fee or a postage fee, what you're talking about is the cost actually incurred. So if you go to UPS or if you go to the post office, that is the cost actually incurred. When we talk about a delivery platform, the service is delivery. The service that you are paying for is delivery. So when I am buying a box of shoes and the cost of those box of shoes costs $5.99 to ship, because that's what the post office charges you, that is where 2.14 kicks in. Now, you could include that cost of shipping in your price. And in fact, if you go online and they say free shipping, that's generally what they're doing. They're including the cost of shipping into the price. But this says it is allowable that if you are selling something, you can include the reasonable postage or shipping fee. What 2.5 is meant for is businesses, is delivery platforms that have a different business model. They're not selling, the food is not something that they're selling. They're selling to you the delivery of that food. When you pay $10 for that cheeseburger that we all now want to eat, and maybe some of you already have, that $10 is going to the business that is selling the cheeseburger, and then the delivery fee is going to the delivery platform that is making it their business to deliver. Same with grocery delivery and everything else. There are two businesses in that transaction, and a delivery platform is the business that this applies to.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need the definitions. It's a part of the reason why I made the motion to refuse to adopt this conference committee report. It's because we do not define in state statute what a delivery platform is, especially within regards to this chapter. We had the chance to review it and talk about it. And just by using Representative Greenman's words here as the author of the bill to the intent of the bill, the concern, the issue is that the business who does ship a product is going to be seen through the lens of a delivery platform because it's undefined. Because it's undefined. What Representative Greenman has said is that this is only primarily through the lens of, and I'll use a specific instance, if you're a DoorDash, if you are someone who's delivering a good, or food in this instance, and she used food as the example. But the fact of the matter is, members, and for this body, when we don't have the definition of delivery platform outlined for us specifically, we're just going based upon good intentions. Good intentions and stated intentions from the author of the bill. That, to what Representative Niska brings up all the time, that's not going to hold up in law. It's a reason we should refuse to adopt the conference committee report because it needs definition. Because small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and people who operate online might both sell the product and ship the product. And based upon the definitions of the bill, they could be considered a delivery platform. That's the way that I read this bill. It's the reason I made the motion to refuse to adopt. It's the reason why we all should refuse to adopt this conference committee report. This bill is not ready for prime time. This bill will have big time unintended consequences that frankly are going to outweigh the benefits of this bill. I think what's interesting is through the conversation this afternoon, the members of this body have made many great cases as to why or how consumers are going to be negatively impacted by this bill. You can have a notion out there that you want to stop junk fees. That's great. That does not mean that the government is the solution to the problem. Consumers are smart. Consumers are wise. I, for one, I wouldn't want to do business with a business that hides additional fees. And certainly, if those businesses continue on that path, and if I as a consumer have experienced that once, I'm not going to do business with that business again. I am not going to I'm not going to purchase the product or the good or the service from that business because of the junk fee. And I'm going to go find someone else who does it and does it better and is transparent. But the result of DFL governance in Minnesota is continued consolidation, monopolies, and more that are happening because we're crushing small businesses, because we're making Minnesota uncompetitive. Not for business, but actually for the consumer. It results in higher costs, a more unaffordable Minnesota, and so much more. Because you have a bill like this that is punitive towards small businesses, towards business owners. But again, it's not, and for our arguments this afternoon, this hasn't been about the business owner themselves. It's been about the fact of not being able to sell as many products, goods, and services to the Minnesota consumer because it's going to cost them more money. It's going to cost more to eat. It's going to cost more to ship. It's going to cost more money because of a bill like this. That's a heavy-handed mandate. Like I mentioned, this is actually an anti-consumer bill because instead of having the choice between which business you operate with or you choose to do business with to buy products, goods, or services, some businesses will choose to leave, will choose to close because of heavy-handed mandates like this. The result is that consumers will have less choice. The result is that consumer choices will be removed in the face of higher prices for products, goods, and services, a more unaffordable Minnesota because of the policies that we're considering right now, because of a state government, an irresponsible state government controlled by one party that says that only government can solve the problems of transparency. The consumers and Minnesotans out there, according to the DFL, you are not smart enough. You're not smart enough to go find a business that's going to be transparent with you and the fees that might be incurred through the purchase of products, goods, and services. But instead, no. Let's be punitive towards small businesses. Let's be punitive towards business in general. Let's raise the costs. Let's raise the costs for the products, from hamburgers to shipping and everything in between. This bill is not ready for prime time. Consumers will be negatively impacted. Like has been mentioned by my colleagues today, I cannot stand for the fact that there are small businesses in my community that have been lost because of new mandates passed in this last 15 or 16 or 17 months. The citizens of Minnesota, the people who you are trying or you think that you're helping, will literally be harmed by this. The consumers will be negatively impacted. There will be less choice because it's anti-consumer, and it will make Minnesota more unaffordable. Vote to refuse to adopt the conference committee report.
The clerk would take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Clardy.
Clardy votes no.
Clardy, no. Daniels.
Daniels, aye.
Daniels, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 70 noes, the motion does not prevail. Members, we are back on the motion to adopt. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a good, thorough discussion of this bill. And one thing I just wanted to speak about a little bit is just the transparency piece, and I am very much in favor of transparency. And one of the things that I have seen something similar to this on a receipt that I've had after eating in a restaurant has to do with inflation. And a former member of our body, Keith Franke, owns a local, fairly local establishment here. And I remember him talking about, to me, the price of eggs and how much that had gone up alone, and how just he didn't want to raise his prices but had to. And one of the restaurants I ate at recently had a line item there, and it talked about inflation. And these restaurant owners don't want to raise prices. We've kind of talked about that a lot here on the floor today. But I'm thinking that, you know, because it's allowable under this bill, or it's not disallowed under this bill, that business owners can put a line item in there for inflation. We know that under Joe Biden, we've had almost 30% inflation in this country. And that hurts everybody. It makes it very difficult to put food on the table, and it is very difficult for small businesses to stay afloat and to remain competitive in a marketplace that's already tight but they're dealing with the really fast rising costs of goods. And so I would just encourage our small businesses out there, go ahead and put a line item on your receipts, by inflation, and then and put the percentage that you have had to increase your prices due to Biden inflation. Members, let's vote no on the adoption of this bill.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd request a roll call.
Seeing 50 hands, there will be roll call. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Freiberg, for those good questions of Representative Greenman. Suggestions that I saw, I will pass on those. But thank you, appreciate that. We've had a lot of good conversation about this bill, and I still am not really understanding the reason why, Representative Greenman, why we put this in the Deceptive Trade Practices law instead of, when Representative Greenman was asked earlier about what the remedies were, her first reference was to Section 8.31. And I think it's important that members understand the difference between Section 8.31 or other regulatory types of remedies and the Deceptive Trade Practices provision. So some of the discussion earlier has been, maybe the Department of Commerce or some other, politically accountable regulatory agency could do administrative actions. That would be, a reasonable, politically accountable way to deal with this problem. Section 8.31 is another similarly politically accountable or at least more limited potential remedy. Section 8.31 would be run through the Attorney General's office, and the only way to bring a private right of action would be for someone to be injured and then also to be able to establish a public benefit to their lawsuit. So there's a much higher threshold that has to be passed in order for things to be done under 8.31. Under the Deceptive Trade Practices Act, on the other hand, as we discussed earlier, a person who just has to be likely to be damaged and doesn't have to actually suffer any actual monetary loss in order to bring a potential claim under the Deceptive Trade Practices Act. So I do have a question for Representative Greenman, if she will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my question, Representative Greenman, would be, can you help us to understand why is it that in crafting this bill this way, that we're using the Deceptive Trade Practices remedies that allow any person, even someone who hasn't been injured, to bring a lawsuit seeking injunctive relief and potentially attorney's fees?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Niska. And I think the reason that it was advised that we put it here, when I look at the other things in the Deceptive Trade Practices, they have to do with how you're presenting goods and services. Advertising goods and services with the intent not to sell them as advertised. Advertise goods and services with the intent not to supply reasonable, expectable public demand. Making false or misleading statements concerning the reasons in existence for the amount of the price or price reductions. I think if you read the rest of the Deceptive Trade Practices and how it relates to advertising and how you're offering price, this actually fits right in there. And so it doesn't, to your point, we are not setting up an entire regulatory regime, which I don't think your side would want us to do. We are not requiring the Department of Commerce to hire more people to look at every price. What we are saying is, here is a rule. The rule is, if you're offering or advertising a price, you need to include everything in that is mandatory to getting that for your service. It won't cost you anymore. It's just now that folks will know how much it costs.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Greenman, that sounds good, except for the problem that we talked about earlier, which is that we're not setting out a clear rule. We're setting out, in some areas, in the areas where, frankly, And not that I have anything against lobbyists, obviously, but it's only in the areas where we have had industries that have come down here and highlighted specific problems with your vague general overall standard that we do have some specificity. So the problem is we don't have clear rules. What we have, and we don't have, you're right, we're not hiring a bunch of government employees. What we're doing is we're deputizing a whole bunch of enterprising trial lawyers. And Representative Anderson mentioned the situation with the sales tax audits, where some of the revenue agents were given commissions. Well, here's the thing: private plaintiffs' law firms, their entire business model is based on not just like, a small commission if you're a government employee who finds someone and nicks them. The entire profitability of the law firms are based on what kind of recoveries can you get, what kind of attorney's fees can you get. And so what we're doing, instead of housing, some kind of a politically accountable regulatory agency overseen by someone, either hired by the governor or chosen by the governor, or someone who's elected by the people in the case of the Attorney General. Instead, we have let 1,000 flowers bloom out there in the plaintiff's bar. We're just, anybody who can go out and find someone who happens to have found or happens to potentially be injured by some violation or potential violation of this vague standard, they get to then file a shakedown lawsuit or send a demand letter, and then the company has to decide, is it worth it for me to settle this lawsuit for $10,000 or $20,000 or whatever the initial claim is, or do I have to hire a lawyer to go through the process of defending this lawsuit in order to even find out what this law means? Because we're not going to know what the law means until we get case law, and that means that cases have to be litigated, and that means businesses have to pay attorneys to defend these lawsuits. And we've been down this road before as a state of Minnesota. I'll direct people to an article in the Pioneer Press on September 6th, 2017, headlined, "Mickey's, Red Savoy, Others, St. Paul Mainstays Face ADA Complaints." This is the first sentence of this article says, "Drive-by, shakedown, legalized extortion. The invective came fast and furious at a meeting at Mancini's Char House a couple of weeks ago. The place was packed with St. Paul small business owners, all of whom had received legal notices in the mail. I was expecting 10 people to show up. It was more like 40, said Brenda Lamb, owner of the downtown Candyland. The focus of everyone's ire, a new batch of lawsuits under the Americans with Disabilities Act had hit numerous businesses along St. Paul's West 7th Street, from Mancini's to Digidio's to McDonald's." Thank you, Representative Erdahl. I'm sure I said that wrong. But here's the point. We've been down this road before as a state. We created incentives for this kind of drive-by litigation before, and as a legislature, we had to try to fix this over and over again. I think there were actually 2 different rounds of trying to fix this ADA shakedown litigation here at the state legislature. So that's the road we're heading down again with this bill, with the Earn Sick and Safe Time bill, where we created a bunch of touch-foul kind of civil litigation problems, with the paid family medical leave law. Over and over again, we're being reckless in the way that we create new incentives for the plaintiff's trial bar to do shakedown lawsuits against our business community, lawsuits that are going to drive up their costs of litigation, lawsuits that are going to just create more and more cost on our business community, but they'll be great for the plaintiff's trial bar. And maybe that's the point. So I urge members to vote against adoption of the conference committee report.
I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For sure I have things to say. This has been an interesting and robust conversation. I don't feel like this has changed much from when we heard this prior to receiving this conference report. And the same problems, the same generalized problems apply. We're in a situation where the government has created taxes, fees, mandates that cost money, and now the government is saying, yeah, but businesses, you don't get to be transparent about why those fees apply. About why those fees apply. And there's a lot of confusion, clearly, a lot of unclear language in the bill, and it sounds like some of that purposefully, that we've chosen not to clearly define terms. But it creates an environment that, number one, is unfair to business owners, and number two is ripe for litigation. Neither of those are good scenarios. Neither of those are good scenarios. And I actually concede, I suspect most consumers will love this. They'll love it in the sense that they're not seeing that surcharge at the bottom of their receipt. They're going to hate it in the sense that prices are going to go up across the board. And interestingly, since the cost of printing menus, et cetera, also has a cost, business owners are going to have to plan ahead so they don't have to do that over and over and over every single time. These new fees, new mandates, every new taxes on our businesses, every time these come down the pike. There are costs to everything you are asking them to do. And this is another one. So you say, well, listen, business owners can just lay it all out right on that menu. Here's your $20 hamburger, and then they can break it down by each individual cost. Well, until next week when Democrats try to, not just try, succeed in taxing them again. When they put another mandate on our businesses that costs money. There is a cost to everything you ask them to do. And it has to be accounted for somewhere. It has to be accounted for somewhere. And that seems to be what we're unwilling to acknowledge in this body. I go back to this idea of the tipping point, right? What is the tipping point for our businesses? At what point is it untenable for them to continue doing business in the state of Minnesota? We already see it with our large companies. They don't expand business in Minnesota anymore. They do not grow their businesses here. Minnesota has lost out on billions of dollars in business and thousands of really good paying jobs. And it's because we continue to nickel and dime these businesses right out of the state. Right out of the state. And this bill is just another example of that. Only in this scenario, it's not just nickel and diming our businesses, it's also telling our businesses, you just have to eat it. You have to present to the consumer that this is your cost, not the cost the government has imposed on you, but that you have to present it as though it is your cost, as though you are choosing to raise your prices, as though you are choosing to charge what most believe is an unreasonable amount of money for a hamburger. And you know what? The junk fees that you have imposed on these businesses does create a situation where there is an unreasonable cost for a hamburger. You continue to price business out of Minnesota. And again, we know that because we have already foregone billions of dollars of growth and thousands of good paying jobs. That's what's happened. And that's what we've done to our big corporations. We've encouraged them to grow elsewhere. And now we're trying to stick it to the little guy. Because that's really, I mean, I get it. Our big businesses are not going to love this. They're far less my concern when it comes to this bill. My concern really is the little guys. My concern are those small businesses, like I said, who are trying to raise enough money, who are trying to earn enough revenue in their business to pay for their kids to go to dance class or soccer club. That's what these business owners are trying to do. These are not your millionaires. These are not your billionaires. These folks are not even making $250,000 a year, which I understand Democrats don't think is necessarily thriving either. These are folks that are trying to get by and provide for their families. And frankly, they've been frustrated. They've been mad. They are sick and tired of the taxes and fees and mandates that have been imposed on them, that they do need to pass on to their consumers because they don't have margins. They don't have the wiggle room in their revenue, in their budget, to just eat that. And they've been frustrated, and so they've started to pass that on to consumers in a way that is transparent to those consumers. And now you are telling them, yeah, you don't really get to call out the fact that it's the government doing this to you. We're going to make it look to the consumer like this is your choice, like you've just decided to raise your prices. That's what we're going to make it look like. And I sure hope our business owners are mad. They should be. They should be ticked off that you are forcing them to absorb these costs in a way that is not transparent to their customers, in a way that looks like these small business owners are trying to screw over their consumer, which is the last thing they want to do. In fact, it's the opposite. They have wanted to make it very clear to their customers that it's the government screwing them over. They would love to not charge these fees. They would love to not charge $20 for a hamburger when it only costs them $10. They would love that. But the government has imposed these fees and taxes upon them. And they finally got so fed up. And again, this has only been in the last few years. It's not like we saw these things a decade ago or 2 decades ago. We didn't. But you finally hit the tipping point, Democrats. You finally hit the tipping point where our small businesses said, enough is enough. We cannot keep increasing our prices because you keep imposing these taxes and fees. Enough is enough. we are going to tell our customers exactly why this hamburger costs as much as it does. You hit that tipping point with our small business owners, and they said enough is enough. But of course, that doesn't make the government look very good, does it? You hate to draw attention to the fact that Democrats continue to tax and fee and mandate everything that moves. But you sure don't want the average person to know about it. You sure don't want the average Minnesotan to be able to look at a bill and say, wait a second, what's this for? Oh, this is because the government is making you pay for this? It's so dishonest. It's so dishonest that you are the ones imposing these costs on businesses, but you won't let the businesses show people exactly where the money is going. You hit the tipping point. You hit the tipping point, and they finally got so mad that they felt the need to disclose it to their customers. And now, ironically, you apparently are so ashamed of what you have done that, well, we better hide that. We can't let people know that it's our fault that this is happening. We better write a law to say, no way, you can't do it. You don't get to show your customers what these costs are. You don't get to show your customers that it's my fault that they have to pay this much for their product. You don't get to. How in the world do you not see how wrong that is? It's embarrassing. It's the great cover-up. On the one hand, you create the junk fees, and then on the other hand, you say, ooh, but the consumer doesn't get to know it's us. We're going to pretend that that's just the business owner. We're going to pretend that that's just the business owner and their greed, those greedy business owners. And tomorrow, guess what we're going to hear next week? Those business owners are price gouging. That bar owner, that restaurant owner, how dare they raise their prices? Price gouging. That's what we're going to hear next week, because it's the big bad business owner. And they're just unmitigated greed that's leading to this. No, it's the greed of government. It's Democrat greed that never has enough. Never enough. It is the Democrats' greed when it comes to our money that has put us in this situation. And now you're going to tell business owners that they have to raise their prices to account for these junk fees that Democrats have created. And then I bet you dollars to donuts, next week we're going to hear about those greedy business owners and their price gouging. That's how this works. We're on to you. We are on to you, Democrats. We see how this works by now. You're masters of messaging. You're masters of blaming the people who are just trying to support their families and vilifying them as they do it. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. As we said early on, when we heard this bill weeks ago, Republicans are opposed to junk fees. We actually think we should indeed get rid of junk fees. But that's not what this bill is about. This is not the getting rid of junk fees bill. This is the hiding junk fees bill. If this bill passes, Democrats will successfully hide all of their imposed junk fees from the consumer. That's what this bill is about. It's not right. There isn't a soul who should vote for this bill. It's not transparent, it is anti-consumer, it's anti-small business, and it's just wrong. Let's vote no.
I recognize the member from LeSueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to take a little different twist than I think what I've heard most of today, but touch on a few of those pieces. So, if you look at the bill and its title, to disclose mandatory fees in advertising as a deceptive trade. And then we go on to define that as a person engages in deceptive trade practices when in the course of business, vocation, or occupation, the person advertises, displays, or offers a price for goods or services that does not include all the mandatory fees. But wait, that's good for you, the business owner, but not us. For the purposes of that subdivision, those fees do not include taxes imposed by government entities on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of those goods or services. So it's good enough for the business, but it's not good enough for us to abide by. And I think, at the risk of sounding too much like Representative Lawrence, in my short 3.5 years here, the biggest deception that I've seen, the biggest deception that I will be a part of, we're going to see this week. We were promised on this floor that a paid family medical leave bill would cost us 0.7%. That was high. That was the most it was going to cost us. And if you're in Ways and Means today, you heard that it's going to cost probably 88/100, about 30% more than what we said, what we promised last year on the floor, or people promised, would be the height, the cap, no more. And we don't have to report any of that. We're asking our business owners to report all their deceptive practices or fees so that they're not being deceptive, but we don't have to report that. I think most constituents of mine would think that in general, having to report those fees and knowing what I'm paying for is not a bad idea. But then let's do it for everything. Let's do it for government as well. Because, again, I think that the biggest deception that I will be involved in, we're going to hear that bill here in another week. So please vote no, members.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. A couple of things. I've had a chance to read the bill again and thought about a couple of other examples, and I was wondering if Representative Greenman would yield to a few questions.
She will yield for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Greenman, you have been a champion on doing this evening to help us to get better clarity and understanding on the bill. A couple of things that I wanted to visit with you on. We know that the U.S. Code, Title 47, Section 552 that's cited in here, you talk about some exemptions for those that are on the list. Question I have for you is the way I read this and the way I understand it in our conversations is that if the feds are managing it and monitoring it, we aren't going to manage and monitor it in the state of Minnesota. Madam Speaker, could she yield to that question, please?
She will. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative O'Driscoll. Yes, these two provisions are the two places in federal code where we've seen rulemaking on this issue, on all-inclusive pricing issues. And so for these two provisions for broadband and for the second one is for cable TV and satellite TV, where there is a federal junk fees provision, we have said you can be compliant with that. If you are compliant with that, you will be compliant with Minnesota law.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Greenman, so post enactment of this bill into law, What happens if the regulatory agency at the federal level do some additional adoption, and now it becomes in conflict with the state of Minnesota's provisions, evidenced by the things that you have itemized in your bill here this evening? Which will take precedent, the federal law or the state law?
Are you asking Representative Greenman to yield?
I am. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Greenman will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if there is, if there's additional federal requirements and there is suddenly an issue of preemption, the K says this subdivision is enforceable unless it is preempted by federal law. What I will say, and I think that from my conversations with folks in this industry, the thing that may happen, given that there's litigation, is if for some reason these rules go away, what will happen is the law, the default law in Minnesota law will apply.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Greenman. If I understood what you said, we're going to just keep the Minnesota law in place if there's a federal regulation that is adopted. And we're just talking about whichever may be more specific or more restrictive would be the one that we're having. I'm not sure if it's the federal or if it's which one is more restrictive, because I've heard you use kind of both indications in your statement on that. Could she yield to a question to clarify that,
She
please?
will. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. There are two different rules. So the broadband rule that was adopted by the FTC actually includes very specific labeling that looks like nutrition labeling. This bill does not require any specific labeling other than when you advertise and offer a price, you have to include everything in it. And so what we have said is if you are compliant with that rule as it exists, you will be compliant under this law. The second provision, which is in a different place, is more of an all-inclusive rule that looks a lot like our bill. And so again, what we have said for the purposes of those industries, our goal here is to make sure that the principle, which is a person should be able to tell how much it costs and everything in that, that you can comply with federal law or with these federal regs. If they go away, if there's a new administration, if there's litigation, and there is no Code 47, Section 552 to comply with, then Minnesota law applies. This is not, what this says is if you comply with those rules, you will be in compliance with Minnesota law.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Greenman. A couple of other questions that I want to pursue with you. And I know we've talked about if you're advertising and promoting, and I'm very clear in understanding how that works and what you're talking about there. So what happens if I come in to sit down and talk to you face to face, and someone could raise the issue? There were junk fees that I didn't know about that were in an estimate, or junk fees that were added, or fees that I wasn't aware of, or there's additional fees. I'll give you an example of this, and we haven't talked about it in the context of this bill, but in the funeral business. So if you go in, you have some choices to make. First of all, well, what kind of services do you want? And when you're purchasing, perhaps a casket and a vault or an urn, you're going to choose cremation, you're going to choose embalming. Well, what are you going to choose? What kind of service are you going to have? There could also be fees that are on here that may not have been discussed with an individual. But when they come back, they start getting some additional clarification. It's like, well, we have this fee, we have that fee. Does your junk fees bill apply there when they are sitting down and itemizing to be able to come back and clarify their bid, if you will? I hate to put it in that kind of context when you're talking about funeral services, but I think you get the gist of the idea. Madam Speaker, if she could yield.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. In that context, and I think what is important is if the customer is making choices, right, it may not be mandatory. So you can upsell people, you can tell someone how much a pine casket costs and how much it would cost to upgrade that to the gold standard model. Again, that is not prohibited in this bill because, as it says, for the purposes of the subdivision, it's what must be paid in order to purchase the good or services being advertised. I think in that context, if you're telling someone you can get this casket for this amount of money, and you can get this casket for this amount of money. If they come back and you're saying, well, that casket actually costs this amount of money plus a 15% service fee, yeah, that is covered in this bill, just like it would be covered if you're talking about a ticketing fee where you buy a ticket online and you get to the theater and it costs 15% more, or like when you're talking about any other example we've heard today. But again, if you're offering someone and you're saying, this product costs this much, this product costs this much, the consumer can decide what they are going to purchase, and that would comply with this law.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman. Again, we're going to have problems with this bill, I think, getting it up and off the ground and getting people to actually understand what's covered and what's not covered on here. And I think about retailers when you talk about some of the interstate commerce that goes on, and where the websites might be set up and the different kinds of fees that may be processed and postage rates change and different kinds of things happen over time, that we're going to catch some people flat-footed, and they're going to be people who are trying to do their level best to comply with the law, trying to do their level best to be compliant and to be a good business, but the regulation is just going to suffocate them with all of the different requirements and getting things updated. They're going to now have to spend their time looking at their website to make sure that as fees have changed, that the fees get updated and the like. Otherwise, they could be brought forth and said, oh, you know what, these are junk fees, you didn't disclose those. And as I had asked earlier in the day about what are the penalties, we were not able to articulate specifically whether it was a misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor, or it was just going to be civil litigation or where we were going to be. But we do know that there are penalties that are in here, and the Attorney General's office would be involved in this. And I don't think that anybody who's running a business in the state of Minnesota wants to spend their time worrying about how to avoid these things. What they should have is to worry about how they're going to get customers in the door, how they're going to meet the needs of people, and be able to run their business. Madam Speaker and members, I encourage a no vote today on this bill, on the readoption of the adoption of the conference committee report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this conference report. We've had a lot of discussion today about the different aspects of this bill, and I think the main takeaway is that this bill is going to significantly raise prices across the board for Minnesota consumers, and it's very hypocritical. As we have talked about, we are excluding, and I just want to make sure I'm getting the language right, we are excluding from this subdivision mandatory fees and taxes imposed by a government entity on the sale, use, purchase, receipt, or delivery of goods or services. And we have an example of that today. So we, in our state, last year imposed the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, and we told everyone, oh, it will cover the cost if there's a 0.7% tax on payroll, which you could split between the employee and the employer. And at the time, we told everyone that's not going to be sufficient, and so we did get the actuarial study put in the bill, and the actuarial study came out and said, yeah, that's not going to cut it. So now we're looking at increasing that tax from 0.7% to 0.88%, but in the out years, members, 0.93%. And if that's not sufficient, we gave the deed commissioner the unilateral authority to raise the tax up to 1.2%. And when I was thinking about this, it was really interesting that the FTC is, as we've discussed, going through a rulemaking on these junk fees themselves. And I think if it was limited, we would all agree junk fees are terrible. We should find a way to crack down on them, you know, for like concert tickets or in a limited scope area. But this is so broad, members. And one of the things when I was on the FTC website earlier, they were saying that they want to stop the bait and switch, when companies promise one thing, but they know they're going to raise it later. That is exactly what happened with this family medical leave tax, members. And we are exempting ourselves from this bill. We are the original bait and switch. We say, oh, this is going to cost taxpayers X, knowing full well, and we all knew it last year, that it wasn't sufficient. And now, of course, the tax is going to go up. And you, the majority, punted on being responsible for raising that tax. And so you gave the deed commissioner.
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, Mason Sections 101 requires that debate be confined to the question before the body. We are not debating paid family medical leave. We are talking about junk fees.
Members, please confine your remarks to the topic at hand. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate your point of order, but really this is germane because we are doing as a body exactly what we in this bill say the private sector allegedly does and shouldn't do anymore. And that hypocrisy of the bait and switch, which the FTC talks about, is what we have done, members. And not only did we knowingly pass a tax that we knew wouldn't cover the bill, but then the majority gave the deed commissioner, an unelected person, tax-raising authority to raise the tax up to 1.2. But because we're exempt, that's not going to show up in people's receipts. And I find it interesting. So this is a expansion of the deceptive advertising. And so they say that the mandatory fee includes but is not limited to something that must be paid. Oh, sorry, I'm missing my right page of notes. But it's that they have to knowingly, it must be paid in order to purchase the good or service being advertised. Well, members, everyone, in order to purchase a good or service that's being advertised, is going to have to be paying for that paid family medical leave tax. It's going to be baked into the cake, as we've talked about earlier. The second test is that it's not reasonably avoided by the consumer. Again, the consumer cannot avoid paying this. But the third one is the one where I guess it's tricky because it says the reasonable consumer would expect it to be included in the purchase of the goods or service. And this is the bait and switch part. The reasonable consumer isn't expecting all these taxes to be built into their services. And that's what we are doing. And the fact that this comes out today when we just knowingly are giving the deed commissioner the authority to raise the tax for paid family medical leave is outrageous. And that we are exempting ourselves from this rule because we know government isn't going to follow it, but we're expecting small businesses to follow it. Members, none of us want these junk fees, but when this is so broad that it will apply to the price of a hamburger at your local diner and a sweet roll at your local bakery, and you know they run specials, so are they going to have to change their menu every single time? It's just unworkable and it's much too broad. And I also concur with Representative O'Driscoll's points about the FTC. So the FTC, speaking of bait and switch, there's a lot of that going on in the Biden administration because they often will put something out there as a policy change like, oh, we're going to forgive all the student loans, knowing they don't have the authority to do it, but they got the press hit for it. And then it turns out they can't do it, and now they're trying again. Well, the same thing is going on with these junk fees at the federal level. So they put out the statement last October 23rd. We're going to do all these junk fee bans. And then they had a public comment period to December 26th. Then they extended the public comment period to February 27th. And then just April 24th of this year, they did another hearing. That rule, if you go on their website tonight, it doesn't even say when they're going to be done with these comments and when this is going to take effect. This might not take effect. And then we will have crafted our law on something that even the feds know is not workable, and it's another bait and switch. And we are putting our businesses through all these contortions to comply with laws that are far too broad, far too hard to implement, and don't account what members, if we've said it one time, we've said it 1,000 times, one size doesn't fit all. And to think that what's going to help deal with online ticket sales is the same that's going to work for a septic system installer or a remodeler or a bakery, members, it's so broad, it's not going to help, and what it's going to end up doing is driving up the cost of goods and services across the board, across the state, and Minnesota taxpayers cannot afford it. So please vote no on this. Let's wait to see if and when the feds ever do anything, and let's have a narrow bill, if it's possible even. But this is everything in the kitchen sink, and it's going to hurt Minnesotans. Thank you, members. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I rise to speak against the adoption of this conference committee report. Listening to things going on here today, I keep getting more and more questions. What I've found listening and what I've learned, this is the state of Minnesota hiding what they're doing. The trifecta does not want the citizens of Minnesota to understand what's going on. The way this bill is written, they cannot, a business or a restaurant or the burger joint down the street, they can't put on their bill how much the new policies that your side of the aisle has put on businesses crushing them. I've seen it on the bills. I laugh because I understand what it's doing, what it's causing. Letting the people know, giving them transparency as to why these costs are going up. And now to find out that we're at least 30% short on the Paid Family Leave Act, that's huge. That's going to hurt businesses. And how does it affect our mom and pop shops? You have the manufacturers that has to pay that increase. You have the distributors. You have the deliveries people. By the time it gets to the mom and pop shop, there's 4 other businesses that had to pay their employees that increase. Plus, they have to pay their employees that increase. So you're looking at 5-6 times the cost by the time it gets to that little hamburger joint down the street. But we got to hide it. We can't let the people of Minnesota know how much that is costing that hamburger, the increased cost of that hamburger caused by what the DFL trifecta has been doing to the state of Minnesota. It's shameful that we have to hide what this body has been putting out there. Now, Representative O'Driscoll made some good points. And I have some questions. Would Representative Greenman yield for a question?
She will, Representative Johnson.
No, Representative Greenman, Representative Driscoll had some questions, and you explained that we decide how things go and what have to figure out if it was a violation, if it was not. The question I have for you is, who's going to be writing the rules to implement this program?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like other areas in the Deceptive Practices Act of which I listed, this isn't, and as we talked about earlier, this isn't a regulatory regime. What this is it is a policy that if you are violating it, there are implications. You could get sued. But there is not a regulatory regime that attaches. Just like if you disparage the goods and services of another business by a false or misleading representation of fact, if you advertise goods or services with the intent not to sell them as advertised, and 11 other things that are currently and have long been in our statute.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Greenman, you didn't answer the question. The question is to implement this, to move forward, if somebody wants to file a grievance or something like that, who is going to be writing the rules to do the enforcement of this, whether who's to find out if there's a violation or not, if she would yield?
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. As I said, this is not there is no rulemaking authority in this provision or statute. If you got sued, you would go to court, like in any other provision in the Deceptive Practices Act, and you would have to prove to a judge that they were violating the law, and then you would have to prove damages. And I'm sure that Representative Niska could walk us through that whole thing if we wanted to. But like other places of the law, where what you do and how you enforce it is through either the Attorney General's enforcement authority in court or through a private right of action in the public interest. That's how you enforce it. As I said, there is no rulemaking authority in this provision.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, so we just learned that there's going to be no rules, so we don't know how it's going to be implemented. We don't know what's going to happen. But the Attorney General gets to decide what to do, whether there's a violation, whether it's not. Maybe, would Representative Niska yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Representative Johnson.
Representative Niska, if there's no rules in this or set up, can you tell me how this would work in court?
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Johnson. Yeah, so there's not going to be any rulemaking process. The only way law will be made in this case is if a business hires a lawyer to defend against a lawsuit, and those lawsuits could come from the Attorney General's office, but could come also from any plaintiff's lawyer in the state, representing any plaintiff who, under the Deceptive Trade Practices Act, might potentially be injured. They don't actually have to suffer any monetary injury. They just have to potentially be injured and have to seek injunctive relief. And so some of those lawsuits might come from the Attorney General's office, but many more of them will just start with a demand letter by a plaintiff's lawyer looking for a payday, looking for some kind of shakedown, telling a business, hey, you can either pay me $10,000, $20,000, whatever, to settle this lawsuit, or you're going to have to hire a lawyer and go forward. And eventually, if one of those businesses does hire a lawyer and say, we're going to fight it, and does take it to court, and then we get a court ruling, then we might get some clarity about what this law means. But it's not like, unfortunately, it's not, on this side of the aisle, we don't love a lot of overregulation, but at least the regulatory rulemaking process would set out some rules on the front end that businesses would know what they have to comply with, instead of setting out a vague standard that then might result in threatened lawsuits, which might result in real lawsuits, which might eventually result in court rulings, which would clarify the law. So I hope that's helpful in terms of understanding exactly why this is the wrong approach to dealing with this kind of an issue.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Niska, thank you for that information. So instead of having rules written up that might be the way we want them, might not be, we're going to have the courts decide how this is going to be operated. Members, that's not how we do bills. Vote no on the adoption.
I recognize the member from Carleton, Representative Dutseth. Or I could recognize another member if that works better.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. Like the old saying goes, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. That's what we're hearing a lot of this evening. I think there's a lot of concern with this $20 hamburger bill. You find that most consumers, I had a discussion with a a young lady this weekend. She said, Jeff, she said, I can relate. I actually had experienced these irregular practices of these junk fees. I said, well, tell me more. She starts explaining it to me. I said, well, what'd you do about it? She said, well, Jeff, I quit utilizing that company. What I've experienced is businesses that aren't doing proper business conduct don't exist in business very long. I would think that we can leave it more up to the consumer instead of coming in with these unfunded mandates that attack the small businesses and large businesses. Representative Greenman, I have to say that it's been a pleasure working with you on this bill. And I have to say that you've been open to having dialogue, so I have to give credit where credit is due. But like I mentioned earlier, that just isn't ready. I think the representative can testify that I had discussion early on. I said if we could have one more round with this bill to have another committee hearing, I really think that we could get a lot closer to where we need to be. I think that's what we're hearing this evening, that it's just not ready yet. Representative Niska, would you yield to a question?
He will yield.
Representative Niska, you mentioned businesses that might be challenged with a case that comes out of this. They could do an early settlement of $10,000, $5,000, $20,000. If this were to actually be challenged to the court system and a business chooses to fight it and actually proceed forward with it, what would the average cost for a business be?
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dotseth, for that question. Well, it depends on what kind of lawyer they hire. So, you know, if they are going on the Mary Moriarty plan, they might hire a lawyer charging $850 an hour from Washington, D.C., blended rate, and that can add up pretty fast. A lot of Minnesota lawyers don't charge quite that kind of an hourly rate, but, you know, if you're talking about you know, a demand for, say, a $20,000 settlement, that would be kind of an interesting business model for an enterprising shakedown kind of lawyer in this area. It's similar to kind of the things that Paul Hansmeier did in the ADA context, in the disabilities context. It's very easy for a plaintiff's lawyer to find a number like that where, yeah, it would be lower than the type of it could very well cost $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 just to defend a lawsuit, even a lawsuit that a business might win. You know, I've been involved in, you know, not that terribly complicated civil litigation where the defense costs quickly get over $100,000. So it can be very, very expensive. It's going to usually be an hourly rate for an attorney to defend a lawsuit like this. And can add up really fast. And the most concerning thing is if you do agree to a settlement against some person who maybe was hired or maybe was had a potential to be harmed, you're just settling with one potential plaintiff and maybe with one potential plaintiff's lawyer. There's a whole bunch of other plaintiffs and a whole bunch of other potential plaintiffs' lawyers out there who still could come back and shake you down again for another settlement after that. So this is a really concerning type of situation that we're putting businesses in.
Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, Representative Niska. What I'm hearing you say is it could cost in excess of $100,000 to defend yourself in a case like this. Well, what I find that, well, I think I've witnessed that. I've seen that. I've seen some eyebrows rise over there. In a time where businesses are just trying to keep their doors open, coming out of COVID, and you know, I think just in my community alone, I've seen 3 small local businesses that have closed door because they can't succeed. What we start doing is coming in with these requirements. I think the average business owner won't even know if they're compliant or not compliant as we move forward. I just ask that we reconsider this and bring this back around. It's not ready, as I mentioned before, and I would encourage everyone for a no vote. And I would just ask that, would Representative Greenman yield to a question?
She will yield.
Thank you. Representative Greenman, question I've got, and I should know this, but I actually don't. If there were an old advertisement that was out there, billboards, print advertisement, what would be the look-back time for those businesses where someone couldn't come up with a frivolous lawsuit and state that they're doing ill practices.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While there is no lickback here, I think that as we get to this and look at this bill and think about the reasonable person would expect to be included in the price, I think if you are looking at an ad like all of the other advertising provisions that that are included in this, that is old, that is from a year ago, that is not how I think our advertising provisions work, and this would work the same way. I think that as we, there's been a lot of effort to make this much more complicated than the bill is. If you are selling something to someone and you're going to advertise, in the circular next week, you got to tell them how much it costs and can't charge fees on the end.
Representative Dawson.
Thank you, Representative Greenman. It just concerns me. I just see that this being just another nail in the coffin for small businesses. I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We've had a lot to say tonight, and I think what this all comes down to is we increased government spending last year by 40%. We increased taxes by $10 billion, which certainly affected businesses across the state of Minnesota. We've talked about mandates and mandates without money this entire session and last session. We talked about historic funding and how now we're seeing historic cuts, historic closures, historically understaffed. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing over-mandated, underfunded situations in the public sector. That includes education, right? It includes nursing homes, right? It includes police departments, right? So we shouldn't be surprised that it's going to affect business, right? Because it only is common sense. It makes sense that the people that are dependent on tax funding are going to come to this chamber when they have a gap, when the historic investment doesn't cover all the mandates that this body puts in place. They come back to us to ask for more money. And what is it that we expect businesses to do? They don't come to this chamber to necessarily ask for money. What they do is they increase what it is they're going to charge customers. And they're trying to explain to customers exactly why we're seeing such a profound change. The same reason people are asking, why are their property taxes going up 40%, 30%, whatever number you want to come up with. People are asking these questions because that's the reality that they're facing. So this bill we're talking about is deceptive trade practices to include fees. There's a lot of irony here because the reality is the decisions we make in this chamber have consequences. We're raising revenue as a chamber to fund the programs we want to fund. We are also simultaneously increasing costs for the people that buy goods in the state of Minnesota, but we don't talk about it in that way. So let's talk about some examples of what's happened for business. Just a couple things that come to mind. In the 2 years that I've been listening, we've got Earn Sick and Safe for business owners. That's a new expense that we made that decision here. We've got changes in property taxes going on across the entire state. It's in the paper where I live right now. Townships are asking, why are their property taxes this high? Delivery fees. We made that change here. Their increased utility expenses are going through the roof for people's homes and people's businesses. Food costs. The food costs that we see when we go shopping are no different for the business. Therefore, the burger costs more. Therefore, everything you want to buy costs more. The interest rates are higher for mortgages, so the expense is higher for the business. The supply costs, everything the business has to purchase, costs more because it costs more to have the semi haul it across the country so we have the supplies we need. Whether it's the paper bag to do the takeout food, whether it's the saran wrap, whatever it is they need. And let's not forget, we have the highest corporate tax rate in the country for businesses. In the country. And we did that too. We did that in this body. And we haven't even gotten started yet on the paid family leave. That isn't even happening yet. And we're already talking right now about deceptive trade. I think that's deceptive to the businesses of what's going to happen in the state of Minnesota. Because the 0.7% is likely not going to be 0.7%. That sounds a little deceptive to me. If I was going to try to start a business, run a business, or move to Minnesota to think about doing a business, it's pretty hard to plan if you don't know what you can't possibly know. And then you've got the 2040 clean energy. And the reality is propane right now is half the price of electricity. A lot of people use propane where I live. Natural gas, bingo, costs a lot less than electricity, and most of the commercial businesses that I know use natural gas. Those are things that are not part of this diversified energy plan. And so we haven't even incorporated all of the best ideas that have come out of this chamber last year. Clean energy, 2040, that starts. Paid family leave, haven't started that yet. So what is going to happen to the state of Minnesota businesses on deceptive practices? Let's think about that. Minnesotans, and the reality is, they can't be deceived to these degrees because guess what? They are buying their groceries every payday. They are paying their mortgage, they are paying their rent, and if you own a business, the same things you do at home apply to you at business. So you can't be deceived. There's no way to sugarcoat it. You can put lipstick on a pig and it's gonna be a pig. Still gonna be a pig. So here's the deal. Deceptive practices that we're talking here, the deceptive practices, we've taxed the bejesus out of Minnesotans. 40% increase in government and $10 billion in new mandates and fee. And there's no way to sugarcoat it anymore. And to say that it's just deceptive practices on business owners is really the deceptive thing we're saying here. Minnesota knows better than to think that nothing's happened in this chamber and that we can walk away and wash our hands from the responsibilities that we hold, because there are consequences to our actions, and we made decisions in this body. And once again, the very people that create the tax base that allow us to determine target spending is not our nonprofits. It's not when we grow government by 40%. The people that support the tax base are the businesses. Without a strong commercial tax base, there is no revenue, unless we want to just increase the cost completely to the individuals across the state of Minnesota. And I think I'm hearing, I'm not sure what my colleagues are hearing on the other side of the aisle or on my side of the aisle, but I'm hearing from everybody, look, we can't go any higher in taxes and fees and mandates, whatever you want to call it, it's costing too much. It's affecting us. We're working 2 jobs, we're working 3 jobs just to have the same standard of living we had 3-4 years ago. And ask your people if that's the case. A lot of people are working 2-3 jobs again. So what is the deceptive practices and what are we trying to accomplish? The reality is this body's making decisions, And members, I urge you to think about what the deceptive practices really are. Because this body is making tremendous decisions on growing government, and that is not growing our tax base. And for that reason, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we talk about fees and mandates that are continually to hit businesses around, all I can think of is paid family. All I can think of is what the Democrats have thrown at us. And every time we turn around, what it costs small businesses. Businesses are not asking for us to continue to govern their business. They want to run their business. That's why they got into their own small businesses. It seems like for the last year and a half, we've been down here. We've been putting more mandates on the small businesses and trying to drive them out of Minnesota. In my district, 20 minutes from Fargo, people are moving across the river. If they're thinking about building over here, we already know we have the highest corporate tax, so we're going to push them across the river. You know, when we continue to target large corporations or saying they're making all the money and we want transparency with fees, whatever we have, just a fun fact, in 2010, a Snickers bar weighed 2.2 ounces, and the retail was $1.29. And the profit margin on that was 54%. And the credit card fee on that was 3 cents. Today, in 2024, a Snickers bar is 1.86 ounces. It's $2.49 retail, and we make 45% on it. And it's a 7-cent credit card fee. So we're saying businesses are making more money and being more profitable. But from what I just showed there, we're not. Businesses might show more money, more gross revenue, and they might attack that, but they're not seeing the bottom line. As we continue to force paid family and all these great mandates that's going to bring people to Minnesota, it's going to push them across the river, literally in my area. We have to quit having the metro thinking and moving it all across Minnesota. If they want to have it down here in Metro, do it. But it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're attacking border areas. We continue to attack businesses. We think we're doing good policies by being transparent, creating fees, hugs and high fives. We're not. We're pushing businesses out. I do not understand what the Democrats are thinking. It's just unbelievable this year what they're thinking on last year and this year. Let's push businesses across the river. I know soon when we get a tax confer on the Senate file, we're going to raise tobacco. It's going to happen. We're going to push people across the river again. And those people, again, I think we heard it earlier tonight, will buy gas across that river. Wait a minute, we're going to want to do bonding because we need road tax. Oh, they're buying gas across the river, but they're still living over here. This is what we're doing in Minnesota right now. We're punishing business, telling them that the government runs it better, and they do not. They don't do better. They don't take care of their employees. The government does better. Every time it seems like there's no reduction in personal income tax here. There's none of that happening. It's all create a grant. We study another program. Let's do a study on that. Let's cost more money to taxpayers. Let's force more money on businesses. Wait a minute, we'll study that and tell you the results. And then we do nothing. We continue to create more mandates. We saw mandates in schools, which happened, and it cost them more money. Schools aren't looking at us saying, congratulations, we got more money. They're looking at us saying, we're going to be in trouble. This is what we continue to see here in Minnesota from the Democrat trifecta. It is irresponsible and unaffordable. Members, this isn't for prime time yet, this bill. Let's bring it back. We'll be okay. Work on it, not pass this, and show businesses we care about them. Or let's just move with more mandates, because I'm sure this week there'll be more of them on businesses. And then we'll come back next year thinking, well, we underfunded that program. We need a little more yet, because our study didn't work out. It's time we slow the roll. Just because things are costing more and gross profits and sales are more, and we're paying more state income tax, or the businesses are paying more tax because the revenues are up, doesn't mean they're making more money. It's coming back to the consumer, which I believe the Democrats have fought and said people are hurting today. We need to help them in their houses. But wait a minute, we're going to add some more fees so that it can hurt them in their houses because those businesses should just absorb it. Members, vote no on this. Thank you.
The member from Nobles, Representative Fogelman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am opposed to this conference committee report just because it is so vague and hurts small businesses. As a small business owner and somebody that has to deal with regulations and fees all the time, I can tell you that this is just another frustrating part of owning a small business. My husband and I started a small excavating company about 20 years ago, and he puts in septic systems. And when we started putting septic systems in, we had to do a 2-page thing to show how the septic, where it was on the yard and all this stuff. It is now a 32-page spreadsheet, and double in cost from when we started putting it in 20 years ago. And we had to pass all those fees onto our customers, and I can tell you that our income did not double when those fees and regulations doubled. All I've heard since starting being a legislator is please help our small businesses. The paid family leave is going to kill our business. I see businesses for sale everywhere because people want to move. I live close enough to Iowa and South Dakota that people are asking what we can do so they can stay here because otherwise they are moving to South Dakota or Iowa. And I want people to stay in Minnesota. And why isn't that our goal as legislators, to cut fees and taxes to get people to move here, not force them out of where they have been for years and years? We just had abruptly, our Taco John's just closed after 40-some years of being in business in my district and Rep. Swedinsky's district. Just shut the door, gone after 40-some years. We don't need more taxes, more regulations, more mandates on small businesses to pay for all of these things that are going on for all these, what's the word I want to say? All these programs that people are getting that aren't paying taxes are benefiting from all these businesses that are working hard to stay open and pay the taxes. I just was recently at a constitutional training this weekend, and in 1776, Adam Smith wrote a book, and they passed, the world was practicing free market economics. This was so that businesses and the United States could be very prosperous. And these were the principles: the freedom to try, the freedom to buy, the freedom to sell, and the freedom to fail. We are so far away from that. We need to not pick winners and losers. We need to help our businesses, cut regulations, cut taxes, so that Minnesota can be prosperous once again. Please vote no.
Members, we are on the motion to adopt, and seeing no further discussion, the clerk would take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, yes.
Carroll, aye. Clardy. Daniels.
Daniels, no.
Daniels, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Pulowski, aye. Clardy.
Clardy votes yes.
Clardy, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There be 73 ayes and 60 nays. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File Number 3438, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion. I recognize Representative Dosseth.
Well, I think we've heard from, how many hours were you on this tonight? I think you're hearing from the state of Minnesota, we're not ready for this yet. This isn't ready for prime time. Representative, I do have to thank you. As I mentioned earlier, you've worked hard to get it to the point where it's gotten, but we still have a long ways to go. This is the last thing that Minnesota needs right now as far as the business community is another unfunded mandate and a mandate as well. As they're struggling, this is just hemorrhaging our business community. I would just encourage our members to evaluate what you've listened to this evening and vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will not belabor this nearly 7.5 hours of debate. I'll say that if any, as I think we often say, if there's anybody out here there listening, which I'm sure at this point there is not, but they have seen the college try of my colleagues across the aisle try to make something very simple seem very complicated. Again, what this bill does is say, if you're gonna offer a price, if you're gonna advertise a price, you gotta tell folks everything in it that they have to pay to get that product. That's not complicated. We've heard a lot about delivery fees, about paid family medical leave, and even something that I wasn't super clear on about colonial businesses from Representative Krisha. But again, this is not complicated. This is what consumers and Minnesota families expect. This won't make anything cost anymore. It just means that now folks will actually know how much something costs. It will make our markets fairer. It will save money from consumers. And it is just the right thing to do. From my high school and college economics class, price transparency is the way you make markets fairer and the way that our markets work. Now, I heard a lot of junk fees are terrible, but it would be more terrible if we did anything about it. I believe that we can do things to help the people of Minnesota. I believe that when people say it is terrible that in our cell phones that we have unintended fees, it's terrible that with our tickets or our rent or whatever else, that we in this body can say we can do something about it. And we can pass a simple rule that says tell people how much something costs. It is costing Minnesota families more than $3,000 a year. It's distorting our market, and I believe in our democracy as the representatives of the people of Minnesota that we can stand up for Minnesota families and do something about it. Members, I would ask you to vote, I think that vote yes on this 2-page bill that we had 7.5 hours of discussion about, so you all know what it does. But again, I would say, read the bill. This is a simple concept. Tell people what it costs and let them know, and folks can make their own decisions. With that, members, I will say I'm exhausted. Vote yes.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Clardy.
Clardy votes yes.
Clardy, aye. Daniels.
Daniels votes no.
Daniels, no. Pulowski.
Aye.
Pulowski, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 57 noes, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to.